gripping on the spine. This is it, Tony Hawk, I'm getting on my grind. It's all in the mind, I don't even need a sign. Come back, get applying pressure from behind. I ain't got no enemies, turn them all to allies. Face painted, no cat eyes, ship never been capsized. My rationale different cause I made it. No street sweeper, I just gallop off the pavement. Money Mayweather, yo, I came in trying to be the greatest. Not the only, but the latest. Had to keep it like the cadence. If the planet needed saving, I'll be in the conversation. It's amazing how the plan come together like a compilation. If they counting on me, then I hate to keep them waiting. Let's go. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Let's go. Yo, the crown feel heavy when you wear it. I don't do it for acknowledgement, I guess it's just a merit. They still trying to copy me, they voices like a parrot. Staying on my shoulders and I bear it like yoga. The numbers adding up, this is calculus, old school, so they stay counting on me like an abacus. Name is just on, but acting like I'm not established. Miss me when I'm gone on the throne where I have to sit. Lonely like ATON, acting like I'm A1. Wishing that your neighbors knew your name like Trey Songz. You Ricans can't stay strong, keep coming back for more, they thinking that I'm Jason. You messing with the great one. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Is it for the fame or glory, past your limits, or you finished with the story? I wanna know what inspires you. Are your eyes filled with courage when you're challenged? Will you shine and be discouraged? I'm asking what inspires you. Can you lead and be a savior? Will you free us when you introduce the failure? I'm asking what inspires you. Go away to bad behavior, cause that thinking when I do you any favors. Yeah. Backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need.
Now's the time. You decide what kind of day you want to have. It's a new day. Make the right choice.
If I can get a moment of silence for everyone who woke up determined and vibrant. Experience is key, but it comes with some mileage. So have that mindset, if you want it, you got it. Cause even darkness breeds hardness. It might seem small, but it isn't harmless. So look into the light, this is why you sought this. At the end of the fight, you'll be glad you fought this. Every time they move left, then you move right. Every time they do wrong, then you do right. Anytime they want drama, don't do nice. Show them how you build and make sure that you strike first. Because it's worse if you don't. You get one chance, you will or you won't. You can take the easy path or the harder way. The choice is yours, but make sure you start today. Wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. You get one chance, you get one time. This is your soul, this is your mind. I wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. I gotta advance and I gotta grind. Even in the dark, you know I gotta shine.
You gotta shine. The time is right now. Take a look at yourself in the mirror. What are you made of?
I looked out the window, saw the sun shining, made me feel real hope that better days are coming for all my kinfolk. In the past, all the days where you been broke, been hurt, been scarred, been hard. I'm not saying that it's easy, but get smart. When you focus on the good, it plays a big part to making sure that you headed to take a big start. Straight to the top, you got it or you don't. You can't fake what you not. You having a bad day, don't wait for it to stop. Take it into your own hands and change what you got. So I remain thankful. Felt the sunshine like I'm touched by an angel. And I feel it from all angles. Passion is in my blood from my head to my ankles. I wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. You get one chance, you get one time. This is your soul, this is your mind. I wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. I gotta advance and I gotta grind. Even in the dark, you know I gotta shine.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, 'cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
just feel different on the spine. This is it, Tony Hawk, I'm getting on my grind. It's all in the mind, I don't even need a sign. Come back, get applying pressure from behind. I ain't got no enemies, turn them all to allies. Face painted, no cat eyes, ship never been capsized. My rationale different cause I made it. No street sweeper, I just gallop off the pavement. Money Mayweather, yo, I came in trying to be the greatest. Not the only, but the latest. Had to keep it like the cadence. If the planet needed saving, I'll be in the conversation. It's amazing how the plan come together like a compilation. If they counting on me, then I hate to keep them waiting. Let's go. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Let's go. Yo, the crown feel heavy when you wear it. I don't do it for acknowledgement, I guess it's just a merit. They still trying to copy me, they voices like a parrot. Staying on my shoulders and I bear it like yoga. The numbers adding up, this is calculus, old school, so they stay counting on me like an abacus. Name is the stone, but acting like I'm not established. Miss me when I'm gone on the throne where I have to sit. Lonely like ATON, acting like I'm A1. Wishing that your neighbors knew your name like Trey Songz. You Ricans can't stay strong, keep coming back for more, they thinking that I'm Jason. You messing with the great one. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Is it for the fame or glory, past your limits, or you finished with the story? I wanna know what inspires you. Are your eyes filled with courage when you're challenged? Will you shine or be discouraged? I'm asking what inspires you. Can you lead and be a savior? Will you freeze when you introduce the failure? I'm asking what inspires you. Go away to bad behavior, cause that thinking when I do you any favors. Yeah. They counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need.
It's a new day. Make the right choice.
If I can get a moment of silence for everyone who woke up determined and vibrant. Experience is key, but it comes with some mileage. So have that mindset, if you want it, you got it. Cause even darkness breeds hardness. It might seem small, but it isn't harmless. So look into the light, this is why you sought this. At the end of the fight, you'll be glad you fought this. Every time they move left, then you move right. Every time they do wrong, then you do right. Anytime they want drama, don't do nice. Show them how you build and make sure that you strike first. Because it's worse if you don't. You get one chance, you will or you won't. You can take the easy path or the harder way. The choice is yours, but make sure you start today. Wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. You get one chance, you get one time. This is your soul, this is your mind. I wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. I gotta advance and I gotta grind. Even in the dark, you know I gotta shine.
You gotta shine. The time is right now. Take a look at yourself in the mirror. What are you made of?
I looked out the window, saw the sun shining, made me feel real hope that better days are coming for all my kinfolk. In the past, all the days where you been broke, been hurt, been scarred, been hard. I'm not saying that it's easy, but get smart. When you focus on the good, it plays a big part to making sure that you headed to take a big start. Straight to the top, you got it or you don't. You can't fake what you not. You having a bad day, don't wait for it to stop. Take it into your own hands and change what you got. So I remain thankful. Felt the sunshine like I'm touched by an angel. And I feel it from all angles. Passion is in my blood from my head to my ankles. I wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. You get one chance, you get one time. This is your soul, this is your mind. I wake up and see the sunshine. Thankful for the day, so this one's mine. I gotta advance and I gotta grind. Even in the dark, you know I gotta shine.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting.
Realme 9, 108 megapixels. Capture the spark.
You know where to find us.
I want to see.
Lovely 2-1 spin as well, and both vehicles they push on forward.
Pero por parte de la escalera latinoamericana empiezan con estos chicoleras. Ahí va Miramar, ahí va Miramar. ¡No! Lo terminan haciendo la cuenta.
Enquanto o Arthur já tem a confirmação no próximo. Enquanto os companheiros estão tentando segurar, ele vai para braço. Tem que esperar Jaguar e la tenemos en muerte.
The first building is smashed in.
Fala, revoada! Ó, mais uma PMPL Americas e eu queria saber o seguinte, como que tá a expectativa de vocês para esse campeonato?
Fala, Fer. Então, nossa expectativa, como sempre, é ser campeão, mas a gente sabe que todos os times têm muita capacidade e a gente vai dar nosso melhor para ser campeão.
Boa. Se a gente for comparar 2021, vocês ganharam 4 grandes títulos oficiais. Em 2022, vocês têm perdido detalhes, poucos pontos. Eu queria saber o seguinte, vocês vêm para essa PMPL Américas com quanto de fome para levar essa PMPL Américas e ganhar o título que até no passado era de vocês?
Então, a gente vem dando um pouco de... Não, vou repetir.
Pode ficar susto.
A gente vem falhando um pouco, sim. São poucos erros. A gente está basicamente com uma line nova, do que entrou o Mítica agora. E, querendo ou não, isso muda um pouco, mas a gente está se adaptando com isso. E a gente vem com muita vontade de ganhar essa PMPL Américas, porque é um título importante. E não só como vontade de ganhar Américas, mas a gente está com vontade de ganhar a PMGC também, que é o próximo campeonato.
Queria saber o seguinte, vocês estão fazendo alguma coisa especial? A SET vai mudar alguma coisa do jogo, do treinamento, de qualquer coisa para a PMPL Américas ou continua o mesmo jogo da PMPL Brasil?
A gente tem o costume de fazer um tipo de jogo em cada campeonato, então a gente vem sim com coisas novas, a gente vem mudando um pouco o estilo de treino da gente e a gente vem com mudança sim e podem esperar uma set melhor.
Hello and welcome back to day number 3 of the PUBG MOBILE Americas Fall 2022 Championships. I'm your host, Hot Jukes, and man, we have finally reached the second half of this tournament. And to help join us here today, we have none other than the Imperium and Sandstorm. How y'all doing?
Pretty good. I've gotten over the fact that I'm on 0 prediction points so far, but you know what? Today is a fresh day, new opportunities.
Yeah, new opportunities, and once again, new chances for these teams to show us what they're made of, and new opportunities for you to get yourself some points on the board.
He's not over it. He's not over it. You can tell. But we'll let him. We'll allow him for now, right? But of course, we got to give a big thank you to Realme, our official partner for the 2022 PUBG MOBILE Americas Championships. Guys, lot to talk about here today, all right? But first, before we get into that, I think we have to, of course, let you guys know to make sure that you're following the socials, that you're following the Twitter, subscribe to the YouTube channel, the Discord, all the good stuff, and to make sure that you're using that hashtag PMPL Americas. I checked it yesterday. We need more, okay? Yeah. We need more, guys. Step it up, all right? Let's get that conversation going. So I think first we should... Now that we've hit that halfway mark, let's go ahead and remind people a little bit of how this tournament goes for those that are just tuning in. So here is the format here, 16 teams, 24 matches.
A total of 24, but indeed, as you correctly pointed out, we're 12 in, 12 to go.
Yeah, 6 games for today, and of course the usual, 3 maps, 2 maps, 1 map. But one thing I'm definitely looking forward to is seeing who's going to start off today with the chicken dinner. Is it going to be an NA team, or what's going to happen?
You know what? They're going to want to get some quick, because this is that prize pool, that big cheddar that they're hunting down right here. $23,000 for first place, $1,000 for MVP. Yeah. Right now, first place is looking pretty rough when it comes to North America, but the MVP race, might see an NA player get that. It's possible.
Hoops is flying the North American flag. He has for the last year and a half. He's continuing to here right now.
Yeah, but one team that's flying it right now is Alpha 7 in the lead.
Oh, man. They have been in the lead here, and they have been absolutely dominating. He came back hard yesterday, so I think we have to talk about them here today. I really want to take a quick look at their stats from day 1 versus day 2, and I think we're going to notice a pretty big difference here.
Yeah, it doesn't look much different, but when you take into the context that other teams have stepped up, but they've stepped up even more, it speaks for itself.
Yeah, I mean, first day they started off with around 65 points, just 3 points behind the leaders, and then second day they were able to get 2 chicken dinners. They were just able to demolish the competition over the course of the entire day, and now they have themselves a solid lead ahead of second.
In eliminations alone, I think they're beating the second highest team by a minimum of 20 elimination points alone, just the second place team. It's incredible.
Absolutely insane. So you know what, when it comes to Alpha 7, we've seen them dominate big time, and look, as you can tell here, the Brazilian have been waxing the floor with the rest of these regions. 9 chicken dinners, 69. Nice. That's a lot of damage, and look, that's way more than double overall compared to North America.
I'm just saying, NA teams, look away.
We genuinely need to admire that graphic and what it shows us. The fact that Brazil are 69,000, like 28,000 more than LATAM. It's incredible how strong and aggressive Brazil has been so far.
Yeah, and also, we just got to remind everyone as well, 9 of those chicken dinners that Brazil has, 3 of them are with Alpha 7 as well. So you have like the Brazilian region dominating, and you also have Alpha 7 dominating in terms of chicken dinners, dominating in terms of damage. I'm not sure who's going to stop them.
9 out of 12. That is absolutely insanity. So that's when it comes to the teams. We know Brazil is absolutely dominating. And of course, we have Revo in first place when it comes to the road to MVP. But like we talked earlier, you know, at least we see NA on the board when it comes to the MVP race.
Yeah, he's there in second place, certainly close to Revo. And we saw with the interview before we went live, Revo talked about the kind of that they're coming into different championships with small changes. They recently brought Mythic in from Rising. That's always going to cause a little bit of disruption in terms of synergy and kind of being comfortable with that. But it's clear that Revo and Alpha 7 have found that form.
Yeah, but that also makes them so unpredictable in terms of how they're going to be taking this championship. And we've seen before, if you stick to the same strategy over and over, you're going to be very red, like an open... I mean, look, listen, I was trying to be very slick with it. Are you good, bro?
Yeah. Sorry, apologies.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Their synergy doesn't look too bad to me, because we can take a look here at the overall leaderboards, and they are absolutely owning. 9 chicken dinners when it comes to Brazil. Like you mentioned, 3 of them to Alpha 7 alone, 153 points. They got one heck of a lead coming into today.
They are, and it speaks for itself. We're at 35 points ahead of second place, but then it's extremely close. Going from second place right down to 9th, there's only 28 points dividing those teams, and you can see for itself, so the door is wide open, and Alpha 7 have already booked their spot, so there's still 3 places for the PMGC available.
That's true, and you also have VIVO Kid and the Pittsburgh Knights. Both these teams also booked their tickets to the PMGC. Now, when we go down to the second page, there is one team I want to highlight, and that's Infinity. To give you guys an idea, these guys are 4th in terms of most amount of placement points secured. 58, 4th most placement points, and they only have 1 elimination higher than the lowest in the tournament, which is Nova. Nova have 20 eliminations, Infinity have 21, but the difference is just insane to think of.
And I said that at the end of day 1. I said this could be something that hurts them, and we've seen it happen.
And just hearing the name Nova right now just hurts my heart, because you know what? I think it's time we talk about the hot seat, right? I want to put some of these squads in it right now, and I want to know which one of these teams you feel, right, is going to make it here to the PUBG Mobile Global Championships. And you can see here, Extreme Slayers is my pick. I see Imperium, you picked Rise, and Sandstorm, you picked ATON. So the reason why we picked this, guys, because remember, there's 3 teams that are going to punch that ticket to the Global Championships. And for me personally, I want to see at least one more North American team go to the big show. And to be honest with you, out of all the ones that we've seen perform so far, I think Extreme Slayers have the best chance. You know, they're about 10 points away, you know, actually 14 points away from that slot. And it's definitely doable, but I think they have to have a strong performance today if that is somewhere that we want to really see them go.
It's so tough for Extremes in this lobby to be consistent because the competition is so high. It's very easy to be volatile, but as much as possible, Extreme Slayers need to find a consistency.
I think they put themselves in great positions towards the end of the game, but they just have maybe a few mistakes when it comes to timing. The one game that comes to mind is instantly that Miramar game. I feel like if that last player held on just a little while longer, he might have been able to get Extreme Slayers the extra points that they need. So if they get those finishing touches down, I think they're solid.
Yeah, I mean, they were previously Star Gaming in the PMPL NA region, and they always had consistent points regardless. So I want to see them just step it up here a little bit, so that way we can have at least one more North American team make it to that big show. So that is my pick. Now, I know Imperium, you picked Rise Esports.
I did. They are flying the flag in terms of the Brazilian team that really has kind of fallen short. And I've kind of seen this team go from strength to strength across, you know, non-competitive tournaments. And right now they are currently only 26 points away from 4th place. And the team looks strong with an average of a 6.83 points per game, which is quite balanced. However, the map that is hurt them the most, guys, is Miramar. They're on an average of 2 points per game on Miramar. And what's even more important about that is guess what's the last map?
What?
Miramar.
That's right.
So they need to focus on that map coming into today and tomorrow. Sanhok, it's all good. They're, what, 20 points per game in Sanhok? But it's Miramar that is hurting them the most.
Yeah, and I mean, I remember, I think for Rise, they also had one major mistake, if I'm not mistaken, on the Erangel map, where they had the position and they decided to go for the push. The game that Team QUESO won towards the very end, if I'm not mistaken, in the military base. That, I feel like, again, those kind of mistakes cannot be made.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Part of the reason why they're so exposed on Miramar is because Miramar is a kind of map where you really need to nail down positioning and timing of rotations, and that's been one of their weaknesses in Miramar, where they've kind of haven't scouted right enough, and then they push ahead, they get caught out, they're not together, and boom, they get 1-2 points.
Oh, so Rise is definitely your pick right there. They definitely stepped it up here in day 2. Can they do it in day 3? That's the big question. So finally, last but not least, we have Sandstorm. All right, now I saw you pick your hot seat squad as ATON Esports, huh? Why is that?
I mean, look, first of all, you're talking about the previous LATAM representation when it comes to the PMWI, and also these guys. If I want to focus on their performance in these games, in this tournament, you're looking at the 4th best performing team in Erangel, 6th best performing team when it comes to Miramar as well. So they're solid on the 2 big maps when you're talking about the daily schedule. Yeah. But their main problem is when you're looking at Sanhok. This is a team, keep in mind, that has a healing strat in place, but they seem to be putting themselves in dangerous situations, exposing themselves and not really utilizing their plan.
And one thing that I've noticed as well is, unfortunately, Choco is kind of a little bit like Coops with Knight. He's kind of carrying the weight. And when you have heavy hitters such as Senna, Texa, Fran, and Nitsu, you would expect to see a very balanced, whereas Choco's on 19 eliminations, Senna Texas on 10, Fran's on 10.
And I'll tell you why Nitsu isn't really pumping massive numbers when it comes to eliminations. He is the player that is in charge of that healing strat for the team. When I'm looking at their performance in day 1, they dropped in Camp Bravo. They managed to loot a lot of locations. Yep. They had a lot of space to work with as well. But the problem is Zone 2, Zone 3, 3 out of the 4, or rather, actually, no, all 4 players are still in the blue. So they're all using heals, they're all using meds that they need in the last few moments in the game. So I'm not sure. Just fix your performance on Sanhok, and I think you guys are golden. You're already in 4th. Just keep it cool. You got this.
I know how they do it. Want to know what the answer is? Change your strategy completely. And you know what strategy it is? Find Koi. That's it.
True.
Wow. Just find Koi. Find Koi, and you're going to be totally good, because that is the biggest crate of them all, next to the crates that you guys see down there. Once our peak concurrent viewership hits 20,000, 40,000, 60,000, everybody in Americas is going to receive one of these corresponding rewards in the in-game event center 3 days after the tournament. So let your friends know, and let everybody know so we can get this going. Also, we've had the question game down there in the chat. If you guys get this wrong, I will question everything about you. What animal statue is in Paradise Resort? I will give you a hint. I happen to have quite a bit of junk in my
trunk.
You gave it away.
No, I didn't. Trunk is a car.
It is a car.
It's also, you know, a slang word for you're behind as well.
Sure. And it could be the answer to your question. So definitely try to think that one out right there. So we have a big day today. Let's take a look here at the schedule. It is the original maps that we've been playing, every single one. So there's going to be no surprises for these teams.
No surprises, except for the fact that we are on day 3. Teams are going to be looking to evolve, and this is arguably, I know we put weight on the final day for natural reasons, but this is such an important day. We're into the second half.
This is the day where you set yourself up for the 4th and final day of the tournament. So if you don't perform today, there's going to be too much pressure, and I think it's already going to be quite impossible for you to come back in the 4th and final day.
And one of the factors that I always look at when it comes to these kind of tournaments where you've got slots available, you've got kind of things on the line, cushion. You got to be able to create that cushion coming into the final day. Look at Alpha 7, 38 points. You want to kind of create that barrier. It puts pressure on the teams around you. It takes pressure off yourself. And coming into tomorrow, God, that would be so good.
Man, that would be good. But you know what? Speaking of something that's even better, we've been playing a game with each other here. The prediction game itself, right? Who can predict the winners the most? And so far, we've got a couple good people that have been doing pretty well, and one person has been straight clouded. Imperium.
I was not expecting that. I'm gonna say thank you, Matt, for that. I'm currently on 0. Look, it speaks for itself. I'm not proud. I'm not happy. I've certainly put a lot on the line.
Look, listen, we're not happy with you either. We're massively disappointed.
I'm willing to put, you know, I've talked about it with the boys. I'm kind of willing to put my beard on the line for it.
Okay.
We'll discuss that in the future. I'm looking to get points on the board, though.
At least one. At least 1 point on the board, right? That will be pretty nice here. But you know what? It is time for match number 1. Let's get it on over to our casters, the 7 Worlds Gaming and Avenger.
Look at put his beard on the line. Okay, we are not going to discuss that in the future. Hodjux, make sure he discusses it in the next segment. Avenger, how are you feeling today?
I'm doing great, buddy. Honestly, this is exciting. We're halfway through. We got 2 more days to go here. The real big question is obviously, is Imperial going to have that big fat 0 once we're done with the last day tomorrow, or is he going to be able to get, you know, a few guesses correct here for the predictions game?
I mean, if he continues to absolutely throw in that prediction game, I'm going to have to tell Matt to just keep adding stuff to that image. By the way, yeah, huge shout out to Matt.
The clown level up image.
Yeah, just keep making it worse and worse and worse as we are going to be starting here with the first match of day number 3. A lot of teams, you heard the analysts and also the host Hodjux being able to mention there's some teams that are being able to be consistent but not consistent enough to actually be towards the top, and we're going to be looking to see what they can do. Now, this playing path, not a bad playing path, actually. I'm intrigued to see Alpha 7 already deciding to drop and not wanting to go to Military Island.
Yeah, they're going out early. They would have to go to Novo, and we've had a few teams gone there earlier, so I'm not really expecting that right now. A little kind of open, but still hard to get to Gatka, hard to get to your Fairpeer, Primorsk, and so forth. So let's see where the teams end up going. If we're going to have some bigger contests here, VIVO, Keat, and Alpha 7's in the same general direction, but there's plenty of loot in North Jordan and South George here, so that's not going to be a problem at all. My eyes really rest on Farm and Milta and all that jazz over there. If we're going to be seeing something crazy going up in there, honestly. Knight's still uncontested. Pachinki, of course, no changes there for the rest of it. Don't think we're going to see any changes either.
If we do end up seeing any changes, I think it's probably going to end up coming down to it tomorrow. If maybe a team that's just not going to be able to make it to the top 3, a team that's just looking to create some type of highlight reels for their Twitter, as we do see this circle popping up. And oh my goodness, I'm telling you, if you are a team, just tend to go where Alpha 7 doesn't go, because yesterday Alpha 7 went to military base and the circle was up north. Today they go to the George Pole drop, and now the circle is back to the south in military base. So we are seeing a fight here, or close to seeing a fight between Furious Gaming and Loops Esports. Loops Esports, we actually saw these 2 teams fighting yesterday in prison, if I remember correctly, and it was Loops that ended up coming on top with the DBS shotgun. I wonder if history is going to be repeating itself here as Furious Gaming is trying to get away from there. This is a team that's definitely in need of points. Furious Gaming in 12th place, 76 points. They were able to close out the day yesterday with a 4th place finish. Only 4 eliminations. And going alongside with what the analysts were talking about there at the beginning of the segment is a lot of these teams, and I think it was ATON Esports for Sandstorm, if I'm not mistaken, he was saying that they just need to switch it up in Sanhok only. I feel like they actually need to switch it up, not just in Sanhok. I feel like they need to become a little bit more aggressive when they're given the chance. Sanhok, we're only going to be playing 2 more matches. Miramar and Erangel, we're going to definitely be playing a lot, so I'm hoping for a little bit more aggressiveness out of this team. And if I see something right to Avenger on the horizon, I got a chance to see Execute, and I got a chance to see Sixless coming in for his team. Yeah, I think I saw that right. So that's going to be just relieving some pressure from Fate, and Fate should be able to hopefully frag out. This is a switch we actually saw in PMPL North America during the finals, and it worked well for that team. I'm really hoping he ends up working here for them on day number 3.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, here in this situation, we're going to be seeing a lot of teams maybe going a little bit more aggressive, as you said today here. The question is, can anyone really catch Alpha 7 now that they put a little bit of distance between themselves and the kind of top pack? 153, there's big lead there down to 118, 116 and so forth, but still they have qualified, so it just means that top 4 will now be able to go to PMGC as it's looking right now.
Yeah, and I think another story is going to be, is Brazil going to continue to dominate? I mean, we are going to be seeing a fight here. Nova, oh man, Nova, a team that definitely needs the points, currently getting themselves into a pickle there. Kindness is going to go down. Rice is going to be passing by. Extreme Slayers is going to be passing by as well. You heard Hodgix being able to talk about this team being, in a way, the hope for North America. Extreme Slayers, a team that was able to be very consistent in regards to placement points, but when it came down to eliminations, they just really weren't able to do anything. And that team right now is sitting in 9th place, as we're able to see earlier during the overall leaderboard. And I think they only have 26 eliminations when everybody else above them has either 46 or more. So you can see the big discrepancy there between eliminations for Stream Slayers. I think today they might be able to work on that, and Rafinha's just gonna fully send it. He's like, yep, nope, I'm not gonna go through that bridge. I just saw what happened to Kindness. I don't want that to happen to me.
As you said here with Extremes, there's definitely kind of there in the mid pack, but if they had those elimination points there, they're definitely gone. So Kindness flushed here by Goops. He's going to be able to confirm that. Now Silence is going to try to run away from Jaguar here in this case. Try to survive this one.
I was looking at some of the stats here from some of the players of Knights, and it's crazy to me that Knights is really not performing that well in regards to the leaderboard and their position where they currently are at. Just in 6th place. I think we expected them to be in the 3rd. And you know what? I'll hold on to that because Rise is going to end up losing a player here to Jaguar. Being able to pop him off with the nade there too, trying to throw the Molotov to keep him contained. We're able to secure that there, and this is going to be great considering that this circle more than likely is going to end up here on military. I don't know if he'll end up on military base, but it's definitely going to end up being here on this military island. But going back to what I was saying with Knights is Coops has been able to keep on performing. I mean, he's currently in contention for that MVP title and that extra $1,000. But if I actually went down a little bit more, let me see. 11th place for the MVP, okay? Spec is up there with everybody else. So I wonder what's not clicking for them. Maybe they're just getting caught on their rotations. Maybe they're not taking certain things serious, because this is a team that definitely has the players, definitely has the skills. I mean, they have showcased it over and over again. But that 6th place, I mean, it's better than what it was before. It's not where a lot of people expect them to be.
No, especially not considering that they're tied 2nd place in the eliminations, right? With INCO, that's currently in 2nd place. It's just the lack of currently the damage and the wins that are really holding them back a little bit there. Extreme Slayers, though, here, they are inside military. They're trying to get some information over towards Jaguar. They did hear the shots maybe earlier. Jaguar, they're going to be continuing their loot right now on this. Erangel stats here for Jaguar. Average values 20.29. It's pretty good, actually. GZ got jumped out of the car or dropped somewhere high. He definitely get knocked from falling there. See if he's able to be picked up a little bit later.
Yeah, I'm hoping he's going to be able to get picked up. I got a chance to look at the map stream real quick, and nobody's near them. Hopefully they are going to be able to swim towards him or do something and try to pick him up. You can see Knights here. We're just talking about them. Coops being one of those players in contention for that MVP. I'm going to continue to expect to see great performances out of him. And I mean, he already has 1 elimination to his name. And he's leading everybody else in regards to damage by almost 500 damage. So Coops definitely putting up great performances. And if we know anything about this man, is that he definitely wants that MVP title. Team QUESO now making the push. They actually ended up going all the way up to Severny on their landing spot. So this is gonna, I'm pretty sure they're gonna be a little bit scared. They're gonna be scared that some team might be trying to do to them what they ended up doing yesterday to Alpha 7 when they decided to bridge camp, and that's exactly what's going on. They're gonna back up a little bit. They're gonna maybe think somebody's near them. Nova is gonna end up losing another player, and it's gonna be Koi. Oh, Nova just not having the greatest of starts here. You're gonna be seeing Yi trying to put out some support fire, see if he can maybe do anything here to Furious Gaming. He's not gonna be able to connect with anything in Nova. Man, not the way you would want to start, losing 2 players early on, and on top of that, you're going to have to figure out how to hold off all these other teams that are going to be crashing very close to you.
All right, Nova starting off kind of rough here again. Not what we were hoping to see from them after the mediocre performance again yesterday. And here we have our top eliminations and the top players, Revo, Coops, and Carillo right there in there. Very close to each other. Right now, 2 eliminations per game here for Revo. Closely followed by Coops, of course. And Coops, 500 damage ahead of Federal. Super impressive performance so far for Coops.
Yeah, that's something I was alluding there. It's just the performance he's able to put up over and over again has been super impressive. Toiko, one of the players that has really stand out for me in regards when we talk about Loop Esports showcasing what he's able to do at long range. And as we're looking at the map here, Alpha 7 is going to try to figure out how they're going to be crossing this bridge, because they're going to have to worry about VIVO Key. They're going to have to worry about Team QUESO. And when they do end up crossing that bridge, guess who's going to be looking at that bridge? It is going to be none other than Nice. So super, super tough if they do end up deciding to go towards that west bridge. Maybe try to flank it around, go towards the east, and see if they get luckier. But if they're going to have to make a move, I'm pretty sure it's going to have to be sooner rather than later, with how these circles usually tend to work. We saw a lot of teams yesterday, I think it was too. I think it was Knights and Nova getting into a fight. Nova ended up doing some damage to Knights, but ultimately Nova just got surprised when they were doing a rotation in a boat. The boat ended up exploding and Nova just ended up losing a lot of players. So a lot of teams are going to be aware of that too, and trying not to duplicate that mistake here today. Some Erangel stats there for Alpha 7. Average eliminations 8, average survival time 22 minutes, and the average damage dealt a lot. Okay, that is a ridiculous amount of damage right there, considering that this map is the one that we are going to be playing the most every single day and throughout this tournament. It's good for them to be able to put up those kind of stats for Alpha 7.
Exactly. Obviously, some of the new areas here on the southern side of the main island of Erangel, not looted. And they're able to just take a little bit here and there. VIVO Keat currently in 4th place. Top 4 dominated by Brazilian teams. Kind of, well, not surprising, but kind of impressive that they're able to do this again and again.
Definitely are. And Infinity, we saw yesterday from them, they're actually going to be doing a boat rotation. Once again, a boatation all the way from the east. It didn't work out too well for them yesterday. Hopefully it works out a little bit better. Do have that new circle. I do see Just for Fun on the southeast of that military island. ATON Esports, we heard some of them, the analysts, saying that sometimes the players take a little bit too long to get into the zone. Well, guess what? They might have heard you, because now they're definitely getting into this zone, trying to get there early. And from what I'm seeing here, a lot of these teams are actually going to decide to risk it. I'm seeing VIVO Kid, I'm seeing Alpha 7, Loops. And if I'm not mistaken, that's going to be Influence CHEMIN too. Staying on the main island, waiting to see what the circle is going to be doing, and then deciding to see if they want to fully send it towards military base. You see Jaguars keeping an eye on Knights. They know they don't want to get into that fight just yet.
Oh, they're waiting a little bit passively. More information is coming soon with the next circle here. Jason, unfortunately, has lost his life. Alpha 7 looking to gatekeep execute currently, as you see on the top left of the map. And here you see the live final standings here, 7, and it's a good one for Alpha 7, obviously.
Yeah, Alpha 7 is going to be so happy. I'm currently looking at Infinity. They're going to be all the way to the right side of your screen. They're just waiting out in the ocean. They're trying to figure out where the circles go, just like those teams at the north end. Wow. Talk about a circle shift right there. That's going to be working wonders for Infinity if they're able to make it all the way to Novo. And now, what are some of the other Brazilian teams going to be doing? You see Execute there towards the north as well. Furious Gaming being able to connect there with the player from Jaguars. But a lot of rotation is going to be happening there from the north. And now, if you're Alpha 7, if you're VIVO Keys, if you're Loops Esports, right, what do you decide to do? Do you decide to cross this bridge? Because with how this circle is currently set up, unless something crazy happens, which, I mean, it has happened here in Americas. We have seen it over and over again when it comes to circles. I don't really see that final circle going up to the north.
Yeah, I don't think it's possible with the amount of water that's currently in there. Right. I feel like it has to go south there. But yeah, for sure, a lot of water in play for this one here, 7, and it's crazy. We're going to see a lot of teams kind of sending it towards some of these priority compounds that we currently see west of Novo. INCO's there. Nesquik and the boys from Extreme Slayers is on the way there, and Infinity, as you were talking about, is going to go there. And right now on screen, ATON and Rise on this southern side, trying to get into the circle here. ATON could potentially be trying to gatekeep Rise a little bit. Rise has lost one member, Silence, so they're down to 3. And Choco taking some shots toward Mufasa. Reload, ready for the next one there. They see him. Oh, rotations are coming in, and now they have to chase. Now Rise is in front, and they're trying to make it into a good spot here. Car's a little bit broken, so they have to make it fast.
Yeah, the roles are definitely going to be switching between these two teams, right? ATON Esports mentioned perfectly. Oh, no. Come on, guys. Okay. I think maybe they were trying to do that on purpose because he decided to just hop out and start healing right away.
Oh, they saw trigger.
But ATON now is starting to get into a fight here with Furious Gaming as well. And this is something I was going to mention. I wasn't too sure about that fight there that ATON Esports was trying to take with Rice, considering that they were outside the circle. You can see there Sanhok was, I'm pretty sure his name is actually going to be Senatex. Like, for some reason, he just hasn't changed it in the in-game. But Senatex being able to get an elimination right there. And Furious Gaming with one player down, Triga being eliminated earlier, going to be trying to figure out how to work their way here inside Novo. And meanwhile, while this is going on, all those Brazilian teams that we were mentioning earlier being on the main island, VIVO Kid is actually going to be going towards the East Bridge. Loops Esports, Influence, CHEMIN, all of them are going to be trying to fight each other. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 waited out just perfectly because they got another free rotation. They must have figured out, okay, you know what, Team QUESO is definitely not going to be here right now. They decided to go for that West Bridge rotation, and it works out for them. They are going to be running in tonight, so that might be a fight that could be ensuing pretty soon.
All right, Alpha 7 Knights here on screen. Circle is closing 7, and that is really going to be a big one here. If it doesn't go straight south here, it's going to be a rough one. It goes towards the bridge, still a lot of water on play. We are going to be ending up in the southern island here. Now Alpha 7 is sending a little bit towards Knights, and they're going to having a fight soon. A bike in play as well, while Tensa's trying to move towards Carillion Mythic, who's the front line. Oh, it's coming in potentially. They saw him. Yeah, easy shots.
Might be able to get a great angle on this fight too, if I'm not mistaken. You're talking about the bike. Rio's going to be able to get some shots there on Tensa. He's going to be able to get that knock. Now Revo's going to be sending a little bit more Knights. This is turning around for them. Coops is going to get knocked down on that off angle he was trying to get, and now Alpha 7 is going to be having the advantage. Alpha 7 trying to send another statement after what we have seen out of them this past 2 days, especially yesterday, being able to get 2 chicken dinners in 1 day. Here comes the full push out of Alpha 7. The grenades are going to be coming in. Spec's going to be moving to the top. Not much she's really going to be able to do right there, besides just hold them off when they do end up deciding to push. And these teams are going to have to start worrying at some point here if the fight does take longer, because a lot of teams are going to be nearby and they could always third party. We've seen it over and over again. Meanwhile, the nade coming in, being able to knock down Xenox is only going to be Spec, the last player standing here for Knights. And that is going to be it. Alpha 7, just too much for Knights with those grenades. Alpha 7 showcasing why they are currently in first place.
Relegated to the lobby right there, and then, oh my god, super well played there by Mythic, the nade god out of Brazil. Now here, Loops on screen, lost 2 players, taking a fight here with VIVO Key. They're gonna have to take a really rough one because they have to cross the road. Nova on this, ooh, that's a grenade. Nova's on the bridge, so they're gonna have to do something about this one. What can VIVO Key make happen here in this case? Here, little boy finds Kadozin. Kadozin finished off. And Loops ending up losing so many members. I believe that's the last member of Lose there out as well. In 15th place, Loops. Now Influence, CHEMIN, and VIVO Key are forced to fight on this northern side.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough fight for them too. VIVO Key is going to have to worry now about Alpha 7. You can see Diego getting knocked there from Revo. And if we know anything about Alpha 7 is they're going to try the third party. You might not be near them, but hey, they are aware that if you are in a bad spot, they will try to take advantage of it. They will try to secure some extra points for themselves and make that gap even bigger. We saw it at the beginning of the show too. Revo talking about how they really, really want to win this Americas Championship. Meanwhile, over here, we're having INCO Gaming getting into a fight with Rise. Rise making a rotation super early on that we saw towards the west. Meanwhile, ATON Esports, what happened? A lot of your players just got blown up, I believe. Mufasa going to be the last player standing here for Rise Esports. We heard Imperium talking about Rise, saying how this team was underperforming for Brazil. Well, guess what? They're not going to be able to do much here as they were just eliminated, and that circle is going to be coming in, and I'm seeing some fishes in the water. That is going to be Execute, Fate, Telly, and Sixless. Going to be trying to play the shark role, trying to see if they can sneak their way inside to wherever this circle is going to be going, and this is one of the most toxic circles I have seen, and I cannot wait to see which one is going to give us here as soon as it pops up. Oh, okay.
That's a pretty good one, yeah.
I'm glad it didn't go straight down the middle.
Only Extreme Slayers are going to be able to have a slight slice of the compound inside there. Little Boy finds McGrell and ATON Esports out in 13th Federal. So the Vivo Keat guys. Oh, that's a good shot there from Federal. He's able to take Adrian down, also get the flush almost there. It's Yellow. Diego forced to just hide and chill a little bit in the background right now. More utility coming in, and that's some good shots here from Federal. Super impressed with him as always.
Yeah, that angle that he was able to get that shot was
nasty.
I heard it. I heard it from you, just getting excited, and I was over here trying not to scream over.
He's insane.
Nasty. Yeah, that was just a nasty shot, man. Not many people can do that. Meanwhile, Little Boy is actually going to get knocked, and I think Vivo Keat has realized that this is not a fight that they're going to be wanting to take. Kayovsky, though, being able to take somebody down from far, far away with that minute 14. Infinity is going to be finding themselves in big trouble here. Infinity now going to be trying to set some smoke, see if they can push their way up. That is going to be a tough push there from Infinity Gaming. Meanwhile, a lot of these teams are going to have to worry about Execute because they're going to be popping up at some point. If you can catch them whenever they're taking that breather, it might be an easy elimination point for your team. But you don't want to let them get towards the ground, because if that team pops up, they could be trouble for some of the other teams that might be busy with different fights. INCO Gaming making a push all the way to the bottom of the bridge. That's going to be wonderful for them. Meanwhile, Furious Gaming, you can see them get into a fight on the elimination feed. Let's see what's going to be happening here. Jaguars, Furious Gaming going back and forth. Infinity trying to see if they can somehow sneak their way into this. It's going to be tough, especially when you have Influence CHEMIN, especially when you have Kayovsky and Federal. We saw what they were able to do early. And now Law, too, laying down the Law, being able to get those knocks. And Kayovsky is like, okay, you know what? I got your back. I'm going to try to confirm those knocks for you. Infinity not looking good right now here where they're currently at.
All right, Extreme Slayers with Furious Gaming at this point. We're talking about this little slice of the compound is going to be in continuously here. So Brian trying to clear it out with some utility. Alien Kid gonna hear that, I feel like, with this movement. It's bound to be just a little bit. Milovan has some information with the Bison. Alien Kid has a good chunk of information with Brian up top. Hayuya and Nesquik. Ooh, this is a dirty nade. Oh my god. Alien Kid finds Brian. He's going to go straight for the flush here. Let's see if he can actually... He has 4 more nades. Definitely looking to get this confirmed ASAP. That's the money shot right there. Good one for Alien Kid. Hayuya is going to be pushing in with Extreme Slayers. Going to sending in. But Bison is too strong at the moment. Milovan finds Nesquik. And now it's Hayuya left with the Uzi. Alien Kid with the backup. Comes in. Push. Yeah, Yuya finds him. Half HP himself though now. Can return maybe. Shots coming in from the side. Now he's gonna make the push here. Yuya makes a clutch for Extreme Slayers. Super well executed here, 7. That's insane.
Hayuya being able to lay it down just last second possible and being able to get some shots there on Furious Gaming. What a clutch play by him. Meanwhile, while that fight was going on, mayhem, absolute mayhem is currently happening. And I think I heard somebody say Alpha 7 was going to be winning. Diabolic, you were absolutely wrong because they just ended up getting eliminated. Meanwhile, while that was happening too, Infinity currently has 1 player left. Lukes, please, can you make it behind this sphere? And if I'm not mistaken, that was actually Team QUESO alongside with some of the other teams that were towards the bridge, helping out Team QUESO in a way and third-partying the fight that they were having with Alpha 7. Huge come up there for Team QUESO.
Ooh, the angle!
Was actually calling out yesterday, saying we weren't really able to see much. Meanwhile, INCO Gaming here, you mentioned it perfectly, the angles. They were able to make this push here towards the bottom of this bridge. And can this nade possibly hit Oh, not just a
little boy almost ran into it as well. 70 is 10 HP too. Shots coming in from Kiosk. They're just farming the lobby right now. Nenebede with the angle though, finds one, finds two potentially here. Super well executed by him. Headshot on the second member. Law goes down. Federal gets flushed as well. And now Influence CHEMIN is down to just 2 players. It was looking so good for them. Team QUESO on the high ground with 4 alive. Could be looking pretty good for them too, with a lot of Western control in this zone.
Influence CHEMIN definitely getting distracted there with the grenades that were being thrown, the smoke that was laid out, and Nenebede being able to sneak up and just knock those 2 players. Also, VIVO Kid trying to play some spoiler role. They were one of the teams that were swimming up, and meanwhile, Team QUESO's looking real good right now. They're just watching all of this ensue, and somehow a little fishy out there. Ren getting some extra placement points for Nova. They're definitely gonna be needed, and Lux did end up making it in. Now, game and make sure that he was spotted. As soon as I thought he was gonna be able to survive, it didn't end up happening. Team QUESO though looking very strong.
Team QUESO right now basically in a team fight here with INCO. INCO 11 points at the moment. Team QUESO 8. Papi Portro looking pretty damn good right now. INCO guys has to get some stims up and get full HP. A lot of reposition here for Team QUESO is bound to happen here. Ayala there in the distance, I see him with a DP28. And Screamsu has repositioned too. Now we have Nova and Sixtus. The Survival Masters is in there. Now shots are coming in the water here. That's really good shots there for Nenebede. They exploded it. Now they don't have any cover. And Nenebede is going to find Rin. That's Nova out in 4th. Good placement points. No eliminations though here, 7.
Yeah, no eliminations at all, but I think they were just trying to find any type of way to at least start getting some points here on the board for them. They are going to be able to do that. Meanwhile, we are going to be looking at INCO Gaming going up against Team QUESO now. We did ended up seeing 1 player from Execute. I think it was Sixless. This is why we mention him over and over again, because he's just such a veteran player. He can find those little sneaky spots where he's able to secure some extra points for his team. INCO Gaming is going to be going for the push. He's going to be able to knock down a yellow right there. He's going to be able to switch in his sights now to Papi Potro. Is he going to be able to connect? He's not going to be able to connect. Scream makes him back off. INCO Gaming needs to be careful, and look at that, Sixless being able to get into the action as well, even though he was in the water trying to get into those fights too. That's what we always talk about him here in North America. Now INCO Gaming is going to be having the advantage there by the distraction that Sixless was able to cause, and they were able to close it out with the nade. The grenades out of INCO Gaming definitely came in clutch. And ladies and gentlemen, that is, if you have been counting, or if you haven't, let me just count it back for you, okay? That is 6 wins in a row, counting wins from yesterday for Brazil.
Yeah, that's honestly crazy there. I did not expect it to kind of end up like it did, but the spoiler that came in from Sixless there, I feel like it was so much Team QUESO's win here. Fortunately, and fortunately for INCO, huge game for them here in 2nd place. They're trying to catch Alpha 7, and this could be the game where they get even closer.
Yeah, definitely the game that can get a lot closer. We'll have to wait and see what the overall is going to be looking like. I can't wait to see what the analysts have to say.
I'll tell you what I gotta say. Sixless, thank you so much, Jill. I'll send you that check right after this one, because Team QUESO almost won it, and that was Sandstorm's prediction. Sandstorm, how are you feeling, brother?
I'm not mad. I'm just very sad.
Can you give me an impression of what you were saying right before the broadcast started?
No, I will definitely not do that. But listen, just for your reference, this is the 2nd time, right? This is the 2nd time I make an incredible prediction, and then one player from one team just ruins it all. Yesterday, it was Influence CHEMIN with Aurelio.
A point on the board, though. Come on.
All right, you don't have
a point to me twice, and I still got 0 points. Come on.
Yeah, at least I have points.
Okay, all right. Take it to the bank. Take it to the bank. Let's talk about this last match, guys. You know, let's look at the match ranking here. 29 points on the side of INCO Gaming. Team QUESO with 2nd place, not 1st place, 2nd place there. Execute, Sixless. Dude, the Snake Legend himself. There's a reason why he got that title, and that's because he's able to just kind of make it done and make it happen.
Yeah, Execute in the PMPL North America kind of brought Sixless in, and he kind of highlighted how, that it wasn't just him. He came in and he helped the team in that regard. It seems to be the same case this time around. INCO rotated early. It was great from them that they went across the bridge. They had a great position from phase 3 onwards, and they played it through.
Yeah, they really, really did. And we're looking towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Unfortunately, Rise, ATON, Esports, two of the teams that definitely want to perform well. ATON, Esports, of course, for sure, they were already in 4th place. But when you're looking at the people that are contesting their PMGC ticket, you got Loops, also didn't perform. Knights, they already have their own ticket, so they have a little bit of a cushion, I believe, compared to the other teams. But I still want to see how this affects the overall ranking later.
I want to talk about Knights.
Okay.
Because I noted that in kind of phase 2, when it was still mainly Military Island, they had a fantastic 2-2 split. That was really valuable for them. It was on the high north high ground of Military Island. But then when phase 3 shifted heavily to the east, they still held on to a 2-2 split. And I made note of it. I said, why are they still 40 minutes into the game? They still have a 2-2 split. What happened 20 seconds later? Alpha 7 crushed in as a full squad and took them out. You can't slack like that, Knights. You should know better.
Yeah, well, I mean, the big thing is that stuff like that works in the NA region. It doesn't work here at this level. Let's take a look at the top damage here. Influence CHEMIN actually ended up having the most damage in this one.
Yeah, they did have a good position for, I think, Zone 3, Zone 4. They were catching a lot of the teams that were kind of stuck on the mainland, still not knowing whether they should take the bridge and actually rotate onto the military island or even go for a swim just to try and get across. So they were just shooting fish in their barrels.
And that's what I love about the addition of the passes underneath the bridge.
Oh,
It does allow for that meta of kind of staying on the mainland later on in the game. I still don't like it myself, but at the end of the day, when you're a team that's as aggressive, as strong as Influence CHEMIN are, you make it work.
Hey, definitely makes that bridge play just a lot more malleable. I love to see that there. You know, two teams I think we got to take a course to look at is a good one is Team QUESO and Alpha 7 here in this last match. You know, Alpha 7 had a great position, but they just could not hold on for just that longer. But still, I mean, they're on top of the leaderboard for a reason.
Yeah, QUESO, you could have... what could have been?
Well, we got to give a lot of credit to Team QUESO. They took out ATON. They took out, I think, a couple of the JAG players. And yeah, they took down Alpha 7. They were constantly proactive in terms of how consistent they were on the movement. They rotated early across that western bridge as well. And yeah, it seems like they really know how to play that military island play.
Yeah, I mean, that zone going in that to where exactly their position was, them being on top of the hill. They should have won that match in reality. They should have won it.
Yes.
You know, Sixless coming out of the water, one of his favorite things to do is to just run out in the open and hit those shots and absolutely ruin Sandstorm's prediction.
Can you just repeat what should have Team QUESO done?
They should have eliminated Sixless when he jumped out the water, or kept an eye out on the water, but that's a little bit hard to do.
They've won the game?
They should have won the game. They should have. But let's take a look here at the map weather. As you can see, this is the first circle that we had. We had a military island zone, and then this thing ping-ponged right on over to that bridge, made that rotation real tough.
Yeah, and this isn't the first time this has happened.
No.
Is it, like, am I wrong, or has the first Erangel of every day been something like this?
Almost.
Yeah. Like day 1, day 2, day 3. I'm not saying like a full military island circle, but it's at least starting off there. So I feel like the teams are suffering from the very beginning of the day, and there's just so much pressure that they're feeling at the start of the day here.
But then again, that should also mean that we would love to see a little bit more adaptation. I was happy with some of the early botations that we saw. I know ATON went down to Team QUESO, but they botated early just for fun a little bit later, but they still made it work. However, it's one thing kind of setting yourself up with a decent botate, but you've got to kind of move with the shifts and be aware of what's most likely around you.
Yeah, the hard part is, though, you know, when you have a position like that, you got to be able to finish. And you know what? I want you guys to finish this question that's in your chat right now. What is the durability of the level 3 helmet? A lot of you guys rocked that one, but how much durability does it have? You got to know those stats.
I don't know
those stats. And there's something else that you must know, as I can hear. What's that? What's that? That's right, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here for the PMPL. They're unleashing the beast. I hope you guys watching are as well. Man, it's so crazy that, you know, the teams that we highlighted, you know, put in our hot seat, 2 of them went down early.
Yeah.
How does that make y'all feel?
Sad a little bit. Look, they will be feeling worse, right? They will be feeling even more disappointed because it's one less game that they have to pick things up. but they've got to scrub it off, right? That can be the power of an IGL. That can be the power of team communication. Just wipe it off and come into the next game.
Well, let me ask you this, right? When it comes to predicting, you know, and you guys predicted this is your teams in your hot seat, the fact that they did worse, does that make you all right or wrong?
See, it just makes me feel pain. Because the team that I chose at the start was ATON, and then the team I predicted to win was TQ. So then QUESO eliminated ATON. They almost got the win, and then Sixless happened.
The double L.
Yeah, it's just like, that is the fattest L I'll get today.
You know, I'll say this though. Extreme Slayers did put some consistent points on the board.
Yeah.
Even though they went out, they still got 7 points.
They were only 3 players, by the way.
ATON had much better fundamentals of how they rotated into Military Island. Rise, even though they technically survived that rotation from the west, it seemed very higgledy-piggledy.
Higgledy?
I'm sorry, what now?
Higgledy.
Well, that's a first right there. Guys, what do you think about that? Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters for some Miramar action here in game number 2.
Higgledy, okay. Yeah, the first time I've ever heard that. And yeah, Sandstorm, 2 double Ls. And to what Hotchix was saying in regards to Stream Slayers, they did end up getting points. And those points ended up coming from eliminations, which we've been going with them saying, hey, if you're going to be getting some points, we need to see those eliminations. But now, Stream Slayers, please don't start slocking off on the also, you know, the other points that matter, the placement points too.
Yeah, you know, when in a balance of where the most points come from, it's kind of balanced. Most teams, they do get a lot of eliminations often, but still, if you're looking at the total points available, it's very, very balanced around the 50-50 point mark there. So in a total, like in a game where the total points are available, it's 50-50. If you're fragging out and you don't get that many placement points, obviously you're gonna get a lot from that, but in the long run, statistically, it should be very, very balanced. And for the top teams, it should be super, super balanced because they've obviously been able to both take the wins and take all the eliminations home as well here. But the big question is for me, obviously, is where do we really see the team stacking up, you know, really, really high? Once we had the day started, it was 76 placement points for Alpha 7 and 77 elimination points. Like, it's so, so close at the very top. But then again, it balances out a little bit later. 54-54 for VIVO Keat as well. So, again, 50-50 should be the case, but some teams are just super focused on either the eliminations or the placements. And that's where, you know, maybe you should shift your focus. If you're really successful in one, maybe you should start focusing on the other 2 while you're still trying to kind of succeed with the other 1-7.
100%. I agree with that. And I think, I mean, some of the teams that have been able to do it perfectly, it has to be INCO Gaming. I think they're currently 77 placement points, 70 elimination points for them. Like, if you want a nice placement to elimination point ratio, that's a great team to look at. But then you were mentioning too, right? Alpha 7, 77 placement points, and then 81 elimination points. We're able to see there, Revo having 25 eliminations out of those 81s. He might have seen what Coops was starting to do, and he's like, okay, you know what? Hold on there. We also want to win this America's Championship, but we want somebody from our team to get that MVP as well. Meanwhile, we're going to be looking at the playing path here. We have seen Knights being able to drop Picado. Nobody's been able to touch him. I think that's going to continue it, and wow.
Are you trolling me right now, Seven? This is insane. The circles we've had today so far, or this weekend so far, has been crazy. This one is the wildest circle I've seen. There's no teams that are, you know, inside and on their feet yet. They're like floating towards the circle at the moment. The vast majority is on the northeast, and this is where it's really interesting because a lot of space is going to be inside and that on that south and southwestern side. So that's really where I'm hoping to see the teams kind of rotate in and prioritize that a little bit. Now, on the other hand, Alpha 7, and just for fun, having fun in Cruz de Val, the question is who's going to come out on top here?
Yeah, Alpha 7 continuing on that bad streak of just not getting any of the first circles. I mentioned it earlier, I'll mention it again. Just go the complete opposite of where Alpha 7 is going, okay? That's where the circle is going to end up being. Just for fun, he's going to be keeping an eye here on Alpha 7. Revo, though, being able to get a knock, showcasing why he is currently in contention for that MVP. And you best believe, as soon as Alpha 7 got this knock right here, they're going to be trying to figure out, okay, can we actually push this? Can we maybe confirm that one knock into 4 elimination points? So just for fun, they better be watching out, and they're going to be fully aware of that. with what you were saying earlier, while we wait for this fight to continue on here, with the way that the circle's currently set up, I think if for some reason Nova Esports can just rotate to Valle del Mar, they're going to be very, very familiar with that Valle del Mar area, and they might be able to actually end up getting some great points here for themselves. Just, I hope they don't end up rotating too late or some other team ends up beating them into it. You can see Rebel right there trying to figure out if that player has been picked up. More than likely, he already knows, yes, he has been picked up. Is this fight worth it? Is this fight gonna... I mean, they're just currently so far out of this circle, and you mentioned it too. Nobody was inside this circle when they first popped up. I would hope that they just kind of decide to back off. But if you're Alpha 7 and you have the amount of points that you currently have, the nice lead that they currently have over everybody else, I mean, they might as well just entertain this fight, right?
Exactly, and that's really the question is, how are we going to see these early fights evolve where it's fight for just points? And this point, Alpha 7 is not fighting for territory, they're fighting for respect and honor. And that's not where you want a team you want to fight against at this point here, because they have gotten plenty of respect so far from everybody else, sitting pretty comfortable in that leaderboard currently. And obviously with that INCO game, it means that they're going to be even closer to that top 2, or to that first place in the top 2 right now. 11 points behind Alpha 7 is obviously a huge one here for them. And if they could close that one out, 7, that would be insane. Huge achievement for them after winning PMPL Brazil.
Yeah, definitely huge achievement for them doing that. And I mean, I'm currently looking at some stats here while we're waiting for this fight to start. You mentioned yesterday how the top team with Team QUESO, if they were to continue with that performance, right, they were going to be averaging about 68 points per day. Alpha 7 was able to step that up in a big, big way yesterday. And now they're currently averaging about 76.5 points per game. So the more Alpha 7 continues to perform like this, I feel like the closer we're going to be seeing that middle of the pack. And the closer is going to come down to tomorrow, actually, to the finale, the final day of this championships for Americas, of who is going to be making it to that PMGC, who's going to be taking those 3 spots. Because remember, Alpha 7's already qualified, so if they do end up in first place, then we're going to have to include 4th place and so on and so forth, depending on who else ends up making it there. INCO Gaming currently trying to work their way towards the circle, trying to figure out who is going to be near them and if they're going to be having to take a fight. And as I'm looking at the map here, Nova Esports, I'm actually really surprised. They're still in San Martin. They didn't decide to rotate earlier to Valle del Mar, but one of the teams that is doing that is INCO Gaming.
Exactly, Team QUESO on screen with a little bit of more loot here. They're chilling a little bit in Monte before they continue to go out here. This circle we were talking about, pretty good entry for them, but they need to get going here before all the priority spots are taken away. As you see in the top here, Alpha 7, 158, INCO, 147, and Influence CHEMIN, 21 points behind right now. The top is stacking up quite nicely. And INCO, they are rubbing their hands together at this point here, hoping to be able to secure that spot for PMGC. Nova trying to rotate in here on the northern side of this current circle, close to power grid. They're going to be going straight down that southern side and potentially be rolling into either VIVO Keed or Team QUESO, depending on what they do. Meanwhile, they do some back and front flipping with the cars. And that's, you know, a few points on our slides and leaderboards for style, but not on the leaderboard just yet here. Currently sitting in a really, really rough spot on 47 total points. 1 point behind Just For Fun. That has a win.
Yeah, it's just crazy, okay? These numbers are just absolutely nutty. If we go to second place, right? Second place has 100 more points than Nova does. We talked about it yesterday at the Orsino today. Is this it for Nova? They weren't really able to perform. I mean, at this point, I think Nova's just going to try to have to do something, switch things up, try to save some face at least, showcase what you guys are currently the second place team of American. As I'm saying that, they end up getting one of their teammates just knocked with that rotation. I feel like this is just continues on with the storyline of what's been going wrong for Nova. Every single time they try to do a rotation, they can't set themselves up right whatever map it might be, especially Sanhok, these rotations are just not working for them. They're going to end up getting just trapped and, in a way, easy points for some teams. And I also saw on the horizon there, on the elimination feed, just for fun, actually taking down Revo.
Oh.
And Mafioso. Execute, getting into that action, and I think Nova might be able to pick up their teammate here. Might be able to at least reset a tiny bit.
Really hope that for them here. They need to have a banger of a day to be able to get that in there. Just for fun, Alpha 7. And a weird fight here in Crystal Valsa is kind of evolving a little bit. Jason takes on Mythic with a vehicle. That's funny. Cardoson, meanwhile, finds Jaguar with a nice headshot there, one of the Jaguar players. And now the circle is closing. Influence CHEMIN on the northeastern side. And as you see, very spread out nicely around the center of the circle and a little bit on that northwestern side. INCO inside Valdemar, going for another strategy. Maybe they're hoping to see a Minas del Sur ending. That would be in Wild or Los Higos even. Let's see where the circle goes. Oh, okay. So where the massive majority of the teams already are here towards Chumacera area. And I really love this high ground, kind of rich, heavy area we see on the southern side there that has a little bit of darker tint on the map. And I hope we see an ending down there. It's kind of a refreshing area to have an ending, potentially.
Yeah, we really haven't seen anything close there unless it ends up going towards Los Leones. We are going to be getting a fight here between Jaguar and Loops Esports. Loops Esports does have Toiko currently knocked. Can they hold off Jaguars? Those shotguns are going to be coming in handy. Jaguar's getting those grenades ready as well. Seeing if he can maybe catch. CG got it. He is going to be able to catch him. Here we go. He's going to be prepping up another Dream Sea. Can he secure this?
Oh my God.
Ah, here comes the Nate. He's going to be able to spot him. Oh, a little bit over. He is going to be know exactly where he's at. He's going to be landing those shotguns. Oh, the shotgun shots actually hit. And he's going to be able to secure those 2 elimination points for his team. Meanwhile, the last player there for Loops Esports is going to be running as fast as possible. Jaguar definitely going to be happy about securing those extra elimination points against
Unfortunate for Cardoson. Looks like he's going straight towards one of the Rise members in this compound here. Mufasa is chilling. He's not going to be stopping though. Fortunately for him though. He's going to be continuing to go away from this here. Shots coming in on the backside of him. Yeah, crazy to see the Saiga and a little bit of action there for Jaguar. Good shots coming in the case for Drumsiski, where it's just like a push over the ridge. It's usually kind of rough, but he actually managed to do that with a nade and then follow up. Mufasa, some shots towards Jaguar too. Now all the teams are kind of scrambling a little bit to get some better compounds, a little bit more priority towards inside of the circle here. Fierce Gaming on a high ground down towards Cardoson, spots him and spots the smoke. The question is, are they going to try to go for it? I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Cardoson just getting super unlucky. No matter where he goes, he's just going to be running into players, and this is what we talk about coming into this type of circle with just a little bit of those late rotations. And right now, he is going to absolutely regret this push, as he's going to be just walking in and giving pretty much a free elimination point there to Furious Gaming. Furious Gaming is going to be really, really happy about that. Now we got Jaguars. We saw what they were able to do earlier against Loops Esports. Are they going to be trying to do it here against Influence CHEMIN? Influence CHEMIN, I think they realized somebody might have been there. It might have been too quiet. Maybe they saw the loot box there of their Patriots from Loops Esports. They're actually going to be coming back. They might be wanting to take this fight, which, I mean, I would be absolutely for it. I'm not going to say no. Please, go for it.
Let's get some of these.
They decide to back off, though.
Yeah. Let's get some of these early fights. I always love to see him once the team's starting to decide to see if it's worth it. Kiovsky tried to go scout, didn't see anything. He's not going to commit further to it. Jaguar is going to stick onto this high ground on that northeastern side. And let's see where this circle goes. Carrillo coming in on the northwestern side. Revo Mythic now sharing first and second place. And Coops tied for second with Mythic on most eliminations. Federal jumped Coops in highest damage now. That is crazy. What a game he had last game then. And that's a really hard southeastern shift there. That is going to be crazy with all the teams coming in from the western side. Look at how open the middle and the east and south is. It is crazy open just for the taking.
I mean, you can currently see there towards the southwest. A lot of those teams are going to be driving into each other. There's going to be some mayhem happening there. Team QUESO. I'm also seeing INCO Gaming, Furious Gaming. On top of that, VIVO Kid is going to be able to follow up once they do end up rotating. Extreme Slayers, Nova, everybody just making that rotation from the west. Meanwhile, you see Knights just waiting it out there. I know a lot of madness is going to be happening there. And I know that Desk is going to be happy because ATON Esports and Rise are going to be being blessed by that circle, being two of the only first teams there within that circle. You can see Furious Gaming trying to hit some shots here on INCO Gaming. They're not going to be able to. They're going to be able to just get a little bit over that ledge. Oh, nice shots there for Nan. Great shots with what he was able to work with. Influence CHEMIN Federal. We're talking about him earlier. Now this fight is actually going to continue on. They were really exciting to the fight here between Jaguars and themselves. They're going to be going forward. They're currently up 2 players, and guess what? Now they're going to be having Jaguar just running backwards, being in defense, and Influence CHEMIN is going to be looking to get this extra points. They are currently getting third party by somebody else. I can't see who it is. There you go. ATON Esports wanting to get into the action of this. I think this is what we wanted to see out of ATON.
Oh.
Be careful though, because it is Influence CHEMIN. Kayovsky being able to get the off angle right there. On Choco being able to knock him down too. So many third parties happening with the crazy rotations that we were seeing earlier.
Yeah, this fight for the north here is super crucial for these teams. Feral going for the flush. He actually gets taken down by Nitsu, I believe. Saninja as well founds him. Now Nitsu is going to try to go for the confirm on that one. Fortunate there for Influence CHEMIN losing Federal. Saninja is going to be moving in earlier here. And now Law and the boys are left to just being 3 alive. Down to 15 teams, having lost loops earlier. Looks like we're going to be losing a few more just in a second here once we see these teams trying to get into the circle.
They are going to be getting into the circle. Infinity, I'm seeing them coming from the north. You can see Jaguar, one of the only 2 players. I think they want to get a little bit closer here to Influence CHEMIN, since they saw maybe one of the players actually go down. They might see an opportunity here to get back into the action, avenge their fallen brothers earlier in the fight that they had. And I think DreamSea might just be able to do that. I don't think Influence CHEMIN is aware that the Jaguars player is this up close to them. They're so distracted by ATON Esports. Meanwhile, on that elimination feed, you see Knights being able to take out some of the Just For Fun players. Take them out as I think they're almost eliminated. That fight that they had earlier with Alpha 7, I mean, they ended up knocking some of their players. They ended up getting some of those eliminations, but ultimately, I think Infinity got some of their players as well. Here we go, Influence CHEMIN. Little boy. Jaguar is going to be able to spot Kayovsky. Kayovsky making him back off, saying, no, you ain't got that kind of aim. I got that kind of aim, and Kayovsky is going to be aware of that. They're going to be fully sending it here to him. Jaguar players currently in a tough spot. He's going to be going down, and I think it's going to be coming down now just to 1 Jaguar player across the street. And if I'm him, just hold off. Just try to get any other points that you can. Now we're looking at Execute. Sixless is currently down. Fate is currently down. It's going to be Ab to Telly and Jason going up against Yellow from VIVO Kid. And one of the players there getting an off angle for VIVO Kid.
Trying to heal a little bit. Ooh, it's taking though. Adrian low. Now can they get this fight handled with Execute? It's trying to move around this corner here. VIVO Kid and Cielo. Adrian got knocked now at this point, so Cielo is left alone for this fight here. Jason spotted. Shots coming out. Good shots. Knock as well from him. He's going to try to go for the confirm there for that case. He has an idea that Telly is going to be over in that smoke. He's going to go for the nade. That's going to be a banger. Doesn't connect. Telly. First aids. Let's see if he can get this nade in here. I think he had one more. Now he's going to be moving out here towards Cielo. Cielo hears this. He's not moving silently. Cielo with a push UMP. He finds him as well and finds 2 of the Execute members down in 14th, and he goes down to the play zone himself. Valiant effort though for VIVO Kid to get 4 eliminations.
100%. Any points that they can collect there, they're definitely going to be happy about. And for Execute too, they were able to at least collect 3 points for their name too. Nova, This is what I've been wanting to see out of Nova. Now they're starting to get into territory that they're usually familiar with, at least when they do end up playing in PMPL North America. They do have all the 4 players alive. I'm loving what I'm seeing here. Hopefully they're going to be able to convert this into somehow. Now, Team QUESO getting super unlucky there. Their car getting blown up. Kindness is going to be getting knocked. Ayala going to be able to secure that elimination right there for his team after 2 of his teammates got knocked down.
They're going to go for the rest, maybe?
I don't think they're gonna have enough time to
maybe not the zone, yeah.
Yeah, I think they're sacrificing them. They're running away from it.
Oh,
meanwhile, Nova this is what I'm saying. Nova just keeps getting caught on this rotations. They end up going straight up to where Stream Slayers are at. And then on top of that, you have a player, Valik, from Just For Fun, raining down some shots here on the last player from Nova. And Nova, what it looked like, it could possibly be a good game. It comes down to just the rotations. They just keep getting caught one way or another. They're not being able to get to the places they want to get. And it continues a sad performance here for Nova so far. Influence CHEMIN there, losing some players to Rise Esports. And Rise Esports getting some players knocked down too. They're trading back and forth. Kayovsky trying to see if he can maybe connect. What a beautiful grenade there from Kayovsky, eliminating Rise Esports. And now, Influence CHEMIN with 6 eliminations. 3 out of those eliminations going for Kayovsky. Great performance here out of him so far.
Oh my god, this is going to be crazy. Let's see this next circle, though. It's going to go center. It's a donut almost. Now the teams have to scramble to get these compounds locked down in the middle. Furious Gaming going for it. Infinity going for it. INCO looking pretty good too. A lot of teams, they're forced to fight on this northern side here. Extreme Slayers in a kind of a rough spot in this case here on that northwestern side, forced to fight with Influence CHEMIN, Knights, and later on Furious Gaming and ATON.
INCO Gaming gonna be able to secure. What are they gonna be trying to do here? Let's end up seeing they are gonna be able to secure at least this buildings. Furious Gaming as well, very close by. Furious Gaming is going to be having more cover to work with, but they need to be careful too. A lot of those teams might end up crashing on them at some point. Actually, most of the teams are currently towards the north. As I'm currently looking at it here. Knights, we haven't really heard much about Knights, and that's because only 1 player is still alive, and that's going to be Coops. And we mentioned it earlier too, Team QUESO didn't have enough time there to revive the players that ended up getting knocked from the car blowing up. But Ayala and Papi Potro are going to be trying to do their best here with what they've been able to do. And I love that Ayala just took a shot there with the shotgun, letting them know, hey, don't come close to us. You don't want to see that. Meanwhile, Coops, I was talking about the only player alive for Pittsburgh Knights, and he's able to eliminate Influence CHEMIN, or at least the last player there from Influence CHEMIN. Great to see him being able to at least collect some extra points for his team. Milovan.
He's got the moves.
Trying to do the best Macarena as possible as he was getting shot there, trying not to get hit. He might be able to spot somebody here from Team QUESO. He is going to be able to. Is he going to take those shots? Oh, he decides to wait it out.
Yeah, which basically they're 4 alive here. They want to take this fight as late as possible. Well, with Team QUESO not losing any members of that Team QUESO, 2 alive, 2 eliminations at this point here, 7. Now ATON, a little bit of a pickle as well on that northern side. They have to deploy some smokes, try to get into this dip here. They're forced to move a little bit as well later. The Extreme Slayers coming in on the west side, and now Infinity have their eyes and ears in their direction.
ATON Esports. 3 players alive out of them. Currently 2 eliminations. Furious Gaming, they were able to spot him earlier. Ayala trying to see if he can do anything with that DBS. It's too many people for him to be able to take care of business. Meanwhile, on that elimination feed, you see Coops also getting some knocks, trying to get some extra points for his team, but Extreme Layers, it might have been too much for him as Pittsburgh Knights is eliminated. That last player, Coops, getting eliminated, at least causing some extra damage. And we do have a new circle. And at the moment, I mean, barely Furious Gaming, the only team that's inside this circle. Crazy rotations that we have seen so far today as well. Extreme Slayers, we were talking about them. We will see more out of them. We might end up seeing more out of them. Meanwhile, ATON Esports, they're going to be letting some grenades rain in. If they're going to let it go, might as well be now. Texa. Oh, what a nade there from Infinity. They took a little bit too long in regards to ATON Esports. Infinity being able to capitalize on that and getting those grenade eliminations. Great play there by Infinity.
Yeah, they have to move now, though. Circle did go south. INCO is in there. Furious Gaming is in there. And we have some big teams here alive. As you see, Infinity Extreme Slayers with a full 4-man alive too. INCO trying to move and repositioning a little bit here. Shwasada taking some shots. They are inside the circle here. They are looking to be in a position where they're not going to be shot too much by Furious Gaming. Furious Gaming looking good too. Extreme Slayers, though, they're going to be pushing towards INCO. What is INCO going to be doing about that? Infinity's going to be helping out a little bit in the direction of Extreme Slayers. There's some points available over there. Milovan with a crazy angle onto the INCO players. They're going to have to deploy some smokes. Otherwise, he's going to pick them apart.
Definitely gonna be able to pick him apart, and that's exactly what he's currently doing. He's trying to see if he can maybe get any headshots, just a little bit more. He might be able to do more damage, but you can see V2K from INCO Gaming trying to get an angle. Milovan needs to be careful. I think he was able to spot that rotation there from B2K, and looks that way just to let him know, hey, I am keeping an eye on you. He is gonna be able to spot him, so that's why he's gonna continue to just lay down and see what B2K is gonna be doing. Here comes the push from B2K. Is he gonna be able to get any closer to them? He decides to back off. Fernando getting knocked. INCO Gaming could make it out of this. Extreme Slayers very close to them. Infinity might be able to get an angle on them too. Furious Gaming, what could have seemed like a very good spot for them is starting to become very bad. They might be able to pick up Fernand there. B2K a lot closer now to those extra players from Furious Gaming.
Extreme Slayers down to 2 now. Infinity still on 3. INCO managed to get all members up to their full 4-man roster again. Apparently, utilities being used towards Furious Gaming at this point. Now 6 nades in the hands of Brian. Can he make something happen here towards INCO? More nades coming in from the sides as well. Good nades towards Yayuya and Brian. Yayuya did find one, though. That is Baker down. And now they're forced to try to nade towards them. Ooh, shots are coming in. That's a great nade there. Squashada finds both members from Extreme Slayers, and they're taken down in 4th place with only 2 eliminations. Now Milovan continues to ramble down some of these shots and bullets towards them. This is really causing a nuisance for them.
They really are. Meanwhile, INCO Gaming being able to just keep their composure. We've seen Milovan from Furious Gaming just continuing to make it as hard as possible as he can for that rotation. They're having to fight Infinity. They're having to fight Furious Gaming. Furious Gaming, Trigger getting super lucky there that nade didn't end up hitting him. What's going to be working right now for Furious Gaming is that they do have 4 players. They're the only team with 4 players, but they don't have the circle. Now the circle is going to be going towards INCO Gaming. So that's going to be benefiting them. As I said, that V2K is going to end up getting knocked there by the grenade. And Milovan continues to hold this angle. It's been working out for him. Fernand, he's going to be able to spot some players here from Infinity. Can he cause any damage? And now INCO Gaming find themselves in even more trouble as everybody's currently looking at them from Infinity, also from Furious Gaming. Fernand being able to spot some of the Infinity players there, not being able to really cause that much damage, but at least trying to make that rotation a little bit harder. Milovan is going to be making that push, finally rotating out of the top of that roof, getting some angles here, and that's exactly what he's going to be doing. I'm loving the play that I'm seeing here out of Milovan, getting those angles for his team and allowing them to push up, even getting some damage too, being able to knock some players there from Infinity. Furious Gaming looking very strong right now.
Great spot here. Infinity and INCO both down to 1 member. The rest are not looking likely at this point here. Maybe INCO's could be happening. We'll see. We'll follow that closely now. Good utility there onto Lux, down to just 1 HP. Will he be spotted? Oh, he's going to be able to heal up with the bandages at this point here. Shot spinning coming out. Now Furious Gaming in a 4 versus 2 versus INCO. 10 eliminations for them, 5 for INCO. Shots coming on to Gorsada, and that is actually a fantastic push for Furious Gaming. And they're going to close out the chicken dinner with that amazing push there, 7. What a game for them. Super well executed here by Furious Gaming.
What a game indeed. I mean, the angles that we saw out of Milovan right there, I felt like that was just such a great performance, such a great gameplay out of him, being able to hold everybody off, right, when they were the center of the circle in a way. And then when they did have to push out, when they did have to go towards the circle, he was able to be massive for his team, not allowing those INCO Gaming players to get up, to even try to figure out what was going on, keeping that pressure going. worked out wonders, and I know Sandstorm is going to be very, very happy about that. I better see Sandstorm dancing, okay, because he got a prediction right. I can't wait to see what they got to say after this break.
Realme 9, 108 megapixels. Capture the spark.
Ó, a equipe da Alpha 7, em termos individuais, tem players muito bons. Todos ali são bons jogadores, Mitch, Carrilho, você, Mafioso, Swaguin, todo mundo funciona bem. Mas como você descreveria o ponto forte da equipe? O que você acha que é o ponto-chave da 7?
Acho que o ponto-chave não é nem dentro da partida, e sim fora, que é a nossa harmonia, nossa amizade. Isso fortalece muito a gente dentro dos campeonatos. Então acho que é isso, nosso ponto forte.
Cara, e falando dos fãs, da organização também, como que vocês recebem esse suporte? Como que vocês têm esse stand-by aí de suporte de fãs e organização?
Acho que dos fãs a gente recebe um gás a mais. Todo o suporte que eles dão, o apoio que eles dão em todas as lives, todos os campeonatos, isso dá um gás pra gente. E o suporte por trás, o Steph, a Dona Nice, a Ianca, todo mundo que tá por trás, é muito importante pra gente e isso ajuda muito a gente a melhorar.
Falando em fãs, quer terminar mandando um recado para essa torcida da Alpha 7 que tá esperando aí uma PMPL Americas?
Claro, a gente vai, para todos os fãs que acompanham a gente vai dar nosso melhor e buscar esse título não só para vocês, mas como pro Brasil. E é isso, a gente vai dar nosso melhor e igual a 7 nas Américas e igual a 7 na PMGC.
Boa, é isso aí.
And we're back, and Furious Gaming get the dub for match number 2. And Sandstorm gets another one right on the prediction game.
Easy peasy, baby. Easy peasy.
Okay, bro, chill. Your head won't be able to fit on the camera.
Actually, you know what? Fine. You wanted this. Listen, I got this for you right here. It's a nice little present.
Yeah.
Oh no, dude. 3-3 and oh, what you can't ask for much more right there. But let's take a look at the match ranking. Furious Gaming obviously getting that dub. INCO Gaming getting second place. Hey, once again, Extreme Slayers putting some solid points on the board.
Yeah, it was all about that reaction from Trigger on when Phase 4 shifted. He was kind of already on the move before the circle shifted. He got onto that perfect high ground compound, and the team had a great setup from there, and also positive, they weren't contested.
Yeah, and the thing is, towards the very end as well, you had Extreme Slayers helping them out by pressuring the side of INCO Gaming. I believe if they weren't there, if Extreme Slayers didn't help out Furious indirectly, obviously, I think INCO might have been able to change it up, and they might have been the ones to get the dub at the end.
Vito was doing such a good job for INCO. He was that kind of forward line player. He got one knock into Furious Gaming, but the second he got knocked, that power was so much more eliminated from INCO's side.
That's it. That's all it takes. You know, just one. We saw it just in game number 1, right? Just one little third party, and your whole team falls apart. And that's what it is at this stage. You have to literally be so hyper-focused because one little split decision could mean either Oblivion or the big old dub. And man, I mean, it's crazy to see here just how top-heavy we've seen this whole ladder when it comes to Brazil. But, you know, Latin America stepping up here and there. I still think that NA needs to wake up, and they need to wake up right now.
Extreme Slayers are trying to do that. We gotta give them props, right? However, looking at this head-to-head between INCO and Furious Gaming, Furious Gaming, up until this game, their highest result was 12 points. They had like a couple of 11s and a 12, and this kind of result, this kind of damage is what we want to see from the PMGC team.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, this is a team that already has a PMGC ticket. It's like, yeah, sure, there's not a lot of pressure on you in this tournament so far, but that doesn't mean that you don't perform whatsoever, because for the entirety of this tournament so far, they've been on the second page of the overall ranking.
Take a look here at the match report here. Most eliminations goes to Fernand's. A good couple players here from Furious Gaming, but Infinity, you know, Zohank X putting up some good numbers as well. Those nades, dude.
Listen, before we even get to those nades, these guys were fighting out in the blue in Zone 1, in Zone 2, against Alpha 7. They lost 3 members, and then you had, I believe, Carrillo was the last member surviving. Went all the way to El Pozo, just because he does not want to be any part of that fighting whatsoever, just for fun as well. They were also stuck outside in the blue zone for 10+ minutes in the blue. That's a lot.
That is insane.
Like, I do want to highlight as well with these circle shifts, it was great to see a circle ending on this area, on that area of the map, because it's not something we normally have seen in the Miramar games, and it really allows the teams to kind of show their expertise, which I think led to Furious Gaming getting that confident win.
Hey, speaking of Furious Gaming, let's take a quick little comparison here between a couple players. That's going to be Fernand and Milovan. Look at that difference right there. Pretty close. I mean, this is why this team works so well. They work so well as a team.
Yeah, you're talking about the 2 best players throughout this game. Massive numbers that they are putting out at the beginning of day 3 here. But I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to allow them to be in a position to contest something in the top spot. Definitely not worthy of a top 3, top 4 finish by the end of this tournament, unless they continue to surprise us with a performance like this. Because as you mentioned, the most they got was 12 points in 1 game.
At the end of the day, I look at it as this. Again, they're already qualified for the PMGC, so it's about them showing
Hold that thought. Alpha 7 has now been passed on the leaderboards. You know what? INCO, they jumped up all the way to the top. What happened to that lead?
Listen, I gotta say, by the way, INCO and Alpha 7, you're talking about the teams that ended up in 1st and 2nd in the latest PMPL for Brazil by a difference of 1 point. But that was 1 day, 6 games. This time around, it's not the same challenge. And honestly, I'm surprised that INCO is still performing consistently over the course of the tournament.
Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. I'm looking at the second half of the leaderboard, just seeing Nova there at the bottom too. It just hurts so bad. It just hurts so bad. But hey,
bro,
you know what? I
just close your eyes.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. But you know, hey, it's so crazy to see that we saw Alpha 7 have such a thick lead at the start of the day, and INCO come and jumping them just like that. That's all it takes. You know, a good couple matches at this stage, and you could definitely make that jump. And for a lot of these teams, they have to make that jump now.
They do, and even though the highlight has been on kind of INCO jumping up on the top as you look at the prediction results, 3-3-0. Look, it's not. It doesn't look good. I'll be honest.
Listen. You know what? I honestly, I thought you were joking before when you said that it was because you're sitting in the same chair as Max, man. But now, I'm a believer, 100%. I don't know what he did, but apparently when it comes to his predictions, he is hitting them. So I think he, like 100%, he passed it on to him. Max, man, look at me. This is your fault. This is what you did to your comrade. Look at this.
At this stage, I'd be happy to get 1 point just to get ahead of Jason Kaplan.
Hey, you know what?
You know, that's our take. I'm that desperate.
Or Jason. Hey, sometimes you just have to punch down. Have to punch down. Well, in real life, you'd be punching up, but you know.
Well, the way I look at it is I'm on 0. The only way is up. I've got nothing to lose.
Okay.
I was close that game, right? You know, you picked Furious. I picked INCO. They were both valiant picks, and it came down to the end. And
I mean, I was close as well last game. Unfortunately, the third. I mean, I like the fact that third party completely destroyed me last time, and this time it actually helped me out. So, not so sad anymore.
It's like one of those, like, hey, I could have had it. I was almost there. Almost there. But you know what isn't almost there? They're there all the time. It's Monster Energy, baby. Our official energy drink partner here for the PMPL. This prediction game has been getting pretty intense here so far. Now, you think about it. We have 4 more matches left today. 6 matches tomorrow. That's 10 left to go. So you have to get a third of them right while we get them wrong in order to stand a chance. How does that make you feel, Imperium?
Look, you know, I've always been come out from the bottom, you know, last chance saloon. Always believe.
Always believe. Always believe. Well, you know what? If you guys believe, definitely go ahead and show some love on the socials all over the place. Make sure you go ahead and follow that Twitter. Make sure you're using that hashtag PMPL Americas as well, because this map here, these zones here, have been absolutely insane in this tournament.
That phase 1 that kind of tickled a little bit Los Hicos, so I was like, but then phase 2 shifted away, and then phase 3 as well kind of ended up going towards that northeast, and then that phase 4 shit, that was turning point for Furious Gaming.
Yeah, and you say, like, I believe they managed to get into the compound in the next zone.
Yeah.
They managed to get themselves in a really, in a very good location. And then the zone after that, you'll see that one of their players, I believe Trigger, he was the one that actually, Trigger managed to scout out the compound. You can already see he's already on the move. And the second the zone shifts, you instantly see, guys, we have to move. We have to get there. And the second they took control of that compound, it was all over.
And even later on in the game, you might see with the, no, not quite on, I think as a later point on this circle, Trigger was on that very northern side. You can see it there. So he was covering that northern edge so they weren't pushed from the north. It was really great awareness on Furious.
Yeah, very good.
Absolutely well executed. And you know what? There ain't nothing worse than a southern Miramar zone. Just trying to drive through it, all those hills and valleys. I guarantee you, all these teams, every time they see a southern Miramar zone, they're just like,
listen, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with the maps today, with the maps at the beginning of every day. It's just so bad for the players. It's entertaining as hell for us, but it's so bad for the players. Like I kind of feel for them a little bit.
Well, you know, we got a good old Erangel match coming up next, so I'm going to ask you guys, you know, when it comes to Erangel, right, do you have any thoughts going into this next one? Are we going to see any kind of hot drops at this point?
No real hot drops, but just to highlight coming into today's set of games, the highest performing team on Erangel has been Alpha 7. They've got an average of over 15 points per game, so they're definitely going to be a shoo-in. Once it's not a military island finish, I might want to add with that, but then kind of follow closely behind. You do have the likes of INCO, who are on 11.2 points per game, so it's kind of like the battle at the top is a battle for the two teams who are best in Erangel.
Yeah, exactly.
15 points per game on Erangel. Are you kidding me? That's literally a chicken dinner.
This is what Brazil does. It's just destroy everyone, apparently.
All right, well, hey, you know what? Who is going to get destroyed in this next match? That's the question I got for you casters. Where are your predictions at, huh?
My prediction is that Alpha 7 has just been cursed by Imperium being able to give out some of the stats. And you know what? If we actually did that prediction game and we added YouTube chat on it, YouTube chat would have actually ended up with getting more predictions right. Shout out to Bankai iOS on YouTube being able to actually guess that Furious Gaming was going to win that game. Now, in regards to this next game, I'm not picking Alpha 7. Which team are you picking?
You know, any team that Imperium is not picking here, that's the one for me. No, the big one for me is that my prediction is that now I think Imperium will continue to go for INCO, Alpha 7, INCO, Alpha 7, INCO, Alpha 7 until he gets one of them right. And then it's just like our two teams that are like clearly dominating. They've won 5 games in total in between those two, right? So they're going to have to win more. So he's going to go, no, INCO, Alpha 7, INCO, Alpha 7, and just go back and forth. He's not going to look at the map. He's just going to be like, okay, last time I picked Alpha 7, next time it's INCO, and then back again. You know, and that's it. That's what I'm thinking.
I think that's exactly what's going to be happening, okay? And I think he's still going to end up with 0 points after calling out Jason Kaplan.
Yeah, that is.
Really? I mean, he's the host. He's not the enemy.
No, and also, you know, Jukes is saying he wants to be punching down. It's like, that is not the case right now, because right now they're both in 0, and Jason Kaplan is 8 feet tall. So 8 foot tall, so like he's gonna always be punching upwards towards Jason Kaplan, so that's just not happening. But yeah, Jason obviously also well currently 0 predictions correct after 18 games. That's a rough one. Let's hope that Imperium doesn't end up. So our desk is gonna be performing better in total than the EU desk, of course. Here. We're on to the game though.
Let's hope.
We're in Erangel, and we're going to be going from the west side towards the east. VIVO keyed there in South George, Alpha 7, North George, and we could hope to see
Circle's going to be going south, right? Alpha 7 went George.
Circle's going to be the opposite side that Imperium is predicting it to be.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes now. Knights doing the Pachinki drop. Surprise. Tomorrow, okay? Tomorrow somebody has to hot drop him. I'll be surprised if nobody decides to hot drop him. Stream Slayers going with the split landing there. And wow, okay. Alpha 7 actually having at least 2 players within the first circle. That is a surprise. Who knows? Imperium, you might be onto something here. You might actually want to pick Alpha 7. But for Hot Jukes and for Sandstorm, if he's gonna be picking Alpha 7 or INCO Gaming, make sure he picks it right off the start. Don't give him any extra advantages, all right? Like Sonia, our awesome producer, was saying, we need to work together as a team here to keep him at 0 points.
Yeah, but I'm actually hoping to see some crazy games, because it's been crazy so far. 3 points in between INCO and Alpha, and INCO is in first place right now. It's been wild, and their placement points have been through the roof. 8 less elimination points though than Alpha 7, and that's why it's just so damn close right now. Pochinki, Looter, Heroes right now here for Pittsburgh Knights, currently in 9th place. Kinda close still. We have Knights on 9th, Extreme Slayers on 8th with 108, Furies on 7th on 108. It's just so damn close in our mid and top pack right now. With just one good game, you can jump into things easily. INCO going quite quickly here, sending it as fast as possible as they can get their loot into Novo. And then we're going to be seeing some... I love this skin. This is just great in it.
It is. I mean, if you want to be spotted, this is definitely the skin to have on your boat. But going to INCO Gaming, I mean, they have taken advantage of Alpha 7 not starting off so hot here today. I mean, the first game that we played today, Alpha 7 ended up with a total of 5 points. INCO Gaming ended up with a total of 29 points, so you can see why that gap started closing down. And then on this last game, I mean, Alpha 7 was eliminated kind of earlier on that Miramar, only ended up with just 3 points total. Meanwhile, INCO Gaming 17 points. So, I mean, if teams can take advantage of Alpha 7 just not being able to perform within this certain matches, that gap is definitely going to be closing down more and more and more. And I'm going to be looking at what some of the other teams are currently doing here. You can see Jaguar just taking their sweet time to loot, execute. I mean, this is a team that I actually want to see more in it, and I want to take a second to just talk about North America a little bit more. I mean, North America, we got to do something here, baby. We only got 1 chicken dinner. I believe now Latin America has 3, and Brazil, I have lost count because they have just been dominating so much. So at some point here, every single time we hear North America's the best region in Americas, it's not looking like it at the moment, boys. Please show us why some of the YouTube viewers actually say that, because right now it's not looking good. I've seen Influence CHEMIN also looking around, trying to loot. And Infinity continuing with that north. I actually enjoy the crazy landing spot of Infinity, okay? They know they're never going to be challenged. They end up in Kameshki. They end up by Stalber. Sometimes they even go all the way to Severny. And it allows it just so much freedom to rotate from the north, especially on this type of circles. Now, hopefully, with Alpha 7 being where they're currently at, they don't end up running into them. Or maybe they do want to run into them and see if they can win that fight against them.
Yeah, they don't really prioritize getting into the first circle at all, and that really suits their looting pattern and style there, so that's completely fine for them here. I'll actually give you the opportunity to talk a little bit more about North America and everything, because right now you don't get to talk about a lot about them in game. So I'll give you the next 5 minutes or so if you want to. Now, I'm just joking. Unfortunately,
I'll take it. You know what, Avenger, I'll take it.
All right, be right back. 5 minutes.
Esports. yeah. You come back in 5 minutes. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to 7WG's podcast of just bashing North America on why they are not performing well. Nova Esports decides to, instead of shoot at players, they're going to be shooting at the windows. And I'm just being too toxic right there. But with Nova, I mean, with Knights, what's crazy for me is that Knights has players that are performing well with Coops. I mean, a player that's in contention for MVP, yet somehow they're not able to be within at least the top 5. Right now, they have actually lost down a spot. They're currently in 9th. Actually, have lost a couple spots. They're currently in 9th place with 107 points. Luckily for them, I mean, it's very close with the other teams that are above them. And then when we go to Nova, I feel like that has to be the biggest disappointment so far for this Americas Championship. Nobody would have expected this out of Nova. I think a lot of people were actually expecting Nova to perform even better than Knights. And right now, Nova is looking the way that it's pretty much looking like a tier 2 team. And it's crazy for me to say that because they were having such great performances. We're just not seeing the aggressiveness out of there. I mentioned it earlier. I'm going to mention it again, too. I'm going to be like a broken record here. their rotations are just not working out. I'm not sure what might be going on with this team. I'm pretty sure they watched a lot of VODs. I'm pretty sure they took their sweet time to figure out how some of these other teams from different regions were going to be playing. But right now, it's just not working for them. They either need to rotate earlier or they need to rotate later, or just try to take more fights. Try to get any points that they can, because when you're sitting at 49 points, dead last place, way past the halfway point mark of this tournament, it's not a good look. It's not a good look at all.
No, exactly. And here, Alpha 7 on screen, 3 wins so far. Kind of wild that they've had this performance in just 14 games. And as we're talking about INCO, 2 wins, so 5 out of 14 for INCO and Alpha 7. That kind of dominance is hard to come by, and it's crazy. It is Brazil representing so hard yet again here at America's Fall Championship. The last championship we had the pleasure of covering, a lot of dominance was had as well from Brazil, but now I feel like Alpha 7 is even stronger. INCO has leveled their game up so hard throughout this year here at 7. I've been pleasantly happy to see, and pleasantly surprised as well to see how well they've been able to perform. Obviously, there's only a best of 6 in the Brazil PMPL final, but still they managed to dominate it with just 1 point ahead, as we were talking about just earlier. Still crazy games to be had here, and we're just about halfway through the day once this game is done here. And let's see if Alpha 7 INCO continues to have this dominance here. It's kind of a good circle in terms of majority of the teams. They can get into some pleasant spots here, and unless we see some of these wild shifts we've had before, then we could end up having quite a calm game throughout this. If this next one goes center, the vast majority of the teams, they're already hunkered up towards that center spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's the storyline that we've been seeing over and over again. I feel like here in America's Championship, just these teams keep going towards the center, keep trying to secure that. And then all of a sudden, the circle is just going to be like, psych, we're not going to be going to the center. Let's go somewhere completely different where there's not even a team. But hey, on this one, they, in a way, kind of get blessed. But it's still a toxic circle because it has some water. It does have that, a little bit of military base too. And it's going to make it even crazier, even more packed here for all those teams that are going to be trying to make their way in. You can see Alpha 7 finally rotating there out of George. They might end up getting into a fight with Jaguars. They were looking to see if they were going to be getting into a fight there with Just for Fun. And going with Alpha 7 with this bad 2 performances that we saw at the start of the day for today, I feel like we might start seeing them play a little bit more serious, right? Them knowing that the lead has been lost. We heard Revo say how much this championship means to them, how much they want to continue to be winning, regardless of if they already have that spot in PMGC. So I think they're going to be less likely to take certain fights, like the fight that we saw them take earlier in Miramar in the last match. That's a fight that, for a team like Alpha 7, as aggressive as they are, they usually don't really tend to take that, and I feel like we might start seeing a little bit more of a serious Alpha 7 here. We do have INCO Gaming crossing the bridge, and meanwhile, Furious Gaming getting some shots there on VIVO Key. And while they're at it too, I think I saw one player, Furious Gaming, there being very, very close to VIVO Key. VIVO Key, Diego trying to get away, and look at this, Milovan gonna be able to spot somebody.
Ooh, Cielo.
He was trying to figure out if he was actually trying to go for that confirmed too. Stream Slayers getting into some action too. Brian, a team that we've been talking about, they've been a little bit too passive in regards to eliminations, trying to get into the action. Brian trying to see if he can maybe somehow confirm that elimination. A lot of teams, this is what we're talking about. It's just so packed within the middle, and this circle is going to make it even more packed. All these fights are going to start ensuing. We're going to start seeing a lot of third party.
All right. Let's see what Furious Gaming is going to be able to do. Oh, Rise here in a fight with Just for Fun. Utilities being deployed here from afar, so he's going to be able to get maybe a nade in there. No, it bounced out. Took a little bit of damage. He's now on 55 or so HP. Nade pushed out, didn't really connect any bullets. Now he's going to do so and take Mufasa down. Really well executed by them. Managed to defend this mansion building here, and the rest of Rise there on a distance for that. That is just super unfortunate. Ooh, Rafinha takes some bullets here. Influence CHEMIN on the high ground, kind of holding some cover above the Just for Fun mansion in this case here. The circle It's obviously still has some little bit of military in play here. What do you think? Maybe we could go down to the military, Seven. What do you think?
Oh, Avenger, is that you coming to the dark side with me? Are you wanting to see those toxic circles?
I love toxic circles.
I'll be happy for it, okay? We've been saying it. The players hate it. We personally love to see a little bit of mayhem. Well, at least I do.
Yeah, you know, some of these hard circles here, especially this one here, it has the potential to really be a rough one, right? So that is really some of the interesting ones. But yeah, definitely hoping for, you know, maybe a Western shift. The field endings usually around the middle where Team QUESO is and the compound we have in the center there. That's usually some of the really rough ones. So I'm really hoping to see maybe, you know, Quarry and the Cat Hill on the west side, or maybe down towards Therapy on the south, or all the way northeast towards Pochinki. That would be nice. Let's see where we end up going here. 7. Are we going to see... Pop. Oh,
yes.
A little bit. Yes. Yeah, so we actually have a lot of water in play at this point here. Rough circle for a lot of teams.
Definitely going to be rough, and I think it might end up actually... It's probably going to end up in the main island and also towards where that West Bridge is at. We're going to be seeing a lot of fights go there. And we're talking about these toxic circles. I personally enjoy them because it just gives so much pressure to some of these players. As we see Xenox getting knocked down here from Extreme Slayer. Extreme Slayers being a lot more aggressive here. This is what we've been wanting to see out of this team. Koops is going to be trying to hold him back. He's going to be cooking some nades. He's going to be able to knock anybody down. You're going to be able to spot him. Koops is going to go down tier. Great push by Extreme Slayers. Now trying to find that last player from Knights. They're currently not able to spot him. Spec trying to run away as fast as he can, trying to see if somehow he can end up surviving this. And the thing that I was going to say about this crazy and just rough circles is that pressure and rough terrains ends up making diamonds, and I absolutely love when players are put in dislocations, because when they do end up going to PMGC, they're pretty much going to end up seeing anything. They're going to be ready for whatever PMGC wants to throw at them, even Paraboy. So continue with those crazy circles. Stop making it easy for them. Why not? We saw what Alpha 7 was able to do after having a bunch of crazy circles. They ended up in first place. They were able to maintain the composure, overcome whatever the game threw at them. And I think it's just a little bit extra experience to give to these players, especially at this point.
Are we talking 2019 Paraboy, or what are we talking here?
Oh, no. We're talking now, Paraboy. He's still nasty. He's still nasty.
Okay. Yeah, I'm down with that. That's fine. Yeah, he's definitely crazy. Probably one of the best players, if not the best player, to have ever touched this game.
100%.
And obviously here, we're looking to see if we can find some teams that's going to be able to contest for a PMGC title. Alpha 7 looking poised to do so quite well. INCO also in there. Really happy to see the performances we're talking about from them. And right now, they could be locking one of those spots down now. Knights out in 16th place. Already going to PMGC, but if you can't make it in a lobby like this here, you're not going to make it up against a player like Paraboy.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, we get in all at some angles that these players are able to get here, but the skill that's out there, it's definitely insane, right? Not to take anything away from some of the teams and some of the players that are here, but oh man, what's waiting on the horizon too, what's currently happening across the world. I can't wait to see what's actually going to happen during that PMGC, as we do end up seeing this circle starting to close in. And you know what? I'm going to try to play it safe here. I'm going to say, give them an easy one. Oh, wow. INCO Gaming.
Shusada? That is crazy. He was able to jump into that.
Out of nowhere, too.
Yeah, really snook up on us. Federal Coup still in there in the 5K club. Westerns, this is probably the best one we could get, actually. Whereas majority of the players are already over here in the fair pier. So now it's going to be like if it goes, next one goes south, it's going to be like a kind of incognito urban ending with the fair pier having so many buildings. Alpha 7 sitting straight smack bang in the middle. That's a good pick for a win right now. What do you think?
I think so too. Let's see what Infinity is going to be able to do here to try to block off Influence CHEMIN. Meanwhile, just for fun, also get into the action. Oh, having the best of fun. Oh, Valid going up against his own teammate, and that's going to cost Valid him getting knocked, and that's actually going to cost the team. Just for fun, getting eliminated there. They were trying to play bumper cars, all the action going on. It ends up hurting them big time. Influence CHEMIN comes out with at least some eliminations going their way.
You keyed out as well. Unfortunate for them. Infinity In this case here, they are standing on that northwestern side, trying to defend, trying to be the last team to kind of enter from this angle here. A lot of control to be had for them. Federal sending it straight towards the executes, takes a little turn, manages to survive here. 3 members from Influence CHEMIN now trying to get into a spot where they can play inside. Fairy Pier. Fury is... Ooh, this is a good split for them. Execute with a little bit of shots there towards them. Influence CHEMIN gets one down. Fate's been taken down by Fernan as well. And now... a lot of teams are trying to send it towards Fairy Pier, but it's already extremely occupied here. Influence CHEMIN, they're down and knocked out, unfortunately. Here in 13th place. They got 5 eliminations though their way, so they're a little bit holding on to the average that they've been able to accrue.
100%, and I think luckily there for Influence CHEMIN, they were able to get some of those elimination points earlier from the fight they got between them. And just for fun, you can see Execute being able to pick up Fate, gotta be able to recover a little bit. Not actually. Mafioso is gonna be sending some nades their way. They're gonna start putting the pressure on them. Alpha 7 doesn't want anybody getting cozy here in this position. Alpha 7 wants to put the pressure on them, and they're gonna be doing just that. You can see Execute does not want to move at this moment. They know that more nades are gonna be coming their way, and on top of that, they're gonna have Team QUESO trying to see if they can spot anybody, just picking their head on those windows, trying to get those angles, trying to get those shots. Execute. Sexless. Trying to see if he can spot anybody. Mythic again with those nades coming in, and I think at this point Alpha 7 has to go for it. They know they had 2 players down. They know they're gonna have the advantage, or they might just wait it off. They know it might be a little bit too crazy to try to make a push. Wow, the nades over and over again. Avenger, this nades from the Brazilian players. Alpha 7 right now is showcasing us what they can do with this.
That's crazy. Mythic is literally just a different breed when it comes to nades. Shots as well right there, taking Screams down, putting him straight on his knees. Now he's forced to heal a little bit. Carrillo, let's see if he's gonna get one more nade lobbed in here. That's on the wrong side of things. The rest is gonna come off here and Execute. Look at this next circle here. Really exciting to see if we're gonna go on the north side or that south side of the road, because if you have to cross that road late, it's basically like crossing a river. You have to use so much utility, so much smokes to cross it safely. Kind of hoping to see a southern one. Yeah, we do go south now. Team QUESO and Nova looking pretty good with the compounds that they're able to hold on to right now. Nova sitting in the glass house compound, and Team QUESO having a good chunk of those big buildings over towards the east, especially the big white light blue building that they have there. That's a crucial one to hold on to. A lot of windows, a lot of information is able to be gathered from that area. Now Nova taking down a lot of the Loops players right now. Kindness takes down Chief. All the shots towards Loops right now. Barfinia finds GC God. Carrillo takes down one of the Jaguar players. A lot of teams is forced to move here, especially the northern teams. ATON, Extreme Slayers, Loops, Rise, INCO, Jaguar all have to make a move at this point here.
They're definitely going to be making a move, and I love that Alpha 7 decided to just make one of their players come back to at least beat 3 strong in case somebody did end up trying to crash on them or whatever could have happened there, or if they wanted to go for that final push against Execute. ATON Esports only healing up, and I love that Nova was getting into the action there. You can see them, they decided to rotate, they decided to be in the circle, and now they're able to position themselves a little bit better to either defend or just cause some damage, cause some pain to the players, and that's exactly what they're going to be trying to do here for Extreme Slayers, not letting them get too close. You know that the Loops players are going to be coming down too. Kindness, is he going to be able to connect on some of these shots? Robert GG ends up getting eliminated there by the zone. Some smokes are going to be coming out. Could this possibly be Nova's game? The win that they've been just wanting to get. They are going to be able to confirm another elimination there. Kindness being able to eliminate Rise Esports. You can see Loops being able to spot somebody just running out in the open. This is just so crazy. It's not really much terrain to work with. Whatever terrain, whatever buildings are available, they have already been taken. Loops Esports
scouting,
trying to see where they might end up crushing. They're just going to be fully sending it here. They know they're going to be having a lot of eyes anywhere that they end up going. They're going to be having a lot of eyes. Cardozen might be able to actually make it to this.
Cardozen trying to send himself, though. ATON has their eyes set and eliminating the rest of the players, though. He did end up getting knocked now. Now it's just Chief left standing here. Now ATON is forced to move too. They don't really have anywhere to move besides where Choco is, and that's not inside the circle. So the question is really where they're going to be sending it here. Chief also forced to make a move, and Texa making a push towards Furious Gaming. Smoked up already, so they actually have a little bit of a play to make potentially, but they have to take care that they don't get spotted by Nova that is trying to control the northern side of this circle. The next circle is going to be popping soon, and Loop's gone down. The next one goes west here, so Execute looking good, Furious Gaming looking good. Team QUESO has to move, and Alpha 7 has to make a move too.
Definitely all those teams are going to be looking to make that move now with Alpha 7. I think they're wondering if maybe we should have pushed Execute earlier. You can see this fight currently happening between Furious Gaming and ATON Esports. ATON Esports making a late push here. He's going to be able to connect with that. He's not going to... Oh, he is going to be able to connect. At least somebody needs to be able to connect with one of the Furious Gaming players. It might allow them to just push up to this fence. As you can see, some of the Furious Gaming players deciding to back off. And going back to some of the other stuff that's currently happening in the background too. Execute might be in a great spot, but they're going to have to worry because Alpha 7, and they're going to also have Team QUESO on their side. So tough spot here. Choco being able to throw Molly and actually knocking down Trigger. Having to heal up. I think Furious Gaming is going to be able to at least reset a little bit here. They are going to be one less player. Meanwhile, Nova, you can see Nova now trying to use the commotion between these two fights between ATON Esports and Furious Gaming, see if they can somehow push their way into this circle. They do have a couple players already inside. Jaguar trying to see if they can spot anybody here from INCO Gaming. The grenades are going to be coming in. Not connecting with anybody. Unlock
information here.
And INCO Gaming is trying to see if they can maybe get an angle here on ATON Esports. Anybody, wherever it is that you end up going, there's just so many teams alive in this tiny, tiny spot. Third parties are going to be coming in left and right, and guess what? Alpha 7 decides to finally start making a little bit of a push there towards Execute. The nades are going to be coming down. Revo being able to knock down somebody. Furious Gaming holding off this area, trying to spot anybody either from Nova or ATON Esports. Here goes Alpha 7 with the push. Are they going to be able to finish off this easily? Jason's going to be alive. He's going to be able to get knocked as well. Now it's only going to be Telly there for Execute. There goes Jason. There goes Sixless.
Jason straight in the bin. Just like Jason Kaplan's predictions on EU. Execute here. Telly trying to see if he can survive a little bit, but Team QUESO definitely knows he's in here. I feel like Reyes is going to be sending it in towards him. No, he's going to be nading. Okay, so they don't have an idea that Telly's here. Or are they going to be using the utility on somebody else? Reyes trying to get within nade range. Jaguar in a really rough situation here. Forced to make a move here. INCO. And then Ebete with nade in hand. Is he going to be sending it in? Yeah, it's going to be going into that one. Did not connect anything though. They're in the other part of the building. He's going to go for the res.
Definitely going to go for the res. Jaguar is going to be able to get off their res as well there. And now here comes the push from Seba. Seba's going to be able to confirm and actually be able to knock him down as soon as he was about to get up. There is going to be a nade, I think, very close to him. He's able to get away from it. Oh, actually, they just dropped it. Here we go. INCO Gaming and Nebet on fire, getting away from all of that, trying to at least secure some extra points for his team. I think Seba was able to. He's going to try to this nade in there. It bounces back. Nenebete getting very, very lucky as he was able to get out of that room.
1 HP.
Being just 1 HP. Couldn't be any closer.
Circuit did go south here. You can see Team QUESO's in a good spot. Alpha 7's in a good spot. A lot of teams are forced to fight here on the northwestern side. Nova trying to make a move, trying to get inside this circle. Can they make something happen on this northern side? Can they take control? Can they eliminate ATON and Furious Gaming? Nenebete a little bit on fire here. He is forced to probably go down to the blue in this situation here.
Exactly what he's going to be doing. He's going to be trying to see if he can somehow in any way, shape, or form help out the last teammate too by throwing some flashbangs. Meanwhile, Jaguar staying alive here with 3 players. Alpha 7. We saw what they were able to do earlier against Execute. INCO Gaming currently has 1 player left. V2K, can he connect on this shot? So he's going to be able to. He's actually going to be able to collect some extra points there by confirming that elimination. And then Nova Esports now realizing V2K is going to be right here. Can he? Oh, this will be a beautiful nade if he's able to throw that.
Oh, it worked. He's in the other part and all the compartment of that. He's going to try to get the other nade here. Koi really trying to clear. Could be good. Only does half damage though. I think it exploded a little bit too early, a little bit overcooked there.
Yep.
Now Nova, they have successfully infiltrated the northern side here, but this part of this Harry Potter tower is not inside. Now smokes are coming out, and V2 is gonna try to survive. Molotovs are being deployed. Didn't really connect too well here. Rin is on fire. He's gonna get knocked as well. And V2 continues to try to survive here. Smokes deployed again. And more utility being deployed to try to survive for as long as possible. This is really a rough situation for Nova. They want to have this fight over so they can continue on that western side to fight with Jaguar. Jaguar is gonna lose Seba. Rin goes down. Koi finds Seba for the flush, and also Dreamziski.
Jaguar is going to go out too, and I think Rin being able to molly himself there is going to cost him big time for Nova as he ended up getting eliminated by that zone. Now, what is Team QUESO going to be doing here as they are currently, I believe, just in this zone? They might be one of the only teams that are currently in this zone. You can see Reyes trying to make a rotation in here. He's going to be getting ready with that nade. We've seen what these nades have been capable of today, and they have been spicy. Here goes a nade. He's not able to connect with anybody that we're able to see. INCO CHEMIN does end up getting eliminated there with 2 eliminations. Here comes the push from Nova. Nova being able to knock some players down from Alpha 7. This might be the chance that Team QUESO needs to strike. Yi is going to get knocked as well. Meanwhile, Telly being super sneaky. Waiting for all the spice to go on. Mythic goes down. Here goes Team QUESO. Team QUESO trying to finish off Alpha 7. They are going to be able to. Somebody's still alive there from Nova, and Team QUESO is currently on the hot. They waited out perfectly for this moment. They knew that it was bound to happen at some point here. Some team was going to have to push on Alpha 7. Nova gets eliminated, and guess what? I got to give mad props to Telly from Mexico because he was able to just camp his butt off and secure a second place finish for his team, considering that he was pretty much in a sandwich between Alpha 7 and Team QUESO. I don't think anybody would have expected for him to be alive. And you know what Team QUESO is thinking right now? Okay, I think we cleared that shack already. I think somebody might be somewhere else. Let's see what could happen here. And Telly might be able to secure an extra elimination point if he gets lucky here.
Yeah, let's see if he can get a little bit and squeeze some extra points out of this one here. No, we didn't. AK in hand here. He's going to find one. He's not going to be able to. Ayala is going to finish that one. That is Team QUESO that is able to close this one out here. And QUESO, obviously, Latin America's PMPL final winners. I'm happy to see them being able to close this one out here because this means that they're going to be able to push themselves pretty deep into the top 3 and also potentially secure a fantastic situation for the rest of PMPL Americas here. Really good to see. I love what they're able to do with this game here. They had some really good control. The aggression, the third party on the Alpha 7 and Nova fight was really crucial to secure this win here.
Yeah, very crucial. I think they waited out just for the right moment. Great performance, Team QUESO, right? They finally showed us what we've been talking about. They finally showed us them being able to adjust, them being able to get that chicken dinner as well. I can't wait to see Imperium dancing because if I'm not mistaken, I think he finally got a pick right after this break. I can't wait to see you dancing, Imperium.
Realme 9, 108 megapixels. Capture the spark.
Fala, rapaziada, sejam bem-vindos aí à primeira PMPL América de vocês. Eu queria saber o seguinte, como tá aí, Vitor, o coração dessa primeira PMPL Américas junto com a INCO?
Cara, tamo bem, né? Tamo confiante, acabamos de ser campeão brasileiro e, cara, a gente vai para essa Américas com o intuito de ficar lá no topo também, né? Ir pra PMGC e, se possível, também buscar o título de campeão das Américas.
Ó, na última PMPL Américas... Ó, o seguinte, na última PMPL Américas, 3 brasileiros estiveram no top 4. Quero saber o seguinte, vocês estão preparados para fazer o Brasil continuar no topo?
Sim, com certeza está preparado. Nossa moral está lá em cima depois de ter sido campeão brasileiro. e com certeza a gente vai representar bem o Brasil lá fora.
Renê, seguinte, o que você acha que os times brasileiros têm tanto que a gente se mantém no topo, que a gente está sempre buscando esse campeonato? O que você acha que os brasileiros têm de diferencial em relação aos outros times que estão jogando o campeonato?
Rapaz, acho que agressividade, principalmente. A gente tem muita bala. E eu acho que esse é o ponto principal.
Boa. Queria saber o seguinte, Nenebet fez um negócio histórico na partida de Erangel. Queria saber se vai fazer também na PMPL Americas.
Cara, pretendo não precisar. Quero que a gente já garanta logo nos 3 dias esse título.
Menos sofrimento, né?
Isso.
Negócio seguinte, você fez um excelente campeonato, voltou aí pra INCO jogando muito. Eu queria saber o que você acha... Peraí, vou refazer, peraí.
Acho que a gente tem muita confiança e faz o jogo agressivo e inteligente junto.
Ó, queria que você passasse um recado pros fãs brasileiros, a torcida da INCO aí, que tá torcendo por vocês. Abra teu coração, bora.
Mano, eu acho que deveriam acreditar em nós, que a gente não vai decepcionar nos Américas e... Mano, acreditar no sonho, tá ligado? Que vai dar certo.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
It's about time! It's about damn time, baby! After so many matches, the man, the myth, the legend, Imperium has finally put one on the board.
And you know what? It's only fair. I gave you a big L in the last one, and here you go. Your first official dub.
Hey!
There you go, baby.
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Lord Savior PUBG himself.
Oh my gosh.
My fellow legends beside me, Sandstorm, Hot Jukes guided me along the way. Couldn't have done this without you. The comeback is on.
I love how he did all those things, and you know what he didn't think? Team QUESO.
Oh my god.
Everybody.
Oh, by the way, also, Jason Kaplan. Where's your that, man?
Oh no, you did it! Oh no, you did! I love it. I love it. What a game there at the end. A very pure ending, something I always love to see. And we actually see some NA in the top 5 once again, baby. Woo!
Nova with a massive surprise in this game. I gotta say, 19 points. That's half the points they got in the entire tournament so far.
Crazy.
Yeah, getting back to kind of the crux of the matter, which is the game itself, we had some pretty wild circle shifts, right? The first 3 to 4 circles all had kind of between 50 and 30% of the water military island in play, so it really took that landmass away, and that's why we saw some pretty intelligent moves, to give them credit, from Nova, from Team QUESO, from Alpha 7, from, within reason, INCO, and it allowed them to kind of set up to a very confident late game.
Yeah, but when we're looking at this graph, we're looking at Alpha 7. They were able to dish out so much damage, but we've seen in those last few moments of the game, Nova was third-partying, the pressure from ATON previously from that as well. There was a lot of people that were pressuring them, and also, I gotta say, Telly from
know.
I was sitting here, right? I was hoping, I was like, listen, I got third-partied twice with my predictions. You better do it to him. That is not fair. That is not fair what happened.
Hey,
but then he
wasn't
just stood
sixless.
There. Yeah, it was. I mean, yeah, true. If it was sixes, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't have gotten that point. But you know what? I'm happy because that means that NA talent 1, EO talent 0. All's in your court.
Okay, let's go ahead and get back to the show. Of course, we got another beautiful graphic here. Team QUESO. Look at this head-to-head right here.
Yeah, so it's very much about highlighting the fact that, for me, Team QUESO has stepped up their game in terms of average damage and average eliminations.
Yeah, we're looking obviously at day 2 on the right side, day 3 on the left side. Very big improvement, very good improvement, especially again, like we said, today is the day where you set yourself up for the 4th and final day of the tournament. So starting off this way consistently, top 2, top 3 in those 3 games, that is massive for QUESO.
And one key aspect that I'm really curious if it's going to be a trend from Team QUESO, we saw the inclusion of Papi Potro, their sub instead of Mystic. Mystic has been a staple of Team QUESO, like I said, going back to 2019, along with Ayala and what was the roster back then. So clearly something they felt had to change. They weren't adapting. And I don't know if it is Papi Potro that made the difference, but we might see coming forward.
It's totally possible right here. I love the fact that Team QUESO, they go and they get passed up by INCO Gaming on the leaderboards, and then the next match, they take the chicken dinner.
Could have done it in the first game, if you ask me.
Hey, you know what? If it ain't the first, it's the last one here. Match number 3 was the dub they got. Now, guys, you know, one thing I gotta say is that I hope that this match was the ego boost that Nova needed. You know, I mean, obviously, it's crazy to talk about. I know they're in last place, but you know what? Sometimes you get that chicken dinner, boom, the hype just starts coming. It's oh, wait, Alpha 7.
It's kind of like, you give me good result, I raise you with even better result.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, look, we mentioned this before about Alpha 7. They were second by 1 point in PMPL Brazil. They were second when it comes to, I believe, the previous tournament where Influence CHEMIN won in the Americas by 6 points. When it came to PMWI, they were also second. Duos tournament, second. So now, I don't think they're going to let it happen.
Definitely. But what's really important for INCO, guys, is the fact, and this is what I talked about at the start of the day, that cushion. Right, they have around a 26-point lead over just the second PMGC ticketed team in the former Team QUESO. That's massive coming into the final 3.
Yeah, especially the fact that they are in 3rd place right now. That's the ticket central area to be in, you know. And now that we see VIVO Key just a little bit below them, it's a good position for them to put themselves in.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to touch on this though, right here. This one of the mistakes coming from.
He's like, what is that? Huh? Oh, is that a smoke grenade?
I believe it was a smoke.
Nope, it's not a smoke.
Oh, okay. I love the fact that he looked at it for a second. He's like,
wait,
is that?
It's like you could hear his brain process.
So. Yeah, no, I gotta run.
Yeah, he's like, oh wait, oh that's a nade. Oh, let me just.
Yeah, also, at the same time, I believe it was kindness.
Himself.
Was it kindness?
Rin.
Yeah, no, yeah, he mollied himself.
Yep.
So a couple of blunders when it comes to the Wizard Tower in those last final moments of the game, but
it's so difficult pushing in Wizard Tower.
Sure.
Nova knew that they were effectively potentially going to get third party by Alpha 7 because they were playing that high roof ground, so they had to tread light very carefully on that Wizard Tower push.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough to see because you know what? Just one mistake and it's all over. And it's a lot easier to rush a Wizard Tower than it is to hold it. Let's go ahead and get ready for some Sanhok action. And I am so stoked for Sanhok coming up. Guys, this is gonna be huge.
And
we're back to the jungle.
Listen, this is the one thing that I mentioned when we talked about, you know, teams in the hot seat at ATON Esports. You guys, this game, I want to see a change in how aggressive you're being when the 3 players move and then you have Nitso on his own. I don't want to see him moving to collect extra meds from the boxes of his team. No. Just work with what you have and try and get those placement points. You need to fight for that PMGC ticket.
Yes, indeed. You know what? The people in the chat need to fight for this question right here. It is in the chat, in the YouTube channel. Go ahead and make sure that you hit that poll and we'll see who is correct at the end of the day.
Yeah, quick.
Now, my other team is like, hey, who is going to be correct when it comes to the healing strat? It's Sanhok, right? Is it Koi going to finally get his time to shine, or does he have that big target on his back going into this game?
Here's the thing. Again, it talks about, you mentioned it with Nova, that strong result. Is that going to be that kind of opening of the flower petal and it's going to allow them to bloom nicely? And I say that in a genuine way because mentality is a massive part of this game. And if you're able to kind of get past that blockage, we could see a much stronger Nova. Even if it's a heal strat Nova, still a successful heal strat Nova.
But here's the thing, even the players who are playing the heal strat are actually watching out and looking out for the other players playing the heal strat. We've seen that before in game 2, in the second map of Sanhok, of course, in day 2, where Alpha 7 picked off the player from ATON. So there's a lot of like small skirmishes happening.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's a lot to talk about, but I'm going to ask the casters right here as we go to them. Does Nova still have a chance in hell of getting to PMGC?
Come on, man. What you mean they still got a chance? if they want to have a chance, they better put up one of the greatest performances we have ever seen in Americas. That's the only way they're going to get a chance, Venture.
Yeah, honestly, at this point here, it's looking unlikely. The top is looking super stacked. INCO Gaming doing well, like Team QUESO doing well, Influence CHEMIN doing well. VIVO is obviously already going, but still, it's rough for having you to poke into that top and try to take some of those spots away. It's a long road, and you're gonna have to, the rest of the day literally win the next games, and then have the best day of your life in the last ones. Oh my God, the most eliminations is going to 1, 2, 3 Alpha 7 members.
Yeah, kind of. I was never expecting that. I'm not even gonna say that. I was expecting Coops to continue to at least put up some fight there. He is putting up a fight in regards to highest damage. Now, ooh, this is actually a nice first circle to start off here in Sanhok. Not too much craziness, not towards the middle between all those 3 islands. Mostly the main island, but it has a lot of water due to Sanhok's just, being the way it is. Yeah,
Paradise Central, Rise around it just for fun in Paradise Resort, having fun right now. And I think Nino is hard to get some Furious Gaming food right now served up kind of closely if they actually end up going close to him. We'll see though with that. But yeah, honestly, I wouldn't feel too bad about it being INCO Gaming, Team QUESO, and Influence CHEMIN that would currently win the 3 PMGC spots. I wouldn't feel too bad about that. They have been performing extremely well, and it would be 2 of the winners of our sub-regions for PMPL Americas that would be going. So that would be looking really good, honestly. So would be excited to see if that's going to be the case. But yeah, of course, we are halfway through our day. 3 more games. Match number 4 here, as you see bottom left. It is Sanhok, your favorite one here, 7. And obviously we see so often we have some crazy games. On this case here, Rise just chilling quite a lot. Only a helmet, no vest, no backpack on that. Loops, big chilling here inside. Painan able to get a lot of loot for the boys. And right now,
they're going to be looking to see if they can cut off Nova like they were able to in a way yesterday. Kind of make them rotate a certain way. And the main question for me when we go to Sanhok now, after the 2 Sanhoks that we have been able to see, becomes, can anybody stop Brazil? Only Brazilian teams have won.
Yeah, true. That's a huge point right there. Honestly, Team QUESO doing well. I wouldn't mind that too much, but Brazil in general, as a sub-region, has just been doing extremely well for themselves throughout. ATON would also really love to see those boys up there to compete. They are within striking distance, but right now they're not as close as we were hoping for. Just missing that few extra inches to go by. Execute on screen. One of the teams on the lower end of the leaderboard right now, but still far ahead of Nova. 30 points, some ahead of them, I believe it was. 21 points ahead of Nova currently. So that is obviously super good to see from Execute. Knights, a little bit of a stalemate today for them. They've had some rough games, but then again, they are going to PMGC. I would love to see them really top the leaderboards in this case here with the Coop's performance, because if you're able to, for you to be able to close down the MVP, your team needs to be up there as well. Otherwise, there's simply not enough damage and eliminations available for you.
Yeah, and I'm going to be looking at what Alpha 7 is going to be doing over here towards the right. They're being able to get 2 players in there. We were talking about it earlier, too. We're saying how this team is going to start playing a little bit more serious ever since they saw INCO Gaming being able to pass them on that overall leaderboard. You see Stream Slayers actually trying to get into some early action here with Just for Fun. I wonder if they are actually wanting to take that action to them, because this is a team you can see average eliminations 3.5 here in Sanhok, might be one of their highest ones. But we want to see a little bit more. That 3.5 might not just be good enough because of how well some of the other teams have been performing. You can see Valak there, a solid player from North America. Oh, barely missed the ledge. He was trying to see if maybe he could be sneaky. try to be able to spot some people. Not gonna be able to spot anybody. By the way, huge shout out to the person that guessed it right earlier in the YouTube chat. They said Team QUESO, and it was equal iOS. So congratulations to you. Keep an eye out for whenever I end up asking, who do you guys think is going to end up winning this match? Because if you do end up guessing it right, and if you are the first person to guess it right and use hashtag PMPL Americas, you know, you might end up getting a shout out here. No promises, though, because sometimes just madness happens, and I might end up missing your comment. Furious Gaming looking around, trying to see if they can get into any action. Knights now. Knights haven't really been able to go to boot camp. That has been taken by a Brazilian team, but now they're currently passing by it. We might end up seeing some action, though, towards Paradise Resort. We'll have to wait and see, Martin.
Yeah, for sure. In this case, really looking forward to the next couple of circles because we have some wild rotations coming in waiting for you. And also, are anyone going to be able to catch the loot pinata that is Nova Koi on Sanhok? 40 first stage yesterday. But yeah, it is crazy if that's going to be able to be happening here. Right now, Loops, yeah, we are in a case where Infinity is in a good situation for that. And that's definitely the case here. Are we going to be able to see Loops? Oh, Loops! No! Toigo goes down to Titi. Titi gets found, though returned. No flushes just yet. Can they catch this one here? And can they get Toigo back up? That's really the question one for me here. Now, let's see. Loops, yeah, the smokes comes out. Toigo goes there. GC God goes for this res. Now Chief goes for the flush. Gets a point confirmed there for Loops. Does he find one more of the Infinity member? Cardosen on the hunt as well. He spots him. And that is a flush coming in for that one. The next circle does pop. And it goes a little bit west, but not too much of a difference this one is going to have. The question is, are we really going to see some big rotations coming in their way? Now, VIVO keyed outside still. INCO outside still. Nova as well. Infinity on a rough situation, having lost two member Lux and Zohan. They're going to have to move. Alpha 7 with a big rotation on the eastern side. They have to move in. Now, Knights on screen. Coops has an MG3 in hand. And they're trying to get some more information with this one here. Split up on two of the peaks here. No, Furious Gaming, they're going to be moving in on their other end. Are they getting this information from the cars moving on Sanhok? When you move in vehicles, it is very clear to the vast majority of players around you because they're so loud and the map is so little. Here's Sanhok stats for Influence CHEMIN. A lot of eliminations, really high survival time, and they're able to do so. The question is really here, how does Knights get the most out of this situation here? A greedy split right now could end up costing them some of their members, especially if Furious Gaming commits to one of these peaks here and want to take the high ground rather than taking the compound. Right now, I'm expecting them to kind of wait for the next circle. They're sitting one of the better compounds in the center. So really hoping to see them kind of stick around this and see this next circle here because this is a super strong three-way compound. Kind of a T-section road that is coming in together. And they're holding on to all three parts of the compound right now. Coops gonna lay down. Next circle closing in. Starting to close in. INCO here also on the high ground. South of boot camp. They came in late. They have Extreme Slayers inside boot camp still. Very lower survival time there for INCO. Only in 17 minutes 20. That's a whole different one. Execute's going to be looted out of their mind. And the question is, yeah, are we going to be seeing something like that?
Yeah, and I think we're going to be keeping an eye out here on Execute, what they're going to be able to do. Meanwhile, I mean, they've been able to take control there of appears to be bootcamp. INCO Gaming was stalwarts, and we can see them right now, too. They were making that rotation. I wonder if they were somehow going to end up fighting with Execute, and I think they might have heard something here with Execute because they might try to go back to it. Telly keeping an eye on anybody here. We saw what he was able to do in the last game, being super, super clutch for his team, collecting those extra points. This team, caliber players on it, And whenever they need somebody to clutch up, they're definitely going to be able to. We can see ATON Esports. They might have been able to spot Alpha 7 on the very, very far horizon. Seeing what can happen here. Loops Esports currently moving up to Core 2. And meanwhile, Nova's not going to get challenged by anybody on the rotation towards the west, which is going to benefit them in a big, big way. But what I am seeing out of Nova is they are super, super split. I think they are trying to switch things up. They're not trying to be so close, but they more than likely are going to be going towards that heal off. You can see them there on the left side of your screen. Very separated. Nova, Sheaf, and Kindness, Skoy, and Rin. Super, super far away from each other. You can see Team QUESO there towards the north as well. Rin might end up going up against some of the VIVO key players. Let's see. Infinity too, towards Infinity still in the blue zone. Infinity was one of those teams that has been keeping an eye out for Nova. They have been able to find them sometimes. Right now, it might not be looking like that because Nova is switching things up. And we do end up getting a new circle here. And it is going to end up going towards this smack right down the middle. Paradise Resort is going to become a super, super popular place.
Yeah, for sure. Next circle here pops up. We're going to be seeing, as you said here, Paradise ending, but a lot of teams are on the outskirts there. There's a lot of compounds that's going to be around there. Let's see if we're going to be having to have that in. Ferris Gaming still in this compound here. That it's going to be on the edge here. I'll be joined a little bit by Imperium as we have a little bit of technical issues with 7, but he's going to be jumping into that here. Imperium, how are you doing?
Pretty good. Definitely delighted after the fact that I got a prediction right. Just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, fantastic. 3-1.
Long way to go, but yeah, looking at the Sanhok game, obviously nice central mainland finish centered on Paradise Resort, which is definitely great at the moment for extreme players and just for fun. But it's always tricky hanging around that Paradise Resort area because if you extend too far out, you're going to get massively exposed, and if you stay too far in, you're not getting information.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely also with the sake of it being a little bit of a northern shift. A lot of teams are going to be on that southern side, and later there's just not going to be enough compounds available to it. Right now, INCO here in this compound, close to Furious Gaming. Knight still hanging around on the top end of those peaks. They're trying to get as much information to them as possible. We're not going to see too much. I'm just curious to see how far we're going to see Nova and the boys get into the circle here. If they manage to get into the next circle here, they could potentially be going pretty deep into the game. They've not been found by anyone yet. Different rotation this time around as well. VIVO keyed on that northwestern side, and Jaguar on that high ground compound covering the bridge where Nova potentially is going to be crossing later. INCO right now chilling in this compound here. Second place, looking really good so far. The Brazilian PMPL winners of the final and execute there out in the distance.
Good position by Team QUESO. They have a 2-2 split between Tapmock and the hill to the south of it. In regards to Nova, yeah, they have a little bit of traffic in front of them in terms of the edge of that circle by the northwestern bridge. VIVO, Keed, and Jaguar are laying down the law in that area. And Serena taking a couple of shots, looking to find one of the Alpha 7 players. He drives away, but definitely sends a bit of a message to Alpha 7 now, Martin.
Yeah, a little bit of a peacocking going on there. They want to maintain the control that they have right now. Alpha 7 playing control on that southeastern side of the edge here. They want to make sure that they're the last team coming in from this. My only worry is that they have a big road to cross later. This is not the best area of approach or angle of approach into this later stage of the circle. Also a ton on the distance. We know that what they've been capable of so far. Putting out a lot of eliminations on the board now. VIVO keyed on a rough situation. Potentially Reyes could spot out Adrian and McGrill in there while they're running down off that hill. Jaguar off the high ground too. VIVO keyed a little bit of a pickle here in this case.
And looking forward towards this next circle shift at the moment. Knight's looking good in terms of their spread. Possibly a little bit too far apart, but it does center on top of them. Influence CHEMIN as well, looking extremely good in that compound to the southwest of Paradise Resort. The tricky shift, but it's great for the teams who are already locked inside it.
Yeah, execute on that southwestern side. INCO in that southern compound. A lot of teams are going to have to move here with a southwestern shift. A lot of teams coming in from that eastern side is going to mean a lot of traffic on the east part of that new circle, and the teams coming out of Paradise Resort as well. Knight's already sitting up for a potential lockdown here now. ATON finds some of the members of Alpha 7. Are they going to be able to close them out and lock that move? Shots coming in. Revo finds one. Fantastic shots here on one of our MVP potential players here. Shoko takes a little bit of fire. There's no chance they're going to be able to survive or pick up Carrillo from this one here, and they're forced to move. They have a lot of space in between them and the new circle, and a lot of teams. Oh, more shots coming in from Mafioso. Yeah, Ton is being picked apart from this case here.
Great to see Alpha 7 trying to make a rotation in here. One of the players is going to be down. Happy to be back here with you too, Avenger, as some of the action is finally starting to develop with a crazy circle here. I mean, actually not that crazy. You went a little bit southwest of Paradise Resort. It is going to force some teams out of there that were getting comfortable. But now they're going to be fine. Loops Esports is going to be losing some players. Alpha 7 currently going up against ATON Esports. ATON Esports currently having just Senatexa alive, seeing if he can somehow survive this or at least cause some pain on what Alpha 7 is currently doing to their team.
Yeah, thanks for Imperium jumping in there while we got you ready to go. Now Alpha 7 here trying to focus a little bit on this ATON cleanup. You want to get the points fixed off. Here's the Ninja. Ooh, this is a greedy push here from Revo, trying with the drive-by. Jumps out, doesn't succeed. And Revo taking down a Mythic, Nade in hand, as we know him best. Can he cook this one perfectly? Nope. Doesn't completely hit this one here. Senatexa with aggressive push there. Super well played by Senatexa. Good AK headshot. And now he's going to be forced to heal a little bit here. VIVO key 2, they see. And I've heard Team QUESO on the high ground of the peaks of the mountains over there. And now they're forced to lay back a little bit, try to heal a little bit while they try to get in. Jaguar and the guys from Nova, they're forced to try to get on a little bit of a heal. Nova is forced to stay back here while we see Jaguar gatekeeping them a little bit. Papi Potron from Team QUESO, they're playing this quite well here, taking control of this northern side of the circle. Potentially forced to fight with Jaguar in not so long though.
Yeah, I think Team QUESO is going to be trying to see if they can somehow end up repeating what they were able to do in the previous match. Try to get one of those chicken dinners. We heard Imperium also talk about how Papi Poacher was so helpful for that team in the last match. Meanwhile, Vivo Key McGrellin is going to end up getting knocked and eliminated here by Jaguars. And Team QUESO is going to be able to spot Jaguars too. And they're going to be seeing if they can somehow cause some pain, cause some damage that way. Collect some extra points their way. Scream, meanwhile, it's actually going to get knocked by Adrian from Vivo Keats from behind. He's going to end up getting surprised. They're going to be able to take care of Adrian. And I think they might be able to pick up that player too, while keeping an eye on what Jaguar is going to be doing here. As Jaguar Scalar is going to be waiting it around, trying to see how he's going to get out of here. It's going to be super hard. We can see Ayala trying to be the support player. I don't think they're actually going to be able to pick up Papi Poacher. Now it's just going to be Ayala by himself, somehow surviving this.
Just so fun out in 14th with 2 eliminations confirmed for them. Jaguar now trying to move on this lower ground here. The next circle is really rough, and the nice shots there. Can he connect the last one? Shots coming in from behind though. Is it Nova? It's Nova in the distance. And luckily, Jaguar was able to turn on that. Team QUESO out, 11th place with some eliminations too for them as well. Influence CHEMIN here. They're the gatekeepers of this northern side of the circle, but their compound is not inside anymore. They're forced to move. It's looking really good for INCO. Looking really good for Knights and Execute now. Extreme Slayer is also forced to make a move here.
Extreme Slayer is getting super lucky there with that bounce. He ended up getting just knocked by fall damage, and I think he would have been able to surprise some of those players there from Influence CHEMIN and just rain on their parade. They're just stopping from being able to rotate. You can see Telly getting some shots out too. Spec trying to knock that last player from, or one of the last players from Influence CHEMIN, and Little Boy might be able to push up. He's gonna go up against some of the other players from Knights. Knights is gonna be able to take care of business with him now. Coops being able to switch from Little Boy to Kayovsky, making sure he gets those shots. Coops right now with 3 eliminations and looking good.
Super nice shots here from Coops. Unfortunately, Knights, they're forced to make a big move here with this next circle. Going to the northern side, they're going to have to come off this high ground, but there's plenty of rocks, plenty of protection for them here. In this case here, Extreme Slayer's out as well. Execute, though. 4 members alive have west side control of this new circle, but forced to move across this road later on. INCO has to get out of the compound, as you can see here on the right-hand side. They have Cardosan sneaking in behind them. Question is, does Squashada know this? Does he have an idea? I think he's heard him, but he has to first aid as well in this case.
You can see Loops there trying to bank some of those nades. It has worked wonders. It didn't end up working there. INCO Gaming is going to be able to spot that player there. Cardosan is going to end up going down. INCO Gaming. Squashada going to be able to confirm that elimination too. And now INCO is going to be able to move up. One of the only 2 teams still with 4 players alive and Execute. Still having 4 players alive. I'm really intrigued to see what they're going to be able to do.
And they have to
possibly
the side ground.
Might be able to clutch up a win. And as I say that, I'm able to jinx it as Fate ends up going down. Knights being able to take care of business too with INCO Gaming on their rotation. But Squashada, we saw what he was able to do earlier with that Loops player. He's going to try to be sneaky. He's going to try to get some extra angles here on the Knights player. Coops is going to leave himself exposed. He's going to be going 6less versus Scoops. Who is going to win this engagement? Coops needs to be careful. 6less is very good with that sniper. He cannot leave himself exposed.
Took some damage from that. Coops has 3 key, I believe, though, from having that crate. So even with a K9 to the head, it's not going to do enough damage. Coops is a little bit low. It's going to be on the verge of being able to knock him, though. This is why it's important to always be fully stemmed up towards the end so you can heal as much as possible. So Ninja running in, trying to get in behind. Does not have any more heals, though. He's going to try to throw some utility before he ends up falling. This is going to cause a bit of a distraction, though, for the Knights players. And this makes Sickness able to run up and maybe move on closer to some of this hard cover. Squashada, though, outside the blue right now, taking a lot of damage. He doesn't want to give up these points here. Vital points. Good shots from the CLO coming in from the distance, really spoiling this one here. Telly taking some shots on the other side, opening himself up to Knights. This is falling apart right now for INCO. They were meant to be for this one.
It really was, but the distraction there from VIVO Key. Ooh, Jason being able to take care of Coops. He's going to be able to eliminate him too. Execute. Trying to somehow try to come back from this after we saw what VIVO Key was able to do to one of his teammates. Jason, can he get behind this rock? He is going to be able to get behind this rock. He's going to be able to heal up. And it's going to become a 2v2 here. Meanwhile, we have a lot of teams, and guess what? For everybody wondering, Nova's still alive. Yes, they were able to, and more than likely, try to go for that 3rd place. Oh, the nade exploding just a little bit away from them. Here we go, Xenox with that M4 trying to get those angles. Jason is currently lower in health, but Jason might have the advantage here. He needs to be careful though, because he's still going to be alive.
Oh my God!
Up, and that is going to secure right there for Knights. And what's crazy to me is that Execute, even though they were inside the circle, even though they were fighting the team that's pretty much going to secure that 1st place, guess what? They're going to end up in 5th place. Tensa being able to find V2K right there. What a performance here by Knights.
3 first aids?
3? I wonder how many Koi has. Or
I think it's Shifan that's left, yeah. I think it's Shifan that's left, so he's going to be healing this time around. I think he got left behind.
Oh, he's running.
He's running around. So he's done. 3 helmet, 3 backpack, though. So he's going to be outlived by Loops, actually. Loops, they learned, all right, we want to get some more of those 2nd places. We want to do it well, and they managed to get that. But Nova got a 3rd place. We're back to knowing them where, you know, we know them so well. The consistent points that they're able to get off Sanhok, they got that here as well. But Loops, 2nd place. Well played by them, honestly. But Knights, the big winner of this one, an insane amount of eliminations and an insane amount of points from that win there, 7. What a game.
Yeah, I think when we go to Sanhok, we all talk about just aggressive teams. I think that's what we've been seeing. Brazil being able to win those previous Sanhok matches. It's good to see somebody else besides Brazil dominating in Sanhok. And it's good to see Knights finally being able to wake up, right? Their 1st chicken dinner. This might be the turnaround for them to kind of try to push towards the top 3. We saw them at the beginning of the day. They were in 6th place. Now they dropped off all the way to 9th. That's definitely going to be a huge bump up for them. I can't wait to see what the Des is going to be saying about that match after this break.
108 megapixels. Capture the spark.
Oh, just like that, the Brazilian dominance chicken dinner streak at Sanhok is over. The Knights finally get a dub, and it's in good old-fashioned Sanhok. Even crazier than that, we were just talking about it right before this started. Brazil has not gotten a chicken dinner today at all.
They'd be nowhere to be seen, and genuinely, this is kind of what we wanted to see. Like, coming into this storylines, we can always appreciate, like, obviously one region showing up strong or one team, but in the interest of entertainment, of fun, of talking points, it's great to see LATAM and NA showing themselves so much more today.
And it's also the fact that now the Knights, they have actually gotten the most amount of points in a single game in PMPL Americas 2022 Championship. 34 points, 19 eliminations, the highest we've seen throughout the entire tournament, guys.
To the mood! That's going to make them jump up real good on the leaderboards. I want to see that jump after this. I mean, yeah, Alpha 7 getting 3 points, Team QUESO having a rough game, and these are a lot of the people that were at the top of the table, so the Knights definitely put themselves in a good, solid position here.
Yeah, but also the fact that INCO, they managed to get top 3 in this game, and Alpha, they're not there, so still the contention for first place, it's still there, boys and girls, it's still there. There's a chance.
That battle between Alpha and INCO, it's amazing to see it. It's just, they're pushing each other to the limit, right? INCO got a good game, then Alpha got a good game, then INCO now got a good game. It's just, yeah, they're outdoing each other.
So does that mean that Alpha 7 is going to be your next prediction?
No, excuse me, but I keep those cards very close to my chest.
It's a
Hank
card.
gets one right, and now look, he's got all the confidence in the world. Hopefully we can see number 2 come up here real soon. But you know what? I'm honestly happy for number 3, Nova's heal strat. Finally working to a certain extent. I mean, if they had just one more, they would have got second for sure.
Dude, because they were all over both islands. The distance between each player is at least 200 meters, and that's between each one. They decided, you know what? Fine. You can catch the entire team. You did that before. There's no way in hell this is happening this time around. Every single person was so far away from their teammate.
But again, I think genuinely a part of the fact that they had a very good result in the previous game allowed that confidence to shine through. Looking at this head-to-head, we talked about it already, INCO against Alpha Gaming. Look how close it is between the two teams. INCO have more survival time, but Alpha have made more use of their survival time.
Yeah, they're getting more elimination points on average throughout every single game. And keep in mind, this is throughout the entire tournament so far. And you can see how close, like you mentioned in Priam, these stats really are. And it's just making this final, it's making this tournament so spicy down to the last match, I believe. This is how close this tournament is going to be. Oh, wait a minute. What do we have this time?
All right, look at this. Jump down. All right.
On
the rock, still in the blue.
Oh, no.
Oh!
That's a gift. That's a gift right there.
Slippery rock.
That is a representation of my prediction game. I think I have it, and then I don't, and I go down.
I got this. I got this. My ankles are gone.
I hope Sutai's not watching.
Oh, wow, that's even worse.
Oh, gosh, bro.
What are you doing like that? He's not even here to defend himself.
Sorry about that.
Enemy number 1 is now...
Okay, let's take a look at head-to-head between, of course, look at this. This is Coops and Tensa tied in eliminations, and that damage is real close. Tensa stepping up.
He is indeed, and we talked about Spec showing up as well, and Coops being the knight in shining armor per se. But yeah, as a team, as a player, Tensa showing his prowess.
And the rest of the Knights, we have to say, the rest of the Knights have been showing up throughout this game. Again, it can't just be the Coop show for this team. So honestly, fair play for the rest of the lineup showing up. And now they're still within range, I believe, of contesting for the top spots. Yes, they do have a PMGC slot already, but now I feel like they're getting closer and closer to competing for the top 2, top 3. Oh, baby.
INCO Gaming back up on top just like that. And then Team QUESO still in 3rd place.
But that cushion is so big.
Oh my God.
You can
look at the
sleep
Knights
on it for years as you see PITTSBURGH Knights. But again, just that difference between the top 2 and 3rd place is insane.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the fact that it's Knights, Alpha 7, and VIVO Keyed who are already qualified.
Yeah.
So you got Influence, CHEMIN, INCO, and QUESO, who are the ones that are contesting. So the next team that we want to look at is ATON and Extreme, but ATON's the one that's at 126. You're looking at 16-point difference between them and a potential spot in the PMGC. So still, it is pretty darn close.
And we haven't really talked about Influence CHEMIN too much. They've been kind of flying under the radar, not necessarily in a bad way, but they just haven't kind of sparkled up too much. However, they're still in that spot.
Yeah.
Hey, Nova. Not in last place anymore. Let's go. That's an accomplishment.
But it's still just for fun with a chicken dinner.
Oh my gosh.
That was the first North American chicken dinner, and they're in last spot.
You hate to see it.
Look, I'm gonna be honest. I did say at the beginning of the broadcast, this is one of the teams that I'm looking out for. I'm gonna take the hit for you guys. It was a curse from my end, so I apologize.
Hey, well, it's just like the NA 100%. Championships. You know, APHELION Esports is just for fun, right? In week 1, they were dominant.
Oh yeah.
And then just fell off there towards the end. But hopefully, you know, at this point, I think it's too late to really bounce back for these squads, especially the way these Brazilian teams have been playing. But you know what? I want to know what your thoughts are here. We also have a great question there at the bottom. On the arrival of Nuso, how many maps do we have in the Battle Royale? Oh.
Imperium, real quick, what's the answer?
I don't know. I can't count past 3.
7, 8, 9. Guys, make sure you're following all the socials. Make sure you go ahead and, you know, follow the Twitter, hit the bell, do all that good stuff, man. Use that hashtag.
No, okay, say it with me.
PMPL Americas.
4?
5?
No.
Okay.
I can't help him. I can't.
All right. Well, you know what? He's going to need help here because you got one prediction, but you still got a lot more to go, bro. So hopefully we could see it here in this next match. Final thoughts here. Who's your prediction for this next match? Go.
No prediction.
I'm not trusting him.
Yep.
No. We gotta band together. We gotta band together, okay? He just left me hanging.
Once,
I gotta talk about
shame on me. Fool me twice. You know.
You know what? What's your prediction?
You know what, dude? My next prediction is that Monster Energy is our official energy drink partner here for this show, guys. Of course, unleash that beast, just like we're going to see some NA teams get another chicken dinner back to back right here, right now. Ain't that right, casters?
NA team going back to back. All right, I like the energy, by the way, Sandstorm. I got you, bro. I saw that. I'm sorry that happened to you. What do you think? Which region might end up with the win here in Erangel, Avenger?
The region, we'll go with
make it easier for us.
We'll go for Brazil, right? It's bound to happen. I gotta say this though, right? Because they're talking a hard prediction game here, and I gotta say, obviously, great to see Imperium being able to get 1, but I'm really hoping he's gonna be able to get more than 1, because just 1 it's not a lot. It took him 15 games to get 1, and we're only playing a total of 24, right? So technically 1 is not that good, you know. He's not gonna get 1 more either. Like, he has to take, you know, 29-30 games to get the second one statistically. But let's see if he's able to catch up. It's just 2 good games for him with other guys being wrong. Then he's back to 3-3-3. But yeah, it's looking good for Jukes and Sandstorm at this point here. This is the roughest playing path I've seen today and yesterday on Erangel. Holy, we're starting over here.
Yep, that's definitely one of the worst ones we have seen, but I think Alpha 7 is going to end up going back to their basics and just go to that military base. I wonder who's going to try to challenge them. That'll be interesting to see. And remember, Imperium did say that he would shave his beard live tomorrow if he didn't end up getting the win, if he ended up losing the prediction game. So I can't wait to see that. I won't be here for that, but you best believe I'll definitely be watching. And look at that. Alpha 7 does decide to go to military base. All right, let's see if the Alpha 7 curse is still happening. Is the circle going to be away from them, or is it going to be military base? I know we've been getting crazy circles here and there, but I've been enjoying them, man. They're just so much fun to watch, and they have showed us just amazing finishes with so many teams still alive, tiny little circles, everybody third-partying each other, people pretty much on the fence of everything, and that's one of the nicest circles we have gotten, and I think it has to be because of that crazy playing path that we got.
Well, L7, they are military, and they are inside the circle, but it's not going to be a military ending here unless it shrinks 10 times south. But yeah, honestly, they've been their roulette with the military drops have not been on point. Every time they dropped there, they didn't get it. And some of the times where they didn't drop there, it went to military, and they had a somewhat rough game. But yeah, honestly, looking forward to this circle here. I kind of hope that we're gonna end up in the Russia kind of area, and up in the kind of urban area in between maybe school Russia. That would be crazy. I love to see some of those drops. The loops, though, again, in a loot fiesta here with Furious Gaming, trying to listen a little bit for some information for them, but not getting too much loot here now that they have to share this shelter loot. It's really good loot down here, but having to share, being worried about who you're gonna run into is not the funniest thing, Seven.
Yeah, this is definitely not the spot to be, right? And these two teams gonna keep seeing each other, regardless of where it might be, whether it's prison or whatever. These two teams kind of keep landing on each other. And you were talking about seeing a finish though, or school. I would actually like to see a finish like right in Pochinki. I think that would be that would kind of switch it up, and I would love to see what Knights ends up doing, because Knights, it might end up getting challenged. Meanwhile, Team QUESO, just for fun, I just was talking about a bit there, just for fun, whenever they were feeling Esports, how they were able to have great performances. But I'm stuck in the past, Hot Jukes. I think they're just going to continue to do the thing that we have seen them do. Unless Zuko being able to get a knock. Here we go, the push that they've been wanting to see. Papi Potro, barely, a tiny bit of his arm being spotted. He's going to get knocked too. Now Ayala is going to be running away for his life. And you know what? Stuck in the past I am, because just for fun, being able to get those 3 eliminations from Team QUESO. And if I'm any of the other teams like Nice, of what they were able to do after that last game, I'm going to be happy, because you're going to be hoping that Team QUESO gets eliminated here, and Knights is going to be able to move up and try to collect a little bit more of that prize.
Yeah, exactly. And with that would be good for just for fun to just continue on that. Right now in last place, not too good for them. They've had a lot of fun, but I really want to see them really rise up that leaderboard. Loops here on screen, kind of chilling a little bit, trying to see if it's Furious Gaming that's going to be making the first move. But they are passively waiting for this here. QUESO just down to 1 after being 3rd place. Or they are currently in 3rd place, 7 points ahead of 4th.
I don't think they're going to be able to spot each other. They've been playing this cat and mouse game for the longest time too. They've been landing very close to each other, and now you can see Fernand right there. He still thinks maybe there might be a player over there. So you know what? Let's shoot those tires. Let's just be extra safe and make sure nobody's going to be there. And you know what? Loops decided to just leave that buggy there because bicycles. Why not? That is the new strat. We've been seeing shotguns. Is that going to become the new meta now? Bicycles, they are very quiet, and they could be sneaky. Who knows? You never know what you're going to be able to find here in PUBG Mobile Esports. Loop still wanting to get into this fight, and I think a lot of this team is realizing with this circle, they might think that, hey, this could possibly be a very good spot, so why not? Let's just not try to rotate that much. We really don't have to. And they're going to be pushing to see if the circle goes their way. Furious Gaming, I think at this point, they're going to decide to back off a little bit.
Yeah, they are getting out of there at this point here. Good choice from them. Nova, decent game here in Sanhok, but still, at the moment, not looking too good on the overall here. I feel like it's almost certain at this point here they're not going to end up in the top 3, top 4. Unless they have, you know, we were talking back-to-back wins with a crazy amount of eliminations. And of course, it's Nova, they can do it. But with the current form, not expecting it, honestly, from the Knights. They have the sound cues and information that they're in that direction. And Spec is passing this information on to the rest of the team. And they could potentially run into some trouble. It seems like Rin has spotted Tenza right there when he just stuck his head over there. Shots coming in onto Sanhok. Oh my god, Spec absolutely demolished Rin. What a fantastic play for Knights here, and they're going to be able to rinse Nova of 1 point there.
Yeah, I love how Knights was able to set up that bait. I think they knew exactly what was going to happen there. I mean, these are two teams that are used to playing against each other. Rin decided to pick. He thought he might have had a shot. Meanwhile, Spec laying down, being a snake, being sneaky, getting those accurate shots, and ultimately Nova ends up losing a player. And this kind of goes back to what we've seen out of Nova over and over again, just their rotations or whatever it might end up being early in the game. They end up losing the players. But if for somehow They're able to keep 4 players alive. We have seen what happens with this team. We have seen the points they're able to secure, the performances they're able to put up. But as you were saying, too, I don't think Nova's going to be making it with the top 3 unless ridiculous back-to-back-to-back wins happen. And that's just not likely with the way they're currently playing. Rice currently in this area of apartments. They might have heard you. They might have heard you trying to make the circle come over here, closer to school, closer to the apartments, and seeing if they can maybe just get lucky. Meanwhile, VIVO keep trying to run away from there. What I am enjoying today, though, I will have to say, Avenger, is that Brazil is not dominating as much as they have in the previous day. We have gotten at least a win from every single region so far, and that is good to see. It's good to see Brazil not continue on that domination. I'm sorry, Brazil. I'm sorry.
All right, Execute. What can you make happen here? Right now, outside the top 10, but within striking distance, some clever plays come out of them. They're pretty even on the elimination points and placement points. A little bit more eliminations, and they would be looking really good within the top 10. And yeah, obviously Sixless back today. Happy to see him being able to perform a little bit. Great player with a great history as well. VIVO keyed on screen. Super well-versed team in general here. They're rounded quite nicely. Already going to PMGC, as we've said again and again. But they're looking to really cement their position inside this Americas Championship and also get a chunk of those prize pool. Goops 30, Revo 30, tied for first in most eliminations. And eliminations is obviously a heavy count for that MVP slot. Now Goops also almost 400 damage ahead of Federal.
That's what one good game there for Knights can do for that team. Let's see what this circle is going to be going. Toiko, by the way, still with the longest elimination. I think anybody's going to be able to beat him. This is actually you, Martin. You're going to be right. I think it is going to be going school with the way this is currently acting. And I will be super, super happy. And I'm pretty sure all those teams that are currently in the middle are going to be even more happy and ecstatic that they're not going to have to worry about anything. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 going to be rotating there on that west bridge. I wonder if they're going to have any type of flashbacks of when Team QUESO decided to bridge cap him and just second guess it a little bit. Meanwhile, Furious Gaming trying to spot somebody here from Knights. Are they going to let those shots rain? Are they going to decide to back him off? I think Xenox was able to spot that Furious Gaming player, and he's going to decide to
clever play there again. Coming out, Furious Gaming with a holo on that DB28 and an M4 as the other one, and a Corgi as a companion. And the circle are closing here in this case slowly and soonish. So the question is really where gonna be ending up here. Still a little bit of a river in play, but I'm hoping that we're gonna be ending up around the school Rorschach area, around that area we see here on the top side. Could also be fun with a Potato Hill ending here where Knights are at. Always good with some high ground where most of the teams can kind of fight uphill and downhill. Always see some good fights with that. Execute out in the distance, as you see here with Knights on the high ground control. Execute taking control of the double bound compound outside Pachinki. And a strong one.
Does end up being a good fight. I wouldn't be mad if we end up seeing maybe a circle ending a little bit southwest of Jasnaya, where we tend to see those hay bales, the hay bale fields. A lot of teams tend to fight there for coverage, just a little bit more mayhem. Once again, me with my Toxic Drain. Meanwhile, Knights back, being able to spot somebody there from X, you not being able to fully connect, but at least telling them, hey, we are aware you're there, you better watch out. And I think Execute does end up realizing that as they're deciding to back off a tiny bit, or are they going to try to just loot a little bit more and then work on their rotation. Meanwhile, Alpha 7, I think they're going to be going for just a full-on rotation all the way west-north, and might try to do what they did yesterday when they ended up getting that crazy win, when we ended up getting that crazy, crazy circle in Watertown, on that island between Watertown. That was something to see, and they got super blessed there at the end, too, with the circle. Anything can happen here. I mean, we have seen some crazy ones. Meanwhile, Loops.
Good rotations.
Officially on the east. And on top of that, ATON Esports we have heard the devs talk about this over and over again. ATON Esports in Erangel, I feel like they do end up taking a little bit too long to rotate, and you're seeing it here. I mean, 11 minutes, and they're still in the blue zone. That's not something that we like to see out of some of this.
Exactly. Alpha 7, big rotation on the west here. Classic Alpha 7, big brain play here, trying to get up on the lesser likely chance, and if it goes north, it's going to be good for them. If it doesn't go north, they're going to have not so much traffic going in from that side. Now the question is really, where are we going to be ending up? Are we going to be going to the Rostock school area in general, or are we going to go more towards the Esnaya fields on the eastern side, or, you know, all the way down to Knights on the southern side? The question is going to be answered now. We're going to be Rostock, Pochinki, and a little bit of the school areas inside here, so quite lovely for this one here, 7.
Yeah, I'm absolutely loving it. You know what? I would like Avenger to be added to that prediction game and given a point, because he's currently predicting this circle from the get-go too. So please do that. Put a crown on him.
Circle prediction master.
Hey, we'll take any points, right? Any points that we can take. If we were probably on that leaderboard, I'll be the first one to say I'll probably be dead last with 0 points. I have noticed. I went back there and watched. I definitely cursed some teams here and there. Not too much. But yeah, I'm being careful with what I say in regards to certain teams, because I might have that curse effect.
Definitely some of the curses are strong. Maxman is obviously the master cursor, but the rest of us also sometimes manage to do so. I like to keep myself neutral. Just hope for teams to do well and not just say they're going to do well and say they're going to win, and then, you know, not get caught in some windy action. Right now, Infinity with a big rotation off that northern side. Alpha 7, they've been able to do it quickly. Infinity, they were slowly with it, so they're not going to have any priority. Influence CHEMIN here inside the northern part of Rostock. Not a good spot inside the circle, but a lot of information is be able to gather here from that 3-story that Little Boy is currently running out of. Maybe they've gotten some information. They want to shift over towards a different area. The hill on Rostock is open for business, so somebody could take that for sure now. Knights and INCO is fighting, and Execute was fighting as well.
Yeah, Execute is going to be fighting just for fun currently in Pochinki. Meanwhile, Nova's going to be doing a rotation there a little bit towards the south of Pochinki, and I wonder if Nova's going to be able to survive that rotation. We've seen it, and I'm hoping it doesn't happen again. Nova with the rotations, they do end up getting caught, and right now they only have 3 players. This circle, Alpha 7 is having a little bit of flashbacks. You can see them there towards Watertown, looking to where they got the win yesterday and saying, oh, please, come our way. We're ready to go. We got a win here yesterday. We can definitely do it again. Meanwhile, some of the other teams, you see VIVO Keyed currently taking care of those compounds a little bit towards the west of school. Just for fun and Execute continuing with that fight. Meanwhile, Ayala trying to secure some extra points for Team QUESO. Team QUESO, a team that's currently within the top 3, and they cannot allow themselves to get even farther away from the top 2 teams, because the top 2 teams definitely have a gap on them, especially what we were able to see out of Knights in the previous game. Influence CHEMIN, you know that team can definitely perform, and they could possibly pass them in points. Here we go with the new circle is going to be coming in. Are you still set with that school area, Avenger?
Yeah, let's see, maybe even hard west here. Oh, let's go. Okay, hard west, I guess we go with Alpha 7 in a good spot off that Watertown, Atlantis, whatever you want to call it. Infinity is going to come in from that western side, take over their Octopus Hill on that western side. Right now, Lux is on top of it. Nova, though, rotating in towards it. They could be contesting, and we could be seeing a fight with Lux and some of the Nova members right now. Alpha 7 taking that southern part of Watertown right now. A lot of teams are going that direction too. Let's see what we end up having. Lux goes down. Kindness down as well. Koi gonna try to defend this push here. Shots are coming in. Can we get Sohan down? He will. Gilles is gonna be pushing on, taking down Koi. And shots are coming in from different angles as well. Third partying the fight here. Achilles and Infinity kind of in a rough situation, a sticky situation right now. Kindness gonna go down.
There was some great cover too by Shifan, being able to allow Koi to back off a little bit there as Infinity was going to be pushing up on him. You can see Shifan all the way in the background. That's going to be a beautiful nade. Oh, it doesn't end up hitting. Meanwhile, these two are fighting. There you go. Koi ends up getting knocked in there. I think they were getting shot from somewhere from the back. Shifan is going to be the only player alive right now for Nova Esports. We saw this fight coming. It looked like it was going to be going Nova's way. It did end up going Nova's way, and I think Infinity should be able to reset here, should be able to pick up all of their players. INCO Gaming might have played a bit of part there of Nova's downfall, putting some pressure from a different angle on them as they were trying to take care of Infinity. INCO Gaming might have heard some footsteps or might have heard some fighting going on and decided to just lay it down and be a little bit more quiet. And Infinity is actually going to go for it against Shifan. I think they know that it's only going to be one player, and look at that on the elimination feed. Shifan is going to get eliminated, and Nova is out of this match. Meanwhile, Loops and Execute confirming some eliminations too. They were fighting earlier against Just for Fun. They didn't end up losing any of the players. Just for Fun ended up losing 2. You can see Loops now finding Ayala. Can Ayala... Ayala not being able to survive it. And then on top of that, Execute being able to capitalize on it and eliminate Loops.
Telly here. QUESO's out in 15th. Just for Fun. And that part of Pochinki trying to survive a little bit longer, but it's not looking too good with Execute gatekeeping them in that area. Can you find a bolt action elimination here? Telly would be wild if you're able to do so. No, they're going to be moving on. Circle is closing slowly. You want to prioritize getting into a good spot. I'm surprised that the mini Pochinki compound is not taken yet. And Execute potentially could be wandering into an absolute free compound that is one of the best in the current circle.
Yeah, I think they might be going for it. You can see them get into some vehicles. On top of that, VIVO Kid has not had to move at all. I'm intrigued to see what that team is going to be doing now. ATON Esports deciding to work on that rotation. Rise Esports as well, working on their rotation as they currently have all 4 players alive. A lot of rotation is happening right now between all of these teams. Circle is going to be closing in. Where is it going to end up going? Are we going to keep getting the craziest shift? You can see ATON Esports knocking something out. Kayoski from Influence CHEMIN and being able to confirm them elimination. And with the new Circle Alpha 7 getting blessed here, INCO Gaming and Extreme Slayers.
A little bit of a pickles, I think.
Able to use the 3 players that they have to at least cause some damage, cause some elimination points.
They're kind of in a rough spot though. Influence CHEMIN taking some shots. Also taking fire from ATON, but returned that straight onto Xenotexa. Circle's going to be starting to move here in 15 seconds, so they gotta get a move on and start moving early on. Otherwise, they're going to have a hard time getting into some spots here. Furious Gaming lost 1 player, INCO playing the center, but it's really a hard circle with a lot of open fields to be played. ATON. Good fire there to 1. Good utility usage towards Influence CHEMIN. Now Fran's going to go down. That's unfortunate for him though. A little boy trying to defend this. Nitsu's trying to send it in with the buggy. Shots out in the air though. Didn't connect any. ATON is just going to be wiped completely off with this one here. I think it's just Nitsu in a situation where he has to try to defend this one. And Choco alive as well.
Yeah, Choco is currently nowhere near though. I think he's still on top. There you go. Now we're able to spot him. I don't think he's really going to be able to do much from there. And I don't think he has any vehicles nearby. Maybe rain down on some nades. Maybe he thinks somebody's going to be nearby him. Nitsu needs to be careful though, because Little Boy is going to be letting those nades rain down on him. Meanwhile, a lot of action also going on in the background. You can see VIVO Keys finally having to get into a fight. Not really losing anybody. They do have some players knocked though. Oh, as I say that, Diego does end up getting knocked and eliminated. Little Boy is going to be able to recover his teammate right here as the circle is starting to close in. And this is going to be very, very tight here for Federal. Yeah, so tight that he decides to just, you know what, back off from that. It was not going to be worth that fight. And Choco just waiting for him at the right time, picking up some more heals from his teammate, eliminating Influence CHEMIN, and now trying to find a way into the safe zone here.
Yeah, rough situation for ATON, but still probably not going to get too much deeper than that. It looks like the Jaguar boys and Zeba has found it. And Choco is under hard fire. Jaguar, though, Last player, Sepa, is alive in this case, and Choco did get healed off. INCO looking pretty good here with the amount of control that they have, but Infinity is going to be moving in behind them. V2 is trying to defend this one off here. Nades and utilities being used. Locks trying to connect a little bit more onto them. Soft cover and smokes has been deployed, but they have to survive the oncoming bombardment from Infinity currently.
Yeah, meanwhile, Alpha 7 is going to be able to split.
Oh my god, that circle.
And the circle. Wow. INCO still going to be in it. Infinity now, what they were trying to make a push there for INCO. They're going to be able to relax a little bit here with this crater that they currently have. They're going to have Execute just looking at them. Execute's going to have to find a way inside this circle. They did end up taking that compound you were talking about earlier, just a little bit north of Pochinki. It worked out for them, but right now with the circle shift, it's going to be very tough for them to be able to make it in. Alpha 7 now starting to make a push. Tensa is the only player alive for Knights 2. Revel goes down to Vivo Key. Being spotted there on top of that tower. There you go. Tensa does end up getting eliminated by Carrillo. And Vivo Key Cielo is going to be able to eliminate Revo from Alpha 7. Just tough rotation here for a lot of these teams. And I think INCO Gaming is going to be setting themselves up really nicely if they can just defend from the push that they're going to be getting from some of these teams, especially Alpha 7.
All right, Alpha 7.
Luckily for them, Carrillo doesn't have any nades. Carrillo used the nade earlier.
Oh!
Carrillo is going to be taking some shots on Infinity. As now they're going to have to turn around and make sure Vivo Key is not going to sneak up on them.
Sneaking up, as in full sending it with the car. Adrian goes into the AK. Let's see if they're going to be able to defend this. INCO also nading a little bit towards it, trying to survive this one here. A lot of pressure from the eastern side. It looks really good for Infinity. They have both the western side and the southern side completely controlled currently. Execute trying to sneak their way in. And Alpha is trying to defend this oncoming bombardment from INCO and Vivo Key. Vivo Key 3-man strong, Alpha 7 3-man strong, INCO 3-man strong. Executor Infinity 4 guys alive. It's looking pretty good for that. Alpha 7. Oh, good shots coming in. Adrian pushed quite nicely onto that. Now Mythic is trying to put some pressure onto INCO. Got taken down by Cielo, helping INCO quite nicely there. Now Carrillo is the last player from Alpha 7 standing, and Vivo Key has to try to dispose of him. That's a good nade. That is a great nade. Half his health gone. And now Adrian's going to be pushing in and trying to take control of this here. Carrillo's going to try to go for the ridge here. He's dead. He's been taken down by McGrellin. 8 eliminations though for Alpha 7. They continue to rack up the points. Vivo Key though with a great amount of control here on this northern side.
Yeah, Vivo Key is going to be looking to clear this off, and I think Alpha 7 was just focusing on a little bit too much stuff right there. Meanwhile, all that commotion allowed Execute to push up on Infinity, and you can see them trying to still find a way to make that push even more. They're using those smoke grenades. Wonderful to them. Fate ends up getting spotted as soon as the smoke grenade goes away. Vivo Key too with that high ground that they currently have right there after taking care of business with Alpha 7. Having some advantage as Infinity with the shot. Sohan. Great shot there, being able to slow down Vivo Key. And right now with this circle shift, nobody is inside this circle. A lot of these teams are gonna have to try to find a way to make a push. You can see out so many players of INCO Gaming just so close up. If anybody was able to throw a nade in there, I think they might have been able to just clear them out completely. INCO Gaming being quiet. They know they just have to wait it out. They know at some point Vivo Key is going to have to push out of this, and they have to worry about the other teams like Execute and INCO Gaming being able to spot them first. INCO Gaming, Scorsada, meanwhile, playing sneaky.
Oh, this push from Adrian. Oh, he got taken down.
V2K being able to spot him right there. And Scorsada, we saw him earlier. We saw him being sneaky, and he's going to continue to do this too because he knows that the other teams are going to be able to spot him.
All right, Infinity.
Laying some grenades too. Vivo Key Shello too on the side, still alive.
Yeah, this is going to be a big...
Even though 2 are alive, they might still have a chance.
Yeah, this is going to be a big fight here. Infinity with an upper hand, moving in and taking control of this circle here. Sohan with some utility use towards Vivo Key. Sohan could potentially find Adrian or McGrill in this case here. Does he know about Cielo is snaking in that side there? Cielo's going to make a push, potentially taking multiple down. He gets taken low himself though from INCO. Squashada found Cielo. And now it's just a huge 3-way battle while Execute is just chilling on the backside of things.
You can see Infinity just waiting it out. Throw that nade. Do it, Sohan. This might be it, and it is. Being able to get those 2 players from VIVO Kid, now they can focus on the other team against Infinity. And Infinity, you know they've been waiting for it. They know this was going to happen. INCO Gaming has 2 players alive, and also Infinity is going to have 2 players alive. Who's going to end up winning this 2v2? Actually, INCO Gaming might be able to pick up their players. Infinity is going to try to reset as well here. They might just be able to pull that off. You can see some shots coming through. Nenebete, the player that was just picked up, not even going for the heals. You can see out of there. INCO Gaming being able to close it out, just hurrying it up for his team, not allowing Infinity to take a step back, being able to reset. Great plays there from INCO Gaming. They played that out perfectly too. Waiting it out, waiting for the other teams to kind of take care of each other. We saw what VIVO Kid and Alpha 7 was able to do. And then on top of that, we saw what Infinity was doing too. They were waiting for VIVO Kid to just come towards them. They did great play there by INCO Gaming.
INCO's able to close down a 3rd chicken in Here's 7 with a fantastic play. They were on in such a rough situation, being on the lower ground, having to push, having to try to take control here, but they managed to do it even with Infinity being 4 members alive and having circle control. Super well executed here by INCO, and now they're going to be making a further push for the leaderboard and trying to get those PMGC tickets.
Yeah, they're definitely going to get that PMGC ticket, maybe, you know, we'll have to wait and see. By the way, we did get that prediction right. We said Brazil ended up getting it. Let's see if any of our analysts got any of their predictions right after this break.
Realme 9, 108 megapixels. Capture the spark.
Hey, welcome back, everybody, here after another Erangel match right there. And Brazil did end up winning that one. I'm not going to lie. I thought I was going to see an NA come back there for a second. You know, I feel like
that every game.
Well, it's in my heart, okay? It's in my heart and soul. I'm hoping to see it, you know? And I think that if Knights really pushed that hill and took out VIVO Key there, they would have had a shot. But you know what? Nobody had a shot against INCO because their win percentage on that last one, 100%. They had 100%.
At time, Brazil won a game.
That's true.
Yeah, but please stop there.
All right.
Give everyone else a chance.
Oh, my goodness. Well, here, they're going to get first place, but they actually are going to tie with Infinity on this one.
Infinity's phase 3 rotation was absolutely incredible. They've been hanging on to a very, very heavy north split, which you may know is something that they do. But when phase 3 shifted towards Headshot Hills, they were like, look, it's going to be unlikely we're going to be able to get through the river, through Rossok. Let's just go in through the blue, through the George Pool Bridge, and end up on the western edge, and it worked out brilliantly for them.
And I do have to point out, they managed to get 9 eliminations.
Yeah,
9.
Crazy.
Throughout this one game. That's almost half the eliminations that they had in day 1 and day 2 combined.
Let's take a look at the highlights here from that last match. Alpha 7 having that hill, putting some crazy damage. Man, their peaks are so thin.
VIVO Kid, how did they stay alive for so long? Like, don't get me wrong, I picked them and it was definitely off the back of them having a decent compound outside of school apartments, but I didn't think they'd get through Headshot Hills as it did. But
Adrian's crazy.
They never stopped going down. They never got taken out. They were like the cockroaches of the lobby. Like, I might say that in the best possible way. In like the best possible way.
I mean, no matter how many times, you know, they're just getting back up.
You were so frustrated.
Listen, I was surprised. Hey, look, Adrian pushed on the hill, and then Alpha 7 just completely ignored them. They were focusing on INCO, I believe, right below them, and every time they peaked, Adrian was like, I'm just gonna move on. Just keeps getting the knocks, and Alpha 7 just didn't pay them any attention, and that's what you get when you completely ignore VIVO Key.
Definitely.
100%. I mean, squads like this, you have to finish them. Otherwise, it's all over. Look at the team stats here for INCO Gaming. They have been dominating here today, and, you know, they did get some serious points ahead of Alpha 7.
Spoiler alert, they have over a 50-point lead over the next PMGC spot team. Like, that's crazy.
I don't think that's even on their mind.
That's true.
I don't know if we can confidently say they have booked their spot in PMGC.
Look, we still have one more game today, and we still have one whole day.
Who's matching them outside of Alpha 7?
Oh.
So far, no one.
You know what? Who can match them when it comes to single-player statistics? That's none other than the Cooperino Pepino himself, dude. Look at this. First place right now, 1.76 average eliminations. So crazy to see him just go off and be that MVP type of role of the whole tournament, even though we're not seeing the Knights in first place.
And even though, similar to Alpha 7 compared to another team, David, he has less average survival time, but he's doing so much with it.
Yeah, he does so much with his time. He is just constantly on the lookout. He is constantly just shooting every single target that he can see. And honestly, I think that was one of the main reasons they were able to get those 19 eliminations in the previous game, and one of the main reasons that Knights will still be contesting.
Oh, but you see it right behind us here, the overall leaderboards. And of course, after that one, INCO Gaming gonna go ahead and take it all the way to the top. First team to break 200 points here in the PMPL Americas Championships, 207 on the board.
Important thing to make note of, PK, VIVO, Keed have already booked their spot into PMGC. The gap between Team QUESO and ATON is the next team. So that's the fight at the moment for the third PMGC ticket.
Yeah, only 18 points between them and ATON Esports. You also have Infinity, only 3 points behind ATON Esports. But I'm still going to touch on the fact that Infinity and their reliance on placement points is too much.
It's like half, 86 to 42.
Yeah.
Sorry,
it's too much.
It's far too much.
Like, imagine if they were able to just get that gap a little bit closer. Imagine if they were going for more and more fights. They could honestly be in the top 4 easily if they just did that.
It's totally possible. It's totally possible. You know, it's always interesting to see some different strategies come out around this time of the tournament because, you know, at a certain point, you know, I already heard it just a little bit earlier, that tink, 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 the good old nail in the coffin for some of these squads, you know, like Just for Fun, a couple other teams as well. As we take a look here at the Miramar total stats that we got here as we go into one more at the end of the day. We saw a hot drop in the last one, right? We saw Just for Fun head on to Team QUESO, who is in that 4th place. And you know what? I do appreciate that even though, right, the spread is really big, they're going to do everything they can to make the chance possible.
It sends a message to Team QUESO that anybody can be out to get them. Whether it's ATON in that direct spot, whether it's Just for Fun, whether it's Nova, whether, it doesn't matter who it is, they have a bit of a target on their backs.
Yeah, I mean, like, QUESO, in a way, similarly kind of did the same thing with the way that they were gatekeeping Alpha 7 constantly on the military bridge. Now it's happening to them, so, you know, it tastes of their own medicine, a little bit.
A little taste of your own medicine, but hey, you have to adapt. That's really what it comes down to, is like, you know that's coming, especially when you're in the lead and you're in that one particular spot that everyone's hunting down. You got to know that these teams are coming for you.
Exactly, and Miramar is an even bigger, more important part of being able to adapt, right? Because it's such a big map with vast, open, high ground terrains. You got to be able to adapt to how the circle shifts. You saw that in the previous Miramar game, where Furious Game were able to instantly react and move into the best position. And I want to see more from the teams in the final game.
And don't forget, of course, it's going to be the last map of the tournament. So that on its own is going to have so much impact. And again, we know how important it is to get every single point that you can.
Absolutely. You know, speaking of important, I got to give a big thank you to Realme, our official partner here for the 2022 PMPL Americas. Capture the spark, baby. And we need to see some teams capture a chicken in this last match, man, because if they don't, I wouldn't say they're going home. They're staying home. You know what I'm saying? They ain't going nowhere. It hurts, but that's what it is.
That's true. It's facts.
Gotta get it done. Gotta get it done. Guys, one more match left to go. Throw some love in the chat. Let's see some let's goes. Let's see some hype. The casters got the last prediction right. Can they get it right 2 times in a row? Let's find out.
You best believe. By the way, I love what you were hinting at there, Hodrix. I love that you were calling out some of those hot drops between the teams that are towards the bottom and also top teams, because you know I love me some spoiler rolls. You know it's about to happen. It might happen here in this last game. It's definitely going to happen tomorrow with those teams that are towards the bottom, trying to just get some highlights at least.
Yeah, for sure. A big prediction for me today, or right now, is going to be that the last game is going to be ending on Miramar, and it's going to be a big one here. Honestly, this is going to be an interesting one. I'm hoping for a northern circle here. If we can get a northern shift like this, it would be wild.
I think so too. I mean, Valle del Mar, we saw one of those circles earlier. I'm kind of hoping, you know, I'm hoping for more toxicity. Although this plane path, wait until you guys see it. This plane path, maybe one of the best ones we have seen.
Yeah, great one up from La Cabrera down to Porto, down over Los Leones. Really good one. Nearly all, if not all, the teams can get it to a spot that they really want to get to in this case here. But maybe we could still see some hot drops. I'm kind of hoping we're going to be seeing some of those. But yeah. Oh, Revo, 34. 4 ahead of Coops at this point. That is crazy. Good to see from Revo there, of course. And also the damage Coops still 200 and some points, some damage ahead of Revo. But yeah, it's been super close for the MVP fights here. And I'm happy to see the amount of competition we get in the top. And in general, right now, INCO looking good. 11 points ahead of Alpha. But a lot more points ahead of Influence CHEMIN on third. They're at 57 points ahead of them. That is crazy. With just 7 more games to go, it's looking very likely that INCO is going to be able to punch their tickets from PMGC, and that would be insane to be able to kind of say already with a whole day and a game to go.
Yeah, and we are going to be going into the last game of day 3. Please. Oh, actually, hey, not a bad circle.
Yeah,
okay.
Like
very safe, very safe. I'll take it. I was hoping for some water. I was hoping for at least half water because, you know, toxicity is the way to go. But Knights, not getting hot drop yet. Alpha 7, actually nobody's going to be challenged them there where they're currently at. And we're talking about just for fun earlier. Guess what, Hodgix? You got an answer because they decided to land on Vivo. Oh. Vivo Kid is taking care of business right now. Can Vivo? Oh, he's not able to reload in time. Just for fun, is going to be able to survive this. They are going to end up losing for 2 players. But, I mean, they are going to cause a lot of damage there. At least 1 player from Vivo Kid is going to get eliminated. Wow. Okay. I guess the spoiler rolls are coming in early. I said last match, I was expecting at least 1. Tomorrow, I expect a lot more Avenger.
Yeah, me too, honestly. But being able to take down 2 members before you lose your own, then that's actually completely respectable for that one. If you can do that in every single game, plus the placement points, and you're looking at, you know, 8, 10, 12 points maybe, as a worst case scenario, that's good. But yeah, here, a Miramar, lovely map. My favorite one in terms of both macro, but also what we see from some of these big teams here. They do some smart rotations, do some clever plays in general. Then there's other teams that just want to get it over with.
I think so too, Influence CHEMIN. We really haven't seen a great pop-off here from Influence CHEMIN. They have been consistent, right? They're maintaining that 3rd place. Team QUESO too, they're currently just 1 point ahead of Team QUESO. I want to see some of the other teams. I mean, we saw what Knights was able to do earlier too during Sanhok, but I kind of want to see it more. And the Des was mentioning too, this is going to be the last game that we are going to be playing tomorrow. This could set a tone for tomorrow as well, whatever teams are going to be performing so well in Sanhok. And from what I saw earlier too, when they ended up in the graphic behind the desk, I think one of the strongest teams too, if I'm not mistaken, on Miramar was Furious Gaming, which was definitely a bit of a surprise there. Hopefully they can take advantage of that here for this last match. We'll have to wait and see, as Team QUESO is going to be making a push here for just for fun. They heard the fight that ensued earlier between them and Vivo Key. Now they're trying to see if they can maybe get some extra points themselves. Suko not looking good. It's a very bad spot. Everybody from Team QUESO is just going to be surrounding him. And if he, for some reason, is able to survive this, this definitely is going to be a highlight. Oh, you can see him. He only has a pistol, too. Okay, okay. I was about to say, if he does it, I will, please, make sure you tweet that out. Hashtag PMPL Americas. I will retweet it myself.
That's honestly so crazy. to be able to close that one out and then go for a little bit of BM afterwards. I like that. Here, Koi and Nova on top of Hacienda compound right here. And a good spot. I'm loving when I'm seeing INCO already sitting up too. Ninebete trying to get some information here from the distance. Hacienda is a good spot to gather information for INCO, but Nova has locked one of the better compounds down. We've had a vending really close to this one already, so they're trying to lock this one down quite early on. Jaguar, on the other hand, in Los Leones, they have ATON on the southern side of Los Leones, and they're going to be moving in straight into the circle. And there's going to be a lot of teams ahead of them that could potentially be kind of gatekeeping them a little bit. It could be Knights, it could be Loops, it could be Vivo Keat. Curious to see where we end up going here. Would be cool to see a northern shift.
It would be. I mean, there's nobody, especially. I mean, it's definitely not going to go all the way to the northeast, but please start going that way. Just a tiny bit. For me, there's absolutely nobody there. Everybody, going back to it, though, I mean, they're centering up. They're making sure they try to get a compound. They're expecting the circle to go to the center. Are we going to get a trolling circle? We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen with that. We do see Infinity all the way to the west. ATON Esports right now on your screen trying to find some extra loot or trying to find their way out of where they're currently at, which is going to be Los Leones. But they need to be careful because if they do end up rotating more east, they might end up running up against Rise, and Rise might end up getting into a fight too with Furious Gaming. Alpha 7 already into the circle, and this is what I like to see too. I love that Alpha 7 has this switch, and we've seen it perfectly here today. Let me go on a rant real quick, okay, Avenger?
Yeah, go.
We saw it earlier when they had the lead and when they had a big amount of points. We saw how careless they were playing. They were willing to take fights that really made no sense. I think it was against Just for Fun in the previous Miramar match, where they were all the way up north, circle, not even close to them, and they were like, you know what? I think we'll stay here a little bit longer. I think we'll take this fight. And then all of a sudden, INCO Gaming passes them, and now it's game time. Now they don't want to get any of those silly fights. Now they want to make sure they get into the circle. They want to make sure they secure a certain spot, and they want to make sure they plan out everything right instead of taking silly fights like that. It just goes to show, if you are the top dog, you are sometimes allowed to do silly things. It might work for you, it might not work for you, but at the end of the day, whenever it is game time, they're able to switch it on, and that's why Alpha 7 is usually one of the favorite teams to win at any tournament.
Yeah, exactly. And INCO here holding down a lot of compounds. Greedy splits for them, trying to lock down a multitude of points here, trying to keep that number 1 spot going into day number 3 or going into day number 4, being done with day number 3 would be a huge accomplishment for them to be able to do so. I would love to see them being able to go to PMGC for that. 207 points, looking really good into the amount of points that they are ahead of third place. And as it's looking right now, it would mean that INCO, Influence CHEMIN, and Team QUESO would be going to PMGC here from the Americas Fall Championship split. Given that Alpha 7 is second place and they're already guaranteed, it would trickle down onto Team QUESO. And that would be great. They've actually had a great tournament. Their performance so far here in the fall have been great. And they could actually end up being a team actually to be looked at and been saying, all right, these guys actually have a big deal to come with on an international stage like that. Circle's closing though. A lot of teams on the edge, on a lot of teams towards those central priority compounds, as we see right now. Execute, Nova, Knights, Loops, Vivo, Keat looking good. A lot of teams are going to be forced to move here. Let's see where the circle goes, those 7. Are we going to be going to the center, or are we going somewhere wild?
Hacienda del Patron. Hacienda del Patron.
Okay, kinda, yeah.
All right, you're giving me your your predicting skills here with the circles. That's, yeah, okay, I'm for it.
All right, compounds are open. The one that are east of Hacienda del Patron, under the A, the longhouse, up towards the high ground, that is currently not taken. I think and I see a few teams driving in that direction, and Loops and Knights could be going into a fight. Right now, that is the highest priority compound, in the current circle. So I'm looking forward to see who's going to be able to take that. Now, Knights, Loops, fighting the concrete building here in the intersection compound with the big warehouse. Cardoson trying to defend this, but a lot of Knights players are coming in.
Yeah, a lot of players. Knights is going to be coming in. Coops is actually going to back off from there. You can see Cardoson getting that ready. Xenox is going to go down there to the Molotov here. And it's Toiko. That might be a great nade, and he is going to be able to lock Tensa. Here we go. Toiko being able to finish off Xenox as well. Can Coops, can Spec hold this off? Coops is going to be coming out with a shotgun. Is he going to be able to get another one? He is going to be able to get another one. This is why he's in contention for MVP, but he ends up getting knocked. Where is Spec when you need him? He was nowhere to be seen. Coops got so close to possibly being able to clutch it for his team, but Spec right now being quiet.
Sneaky risk. Oh, third party.
You know what? Who's sneaking up? VIVO Key sneaking up.
It's third party opportunity here for VIVO Key. They know that they've seen a multitude of knocks and a few flushes there. Could they get something out of this? Could they close out some of the competition here? Nice Molotov from GG. God hits himself and Loops is eliminated. That is just so unfortunate. Maybe he thought that that was a smoke, but it just wasn't. And Spec is able to close out the rest of it with that nade. That is huge. And now VIVO Key, they're looking to third party and close out the remaining two members of PITTSBURGH Knights.
And I mean, if I'm VIVO Key, yeah, you do have the numbers, but you only have the numbers by one. And you just saw what happened on that elimination feed too. Knights might be able to hold this off. You see Tensa usually one of the best players when it comes to close quarter action in North America. He might be able to showcase why. At one point, he was considered the best player in North America. Spec backing off, trying to see if he can maybe find some spot. Now they're starting to get shot from somewhere else. They need to be careful. I think it was Jaguars that I see. Yeah, Jaguars are currently on the horizon too. This is not looking good for Knights. And then I think I also saw Nova trying to get into the action as well. Just a whole lot of third party in here going on.
Yeah, for sure. It's opening up quite nicely for that. An opportunity that VIVO Key to kind of try to seize is now closed a little bit. They're in the defensive. They've gotten healed up. And now they have to use a huge amount of utility to try to get an opening knock onto Knight. They are cementing themselves inside this. So, oh, that's a good amount of damage going out there. McGrillen could get a little bit more. I think it actually went out the door again after going into the window. Shots coming in. McGrillen goes down. Knights are continuing to take them down, and both McGrillen and Cielo is knocked at this point. It's falling apart for VIVO Key. Adrian should have been in there to support and assist a little bit with that, but now it didn't. Circle is closing, and where are we going is the big question here for the next one. Knight's able to defend this compound quite nicely with 6 eliminations now. We're going southeast for that Junkyard Minas Generales ending. That is huge. A lot of teams are going to be forced to move at this point.
They're definitely going to be forced to move. And now what I'm going to be looking at is if Jaguars is going to try to fully third-party this. We saw them get into some vehicles. We saw them possibly wanting to get into the action. But if I'm them, we saw what just happened to VIVO Key. VIVO Key had 3 players that decided to just push with 2. Adrian was trying to heal up on the horizon. That backfired for them. Tensa and Spec being able to take care of business for their team now. Nice with 6 elimination points. Great stuff out of them here. And I mean, the third person nade that we saw earlier, that was absolutely disgusting. Now, with some of the other teams, you were talking about rotations. Guess what? INCO Gaming is going to go for that rotation. Influence CHEMIN as well. And at some point here, I would like to see Nova Esports starting to rotate a little bit faster too. I think they were debating whether they wanted to go towards Knights was or not. They're just a bit too slow for my liking. Furious Gaming with just 3 players as well. The Triga ended up getting eliminated early on. Milovan, we saw what Furious Gaming was able to do earlier in the day, especially this player. It was so impressive. The angles he was able to give his team, the support he was able to give his team. I wonder if they're going to try to get into a position where Milovan can excel the way he did earlier.
Exactly. All righty. INCO, they've actually gotten into a pretty decent compound here, holding on to that. Have a few members of Rise on the high ground above them. Rise could actually end up getting a lot of eliminations from this high ground positioning that they have gotten here. As you see Nino looking down into that compound, the amount of information from these spots here that you can gather is insane. And the potential amount of elims that you can get is actually crazy. Knights has gotten into Minas Generales. They're going to be hiding in there for some while. The other teams are coming in from that north and west side right now, trying to get as much space as possible. INCO, you're going to be chilling, maybe trying to bait in some of the influence CHEMIN guys. Hot Jukes on ATON, Imperium on Rise, and Sandstorm on INCO for the last map of today's prediction.
I'll give some props there to Imperium. You know what? He went with the team that he was talking about at the beginning of the day with Rice. I respected Imperium. In my mind, you should have 2 points just because of that. But we'll have to wait and see if they're actually going to get the win. You haven't really cursed any teams today, so I'm pushing for you, Imperium. Fist in the air. I'm hoping you get this prediction right. Let's see what some of the other teams are going to be doing here. Alpha 7 is going to be moving down. They might end up fighting Influence CHEMIN. You were mentioning earlier, most eliminations, Revel with 34. I mean, and these teams are doing that like on just a one-game basis,
this shift.
Right? Oh my goodness.
That's a rough one. All the teams in the northern side trying to rotate in right now. Executor laughing. They're potentially trying to see if they can get this compound here. Teddy is gathering some information right now, seeing, all right, this might actually be open here. Knights, they left it. Shots are coming in. Koi taking some shots towards Brian. He goes down. Extreme Slayers. I think he's going to be stolen, though. Yeah, Fate is going to steal it from the other angle. Unfortunate for Nova. 79 points in 17 games. It's just not enough to cut at 7.
Ren, with such low health, he's actually going to decide to hop on that buggy and get out of there. I can't believe that actually worked for him. Wow, okay. Mad props to you, Ren. I don't think I saw you go down. I was not expecting you to survive that at all. Nova Esports does end up losing Shifan, and you can see Execute being there, trying to third-party this fight, and they are going to be able to do just that. Faye being able to knock somebody from Stream Slayers, Robert GG being that player. Now Nova trying to recollect themselves, trying to figure out what they're going to be doing here. Jason from Execute being able to finish that knock that Fate was able to get earlier. Another point for their team. And with this circle, you mentioned it's super rough circle. I mean, ATON Esports, they continue to do the thing that the analysts were talking about earlier, and I think it was Sandstorm that said it best. They're just taking a little bit too long to make those movements. They're deciding to stay on the blue zone for a little bit too long. I'm hoping tomorrow, maybe tomorrow, we'll end up seeing a change out of them. And Mythic ends up getting blown up and knocked down as he was trying to make a rotation. A lot of these teams, we've seen that over and over again too. A lot of this team is trying to make rotations, but with the skill that is currently this lobby, Revel goes up to Influence CHEMIN. I was alluding to that fight coming in earlier. It ends up happening, and now Alpha 7 went from having a great spot, having a great opportunity, to just having 2 players alive.
Yeah, super rough situation for them, honestly. More rotations coming in the northern side here. Really one of them spots, and here's Influence CHEMIN. Influence CHEMIN aggressive, 6 nades in his hands. Can he get them off before they try to flush him? Just rush him. Carillo has a barrel in hand, one of the strongest weapon up close and personal. Finds a little bit of damage there. Now off angle, played off for Influence CHEMIN. They're super well executed by them. And Federal is going to get another one with M249. Well played by Influence CHEMIN here. They're 4 guys strong, taking control of that northern side. Nova forced to move, and that is their next target. Furious Gaming has their eyes on INCO's compound. Our shots are coming in from Million Kid. Can they infiltrate this compound completely and take it away from INCO, our current leaders?
They're definitely going to try to do that. I saw Milo Van.
Oh, good shot.
Well, you can see Fernand right there with the nice shots. Squashada from INCO Gaming going down. They know where the other players are going to be. They can definitely see that gun right there. I don't think... Oh, please go back.
Oh, hello.
Being able to knock him, being able to finish him off too, or getting super close to finish him off. INCO Gaming currently on the run.
Oh, VIVO.
Come on, B2K. You can maybe clutch this up. So much stuff happening around you. You don't even know where everybody is at. And now Influence CHEMIN might end up making this push. And Rise too. Rise said, you know what? We'll throw our hat in here as well. Why not? Some easy elimination points. We'll give it a try.
Yeah, that would be insane if they can close that off. But the circle did go super far west. Execute is going to take that compound now. And Adrian in the center of the circle in the shack. Meanwhile, everyone on the eastern side, on the top side here, is trying to fight Furious Gaming INCO rise. And Influence CHEMIN is now forced to move. Nova still in play here. Nenebeta takes a little bit of fire from the off angle. And he goes down now. Alien Kid. That is Furious Gaming out in 12th place. And INCO managed to survive with 2 players. Rough situation with the circle going against them as well. Influence CHEMIN still 4 players strong. 6 eliminations here. They're looking super good for this game here, but they have to move. The circles are far away from them. And they have Nova gatekeeping them further down the road.
Yeah, they definitely have to move, and this is going to be a super tough rotation for this team. You can see INCO Gaming now making a rotation as well. Rise Esports trying to see if they can spot anybody. B2K is going to be getting finished there by Influence CHEMIN. Influence CHEMIN so far looking very spot on their shots and also their third party. And I love Influence CHEMIN kind of stopped the rotation that Milovan was doing earlier for Furious Gaming. I think ultimately that's what ended up hurting Furious Gaming, and that's why they ended up getting eliminated. Not being able to get that just big factor player where they needed him to be. Rise being able to knock Tensa, being able to eliminate Tensa, and that's going to be Knights getting eliminated there. 9th place, 6 eliminations for them though. That's going to be good. And Nova now, what's Nova here? Ren being able to knock one. Can he knock the other one? He's not going to be able to knock the other one. Influence CHEMIN being able to survive this. It's only going to be 2 players. It's only going to be Law. It's only going to be Federal alive. Here we go.
Oh my God.
Oh no, Kindness with the push. He gets stopped by Influence CHEMIN, and Influence CHEMIN should be able to reset.
Yeah, if they can rest this fast, the circle is closing. That would be wild. And they do have that northern compound available to them now. Jaguars pushing onto Team QUESO. They are just on the edge of that, trying to heal. Oh, the rest came off, but Skeller got it off, and now he's forced to heal. Under a lot of fire right now. Saiga silenced, shooting into the smoke. Now Dreamsiski went into the fire, and now he's going to be knocked by Reyes. Happy Potro was the DBS now. Team QUESO known for the DBS action. Jaguar, they're just all running into this Molotov in the smoke. And Reyes, last member alive here, is going to try to take some shots towards Execute that are trying to wipe the floor with them right now. Trying to end this fight early on. Reyes being shot down. That is completely executed at this point here. Well played by them. 5 eliminations for them. And Team QUESO goes down in 5th place with 7 eliminations.
Execute being able to take full advantage of that right there. And man, I feel so bad for all those players that were just running into the Molotov. They weren't able to see anything due to the smoke. Yes, we're able to see it. They are not. That Molotov coming in handy. And guess what? Execute needs to be careful because they might run into the same fate that that the previous team ended up here, as Rise is going to try to make a push here towards that mountain. Get a little bit of a height advantage on you're able to see them, be aware of that. Telly's going to try to throw some nades. Can Telly secure on this? Fate is going to be able to get a nade. Now comes the push here from Execute. Execute is going to be trying to knock one off. Can Telly clutch this up for his team as his other teams are going to be trying to back him up? Fate, 1v1. Can you win this? He runs up.
Oh,
there you go, Telly. Telly being able to clutch it for his team, and Fate as well. Great defense there by Execute, and I'm so glad that they were aware of that. I'm so glad that didn't end up getting into the same position of that previous team where you currently see just all of those loot boxes.
Yeah, exactly. All right, shots coming in from Influence CHEMIN onto Adrian here. He's going to be taken down, and now Influence CHEMIN is in a 4 versus 3 fight versus Execute. Is Law going to be able to get this off? He is. And now just 7 members left alive here. 2 teams. Huge battle here for positioning is going to be happening right now, and Influence CHEMIN are sending it towards the cover on the lower ground, while Execute holds on to this high ground advantage that they currently have. Execute right now with the advantage. 6 has gone down, traded, though Law goes down too. They're going to go for an instant rest in this case here. Fate tries to go for a long grenade. Not sure that's going to reach though.
This could be massive here for Execute too, especially to set up the final push for tomorrow. It's a team that's currently in 12th place, 112 points. They're very far behind, but remember, some of the teams that are currently towards the top have already secured that spot to PMGC. So this could be an absolute game changer of a finish for some of this team, especially Execute. Influence CHEMIN does have those 3 players. Execute does have a player advantage is going to come down to who can get those knocks first, who's going to be able to clutch it up, who's going to be able to win those 1v1s, as we've seen over and over again. And I love what Kayovsky is trying to do there. Just get on top of that buggy, get on the passenger seat, and see if you can possibly see over that smoke. Telly, careful. Don't overextend a little bit too much, because Federal is going to be keeping an eye on you.
Nobody in this next circle here, but Influence CHEMIN has a little bit of a sliver to work with. Shots coming in from Jason. Forced to move. The question is, do they try to push this northwestern angle, or do they try to get into the high ground again here? Sixless and Fate have to be deciding this right now, otherwise they're not going to have time to make this push here. I feel like the high ground play would probably be the best one for Execute at this point here. Influence CHEMIN spread out with no opportunity to move. Execute is gonna force Law in the blue, or try to get him down and take him down early on, and then they're gonna be in a 4 versus 2, and then they can just push on foot. Kayovsky with the smokes moving right now. Federal moving to Kayovsky. Strong 2-man push for them, and Law's trying to hold on to Sixless and Fate. Try to make sure they get a lot of damage by the blue. Kayovsky with 5 grenades, sending it in the direction of Jason.
And Jason's going to be able to put up some fights too there with the nades. He was able to see that nade pass his face. Fate, can he survive that? He is going to be able to barely survive that. Law is going to be in the blue zone. This could be huge for them. We do see Sixless there knocking his team. And guess what? Telly's going to get knocked too. Oh man, Jason, you need to clutch this for his team. This would be huge, as I said earlier, for Execute if they can actually win this up. Fate is still alive, and here comes the nades. Oh, barely passes up Kayovsky. And Jason is going to try to go for this revive here. Can Kayovsky stop this? Here come the nades. The nades are stopped by the rock. He's able to knock one. Kayovsky, can he knock the other one? Jason's the only one.
Oh my God, he got him.
In that area, Fate is now trying to pick up Sixless. It is going to come down to a 2v2. Sixless is picked up. Can he heal up? You can see them being able to just eliminate the players that were knocked. Influence CHEMIN trying to spoil a party here for Execute, as they had a full advantage by that circle rotation. I love what Influence CHEMIN was able to do with their rotation there on the buggies, and this could be massive. We've seen what the Molotovs have done in previous fights. Sixless now moving around. He is going to get spotted by Kayovsky. Influence CHEMIN going from the team that didn't have the height advantage to now having the height advantage. And these two teams are going to be inside the zone. We've seen what Kayovsky's been able to do. He's going to be able to spot up Fate. Fate currently laying down out in the open. He's going to get knocked. It's going to come down to Sixless, a veteran for PUBG Mobile. Can he clutch it up for his team? He's not going to be able to pick up his teammate. Federal is going to be trying to get an off angle here on him. I think Federal might have been able to spot him, and this is going to be super difficult for Sixless to be able to win this. You can see Federal just currently shooting in the smoke, seeing if he can spot anybody, seeing if he can spot at least any hit markers. It's going to be Sixless versus Kayovsky. Kayovsky trying to be disrespectful with the pan. Ladies and gentlemen, he is trying to do them dirty, and he's trying to prove that Brazil is the best. And there you go. Guess what? They are, because Influence CHEMIN, even though they didn't have the man advantage, they're going to be able to close it out. And in the scheme of things, that could be massive for Execute, because if they would have gotten those extra 2 points and those extra elimination points, that could have been what possibly could have helped them secure a PMGC spot. But Influence CHEMIN, what a performance here in Miramar.
What a great game. Influence CHEMIN getting their second chicken dinner here. Fantastic play in Miramar. The amount of control, the amount of time they had to move, they did not get this game gifted. They had to fight hard for it, and they were able to close this one out here, even with Execute's 4 versus 3 advantage there. What a great end to day number 3 here in game number 6.
Yeah, that was wonderful. I can't wait to see the storylines that the desk is going to be bringing up tomorrow. I sadly won't be here, but you best believe I'll be watching you, Martin, everybody else, because it's going to be amazing, and it's going to be an amazing finish. Now, I can't wait to see what the desk has to say after this break. Take it easy.
Realme 9, 108 megapixels. Capture the spark.
And that's the game right there. And what a way to finish it off. Oh, as an NA resident, I gotta say that one hurt to watch. Oh, I thought Execute had that one in the bag. They're gonna be doing VOD review on that one for a hot minute.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit of a throw, but influenced CHEMIN. Oh, so good at the end.
So good. The disrespect with the pan in the hand. He's looking down below just saying, it's over, buddy, it's over.
I thought he was actually going to go for like the throw. And if that was the way to end that, that would have been just ridiculous.
Let's take a look here at the matchmaking. 32 points for Influence Chem. I believe this is the second most points we've seen so far in this tournament?
Yes. Sir. Only the third team to get over 30 points in a game, by the way. And that honestly kind of shows how strong this lobby is on a side note. So well done to Influence Chem.
Yeah, and you know, they were basically in second when it comes to maximum points in the game to PITTSBURGH Knights, and the Knights who still managed to get 6 eliminations in that game. And then we look towards the second half of the leaderboard.
Alpha?
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. Just the fact that Alpha is out of there from the get-go as well, when they are the ones that are behind, that gives INCO such a relief going into the fourth and final day here.
And on the opposite end of the scale, just for fun, living up to the name,
just having fun here at the end of the day.
Man.
Just drop it on everybody. Get in there, crate. Shut the heck up. Let's take a look at the daily winners here. Got NA on the board here, and a lot of Latin America showing up today.
It was very even. What, 3-2-1, I think it was. 3 LATAM. Yeah, 3 LATAM, 2 NA. And either way, point is, very good all around, and it should have been another NA chicken dinner.
Yeah, it really should have right there. But you know what? I mean, that's what I'm saying is if you do not finish the fight, they're going to keep resing themselves up, getting to a good spot, and they're going to get it done. So, Imperium, I got a question for you, best buddy. Who do you think is going to be the MVP here today?
Coops. It's got to be Coops.
A Coopster?
Yeah.
What do you guys think, chat? Is Imperium right? Let's find out right now. It's Ferdinand from Furious Gaming. You were a little bit off there.
I was a little bit off. But you didn't ask Sandstorm?
No, I'm just upset. You know, I'm matching him with a prediction, and somehow you're still his best bud.
You can, do you want me to give you a hug?
No, I want him. No, you know what? No, I'm done.
So Sandstorm's done for the day, guys. You hate to hear that, right? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Here, let's take a look at the highlights on that one. I mean, Furious Gaming showed up in a really big way. That was one of your predictions earlier.
Yeah, they really did. I'm very happy with not only their performance when it came to Miramar, but they were one of the representatives. You know, they also have their ticket punch to the PMGC, but their performance has been very lackluster in day 1 and in day 2. So finally seeing them breathe some life into their performance in this day, very good.
Very, very similar kind of storyline to Knights, right?
Yeah.
In terms of the PMGC direct qualifier representatives from their region, and we kind of expect them to show up a little bit more in that regard. I know Furious in the PMPL Latin America finals only finished 5th, but the point is they got their PMGC slot. We expected more from them. Nice to see it in day 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And to kind of just recap for those people who are maybe just tuning in a little bit late here, these people already got that qualification through their previous stages here. So there's only a handful of teams that already had that golden ticket to the big show, and there's only 3 slots available right here. And that's why we got those leaderboards up here. Top 3 wins it, but if one of the teams that already have that ticket are going, an extra team down below will get the chance to go. And INCO Gaming are going to end here on top.
Fantastic day from INCO Gaming, kind of really taking it to Alpha 7 as we kind of told throughout the day. But Influence CHEMIN, we made light of the fact that they've been under the radar today, but they pop up in the final game with a chicken dinner, 32 points, and they're hunting down INCO.
And not only that, somehow they have the most eliminations.
Yes.
They have more than Alpha 7.
106.
When did that happen?
Just like that.
During one of the 6 games.
Yeah.
During all
happened
the 6
today.
games. Happened today.
Incredible performance from them. And also, now the gap between the 3rd place qualifying when it comes to the 3rd ticket is about, what, 20, 30 points?
Yep.
So tomorrow's games? Oh, baby, are they going to be spicy.
It's going to be spicy indeed. Like, these guys have to go absolute insane. And it's going to be so hard because these Brazilian teams, LATAM teams, they have just been playing to their absolute best ability, crushing everybody in the lobby. What do you do? Like, what if you're one of these teams? You're going home tonight, all right?
Yeah.
What is the game plan, okay? Because obviously what you've been doing hasn't been working. You have to change it, but if you change it too much, then you're not playing the game that got you here in the first place, right?
That's a really good point you made, and it's a really good question. For me, it would be honestly rest. Get some good rest. No,
yeah, you're right. You're
never
right.
be understated how it's so. It might sound so silly to say, but a good night's sleep, get some good rest, wake up tomorrow, do a little bit of VOD review, have some good team communication, and just hype yourselves up, believe in yourself, say, hey, look, guys. We got this. Whatever's happened over the last 3 days, at the end of the day, we are where we are, and we know where we need to be. Let's go get it.
That mental game, huge, huge. Sandstorm, what do you think?
Honestly, I agree with the Imperium. Good night's sleep can have a massive impact. Because here's the thing. Let's say you spend a couple more hours just, doing your VOD reviews right now, focusing on what strats you're going to implement in tomorrow's games. When are you going to get a chance, let's say, to practice them, to test them, to make sure that they work? It might be a little bit too much on these players, so I'm not gonna disagree. I'm 100% with you.
Oh, it's gonna be hard. I think at some point they may have to start hot dropping these top teams because they're gonna have to shut them down eventually. That's gonna be a tough one. We're gonna hopefully see that tomorrow, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Again, I'm Hot Jukes. I'm here with Imperium Sandstorm. Big shout out to the 7 Worlds Gaming. This will be the last day on the cast, but we got a great show for you guys tomorrow. Tell your friends, tell everybody, and we will see you guys then. Hot Jukes out. See y'all there.